Chapter 1. Knock, knock, knock. The knocking on the door woke Xianxia up from his sleep. The sun shone through the screen window, and outside the window, there was the noise of cars passing by. Xianxia opened his eyes, one hand pressed on his swollen head, and the other hand propped up his body. The hangover head hurt so much that it felt like it was going to split open, and the world was spinning. The knocking on the door was still going on, and it was annoying like a ghost chasing after his life. If you have something to report, then report. If not, then withdraw. Xianxia said in an irritated voice. Your Majesty, your servant is hungry. A soft and slightly hoarse voice came from outside the door. I know. Xianxia responded weakly, and half opened his eyes to fumble for the clothes at the foot of the bed. Hurry up. The voice outside also sounded weak. Xianxia put on the clothes in a daze, and lost his balance. He knocked his head on the edge of the bed, and suddenly his mind went blank. In a daze, he heard a voice. Matching date, June 19, 2017. Matching space, unknown. Matching host, suitable host. Iris lock. DNA lock. System automatically updating. What was that sound? Xianxia stood up with a grimace, but his mind was much clearer. He walked to the window and pulled open the curtain, and the warm and dazzling sunlight poured in like a tide. He squinted his eyes, and outside the window, there was an endless stream of cars. This was a half-new neighborhood, and the date of completion was 2004. In the distance, tall buildings were connected to tall buildings, and that was the city's central business district. The time was 2017, midsummer of June, Shanghai. Xianxia faced the sunlight, and his unfocused eyes reflected the coming and going of cars. After a while, he remembered that today was Monday. In the living room, cups and plates were in a mess, and there was half a pizza left from last night on the table. The 12-inch margarita strawberry cake was only left with an empty box. It was not eaten, but it was used as a weapon. In addition to the leftovers, the table was full of all kinds of wine bottles, cocktails, beer, wine, champagne, and a few bottles of white wine. It could fill a wall. The ground was scattered with gold foil flowers. It was like the scene after a wild party. Xianxia sighed softly and found a large garbage bag that he had prepared beforehand. He put the empty wine bottles and the leftovers in it one by one. He dragged the garbage bag out and threw it in the large trash can in the corridor. She walked into the bathroom with a tired expression. After washing up, she felt that she had come back to life. He calmly walked into the kitchen and took out the skim milk from the fridge. He poured it into a glass and placed it in the microwave. He lowered the heat for 2 minutes. Then he began to fry the eggs, fry the bacon, and blanch 2 pieces of lettuce in boiling water. In less than 10 minutes, a simple breakfast was ready. He placed the food on the dining table in the living room. There were 2 servings of each, just enough for 2 people. She turned around and went to the kitchen. There was still half a bag of toast in the fridge. It tasted good with peanut butter. Xianxia prepared breakfast and returned to his room. It was not his bedroom but another room. The apartment was about 80 square meters. It had 2 bedrooms, a living room, a kitchen, and a bathroom. There was also a balcony with excellent lighting. The apartment was bought by Xianxia's family when he was in elementary school. It was not far from the central business district. There was a subway station at the entrance of the neighborhood. After 2 stations on the subway, they would arrive at the university town. Now, the elementary school where Xianxia studied when he was a child had been demolished for several years. This apartment had increased in value over the years. Xianxia's university was 2 stations away from the university town. Originally, he wanted to experience the life of a dorm. On the first day of his freshman year, the lazy and gluttonous sister unexpectedly took charge of everything and said that she would be responsible for sending her brother to the university. In the end, when there were still 2 traffic lights away from the university, she made a light turn and abducted Xianxia and his luggage to the neighborhood. Hey, this is not the way to the university. The beautiful sister stroked her hair. Put your luggage away first before you go to the university. Xianxia said loudly, I knew you wouldn't be so kind as to send me to the university for no reason. What's so good about living on campus? A bunch of people crowded in a messy dorm. No matter how you look at it, living with a beauty like me is more cost-effective. The sister said righteously. Thank you very much. Qin curled his lips. Please forgive me. I have lived with you since I was a child. I have no interest at all. Don't be like this. It's so inconvenient for me to live alone. I have to do the cleaning myself. I don't even have the strength to change the water dispenser when it runs out of water. Because I don't know how to cook, the kitchen is covered in thick dust, sob sob sob. A moment ago, she was an awe-inspiring and inviolable sister, but the next moment, she became a little girl acting coquettishly. I don't want to live with you. I don't want to be your nanny. Qin said, and the university doesn't allow students to live outside. This is a hard rule. Don't worry, brother. Dad is taking care of it. The procedures are all okay. You just have to obediently live together with your sister. I don't believe you. Qin took out his phone and dialed a number. After a while, a mellow and serious voice came from the phone. Ace, what's the matter? Dad, I want to live on campus. Qin said bluntly. At this time, his sister reached out and pinched him hard. You don't have to live on campus. Don't we have a house in the university town? You can live with your sister. Your mom and I are worried about her living alone. If you want to live on campus, you can go back and live there once in a while. The head of the family said and hung up. His sister was admitted to Fudan University with excellent results. As the younger brother, Qin was overshadowed. He used all his strength to barely get into the University of Finance and Economics, which was adjacent to Fudan University. If the brother and sister's father were not a professor at the University of Finance and Economics, the university would not necessarily admit him, who was at the bottom of the list. The brother and sister's IQ were very different. Qin knew that he and his sister were not biological children. When he was a child, he eavesdropped on his mother's phone call. His mother's fierce words made him understand that one of them was not a child of the Qin family. His mother secretly called and did not mention the name. Qin did not know who was adopted between him and his sister. At that time, he was still very young. He told his sister about this with a frightened face. His sister threatened him and said, Ace, in fact, you are a free gift. So, you can't tell anyone about this. If you tell anyone, you will be sold off. After so many years, Qin still did not dare to dig into it. He was afraid that his family would be torn apart. The brother and sister tacitly acted as if nothing had happened. Since they were the children of teaching staff, it was not a problem for them not to live on campus in the first year. Qin sighed. In the blink of an eye, 3 years had passed. Qin was in his 3rd year of university. His sister was 2 years older than him. She graduated last year and worked as the secretary of the general manager of a foreign company. When he opened the door, the faint smell of perfume mixed with alcohol entered his nose. The room was dark, the curtains were closed, and the air conditioner was blowing cold air. A woman was lying on the bed, covered with a thin blanket. She stretched out her arms and legs, sprawled out on all fours. From the way she slept, it could be seen that this woman was very carefree. Qin turned off the air conditioner, opened the curtains, and opened the windows. A breeze entered the room along with the sunlight, blowing away the smell of alcohol. Breakfast is ready. Get up. The woman's chestnut-colored curly hair was loose, and her face could not be seen clearly. She snorted a few times like a lazy pig and continued to sleep. Qin tried hard to remember. It was his sister's birthday yesterday, so she invited a group of girlfriends to the house for a party. The girls were of all shapes and sizes, and they all looked very cultured and like goddesses. After a few bottles of alcohol, their true colors were revealed. They were all drinking heroines, and they drank all night long. The witty sister pulled her brother out of the kitchen to drink. She seemed to have only drunk a few bottles of beer. Even I, who was drunk like a dead dog, got up. What right do you have to sleep in? Qin lifted the thin blanket and said loudly, Get up. Chapter 2. The most painful thing in winter was to get up early. You would want to be entangled with the quilt until the end of time, but this was clearly a hot summer. Qin silently chewed the bread, finished the bacon, and the poached egg. After waiting for 10 minutes, she finally came out. She was wearing loose teddy bear pajamas and slippers. Her eyes were half closed as she walked out. Last night, I was the one who was drunk to the point of being half dead by your group of female friends. What's with your overindulgent appearance? Xianxia said, puzzled. You're the one who's overindulging. His sister glanced at him listlessly and sat lazily on the chair. Her thin, moist lips pouted. After you lay down yesterday, they were almost done. I had to clean up the mess. Those who had boyfriends called them to collect the body. Those who were single, I took a taxi to send them back one by one. I didn't sleep until 3:30 in the morning. I woke up hungry this morning. You deserve it. Xianxia drank a mouthful of milk and slapped her hand away from the bacon. Go wash your face and brush your teeth. His sister stood up as if she had no bones. She quickly grabbed the bacon and stuffed it into her mouth. She ran into the bathroom in her slippers and stuck her head out to make a face at him. Xianxia made a gesture to hit her. She immediately retracted her head. His sister didn't act like an older sister, but he was used to it. Anyway, his younger brother didn't act like a younger brother. Probably because of his upbringing, his parents were strict with Xianxia since he was young. They were afraid that this little sapling would grow into a crooked tree in the future. They were obedient to his sister and doted on her. The treatment of the brother and sister was completely different. If the sister was born, the brother would be a gift. The reason given by the old man was a poor son and a rich daughter. But no matter how strict his parents were and how much they wanted their son to succeed, Xianxia was like a useless ado. He grew up mediocre until he was 22 years old. On the contrary, his sister, who was treated more leniently, was a top student since she was young. When she grew up, she was as smart as ever. She was admitted to Fudan University. If you were half as smart as Bao Bao, I would wake up laughing in my dreams. Father always lectured Xianxia like this. That's right, Bao Bao was his sister's name. Her full name was Qin Bao Bao, and she was 25 years old. Qin Bao Bao came out of the bathroom and cleaned herself up. In an instant, she seemed to be a different person. Her face was fair and delicate. It was said that in university, she was often called a foxy face by girls in private. It took me 10 minutes to wash my face and brush my teeth. It's 8:25 in the morning now. Even if you finish your breakfast in 5 minutes, go back to your room to change your clothes, put on your makeup, and take the subway. Forget it, don't take the subway. You're going to be late today. If you're late by 1 day, you'll lose the perfect attendance bonus and you'll lose 300 yuan. That's equivalent to a week's worth of food expenses. Xianxia calculated the financial losses caused by his sister's laziness in bed. I never put on makeup. Qin Bao Bao wrinkled her nose and acted like a spoiled little girl. Shouldn't the point be that you're going to be late for work? Xianxia was going crazy. I'm not going to work. I quit. Qin Bao Bao swallowed the poached egg and drank a mouthful of milk. Xianxia was shocked. When did that happen? I quit yesterday. Didn't I tell you? I don't remember it at all. Oh, there were too many things. I forgot to tell you. Why did you quit for no reason? Did your boss harass you? Qin Bao Bao's phoenix eyes suddenly lit up. She was delighted. Good idea. Just say that when Dad asks. Ridiculous. Do you think I'll keep it a secret for you? Your job is pretty good. You get a salary of 5,000 yuan during your internship. After you become a permanent employee, your monthly salary will be over 10,000 yuan. There's also a handsome bonus at the end of the year. If you quit, you'll have nothing to eat. Qin Bao Bao blinked her eyes and said cutely, I'll rely on you to take care of me in the future. Get lost, get lost. I haven't graduated yet. Xianxia snorted. Dad was still showing off to his relatives last year. Even though he had a smug look on his face, he acted like he didn't care. Ayaya, it's just SOS. It's just a Fortune 500 company. Qin Bao Bao lowered her head and carefully smeared peanut butter on the toast. She mumbled, It was my birthday yesterday. Time is really a butcher's knife. Unknowingly, I'm almost 30. I can't go on like this. I don't want to waste my youth on some Fortune 500 company. I want to break free from the shackles. I want to be a brave girl chasing her dreams. You're a woman chasing her dreams, aren't you? Xianxia complained. Do you want to die? Qin Baobao glared at him. What do you want to do? Qin Zhe had an ominous feeling in his heart. My goal is to walk onto the big screen and become a superstar. I want to be the nation's goddess. Oh. Qin Baobao struck a pose of a slave turning over to become the master. Indeed. Qin Zhe covered his face silently. There was a huge stain in Qin Baobao's life, a huge regret. The so-called stain was her name. When she was in junior high school, she couldn't stand the mockery of her classmates and secretly took the household register to change her name. Because she couldn't give a good reason, an ugly name wasn't a reason, and because she didn't have her parents to accompany her to sign the agreement, the police called her home to ask about it. Without a second word, her father rushed to the police station and dragged her home by her ears. In Qin Zhe's memories, that was the first time her parents worked together to beat her up. The second time was when she was in high school. Because of her beautiful looks and extraordinary temperament, Qin Baobao was spotted by a talent scout. She didn't know what kind of pie that fella painted for her, but she had made it her life's dream to become a superstar. However, her father was old-fashioned and didn't want her daughter to enter the entertainment industry. Her mother was worried that the talent scout was a scammer who wanted to trick her daughter into selling her to brothels. Therefore, she beat her up again. This was the biggest regret of Qin Baobao's life. In fact, her parents didn't know that after the college entrance exam, Qin Baobao wanted to apply for Shanghai Drama Academy as her first choice. Fortunately, Qin Zhe risked his life to stop her. Otherwise, she would have been beaten up for the third time in her life. After so many years, he didn't expect her to still not give up. That's enough. What's so good about being a superstar? On the surface, they look glamorous, but behind the scenes, there's only bitterness. This society is very dark. If you blindly jump into the underworld like this, you'll become a black fungus in less than 2 years. You might not even be able to make a name for yourself. Qin Zhe said righteously. I don't care, I don't care. Qin Baobao twisted her body and rolled on the ground like a shrew. It's useless to act coquettishly with me. Don't try this. This matter is too big. I'm going to report it to my father. Qin Zhe took out his phone from his pocket. Qin Baobao flew over and held his hand tightly. She said pitifully, Don't. If my father finds out, he'll beat me to death. Don't cause trouble. I don't know if he'll beat you to death, but if I don't report it, he'll definitely beat me to death. Qin Zhe pressed her head and pushed her away. At the same time, he took out his phone. At this moment, a mechanical voice sounded in his mind. Main mission. Assist Qin Baobao to sign a contract with Xianxia Entertainment Company. Limited. If successful, you'll be rewarded with 300 points. If failed, 100 points will be deducted. What's this? Qin Zhe was stunned. While he was distracted, Qin Baobao snatched the phone from his hand and hid it behind her back. Was she hallucinating? Was she still drunk? Give me the phone. Qin Zhe was furious. There was a more important matter at hand. He had to think of a way to dispel this woman's unrealistic thoughts. This seemed impossible. He knew how stubborn Qin Baobao was, but she was even more afraid of being beaten. In the past, her parents were still at home. Now that she had moved out, she was like a wild horse that had lost its reins. His father asked him to move in with his sister. Maybe he had the intention of taking care of his daughter. At the very least, he had to watch over her and not let her do anything rash. For example, she could resign and enter the entertainment industry. If he encountered this kind of thing, he should call the headquarters to report it. Otherwise, he would be derelict in his duty. He couldn't take the blame. Qin Baobao stuffed the phone into her 36D. She puffed out her chest and said, Come on, come on. If you dare to touch me, I'll tell my father that you touched my chest. That's enough. Qin Zhe's mind was full of shit. Sister, let's talk. Qin Zhe decided to use the conciliatory policy. It's not that I want to stop you from chasing your dreams, but you didn't walk the right path at your best age. It's too late now. You're already 25 years old. Your image as a pure girl is definitely not good. At your age, how can you enter the entertainment industry without relying on your ability? Everyone wants to enter the entertainment industry. Everyone wants to be famous. You can imagine how fierce the competition is. Please, you went to Fudan University. It's not an acting school. Can you compete with those fresh graduates with professional backgrounds? Do you know how to act? Do you have a solid foundation in acting? You're already 25 years old. Don't be so childish. I have a face. Qin Bao Bao raised her foxy face. What face do you have? Did you drink too much poisonous chicken soup? Does the entertainment industry rely on one's face? There are as many handsome men and beautiful women as you want on Earth. Qinzhe said, Host, you're wrong. I've been to a parallel universe. The artists there don't have any acting skills. They can dominate the entertainment industry just by relying on their faces. The strange voice sounded again. Who is it? Qinzhe jumped up. He looked around in horror like a cat with its hair standing on end. Chapter 3. Host, don't be nervous. I'm an intelligent system that travels through time and space. I've been to many different time and space. Now, I'm lodging in your brain. Parasite? Are you going to eat my brain? Qinzhe was shocked. Not really. It's hard for an intelligent creature in a three-dimensional world to understand my definition. You can think of me as the golden finger of a male protagonist in a web novel. Oh. Qinzhe nodded, then suddenly jumped up from the chair. I'd be a fool to believe you. I'm going to the hospital. But just as he stood up from the chair, he suddenly lost control of his body and sat back down. Qin Bao Bao looked at him blankly. What are you doing? Qinzhe cried. Sister, save me. I think I should be saved. Are you crazy? Qin Bao Bao covered her phone with one hand and carefully touched his forehead with the other. Is there something wrong with your head? On my head. I'm fine. He couldn't help but say something that didn't mean. At the same time, a mechanical voice sounded in his mind. Host, please do not expose my existence. Otherwise, I'll be obliterated. What the hell are you? Qinzhe roared in his heart. You can control my body? Don't tell me what system you're talking about. I can still distinguish between reality and fiction. I've been to many time and space and changed many masters. There are many like you. It's okay. I'll slowly accept it. Now, your first task is to help Qin Bao Bao sign a contract with Star Art Entertainment. If you succeed, you'll be rewarded with points. If you fail, you'll be deducted. If your points are reset to 0, Qinzhe trembled. Obliterated? That won't happen. I'll choose a new host. Have a good trip. But I've used up all my energy to travel to this time and space. I can only choose a new host in your world. If I leave the current host, I'll need to drain your body's energy. Are you sure you want to give up? My balls are in a sack. What will happen to me if my energy is drained? You'll become a vegetable. I love golden fingers. Are you sure you won't eat my brain? I won't. Then what should I do now? Mission begins. Time limit 3 hours. Repeat mission. Help Qin Bao Bao sign a contract with Xianxia Entertainment. If you succeed, you will be rewarded 300 points. If you fail, you will be deducted 100 points. Sister, it's not impossible for you to enter the entertainment circle, but we have to make a long-term plan. Qinzhe had a gentle smile on his face, like an old teacher who was patiently guiding his children. My brain is really damaged. I'll call 120 for you. Qin Bao Bao frowned and pulled out her phone to dial the number. 120 your sister. Qinzhe pounced on his sister like a hungry tiger pouncing on a sheep. He hugged his sister's soft body and snatched back the phone. Qin Bao only thought that he wanted to snatch the phone to make a report. Like a mother hen protecting her chick, she wanted to fight with Qinzhe desperately. She hung her 1.72-meter tall body on him like a koala bear. Qinzhe lifted her but with one hand and threw her on the sofa in the living room. While raising his head to avoid his sister's face-grabbing skill, he muttered, "Stop fooling around. Let's get down to business. I agree that you can be a star." You're not lying? Qin Bao Bao's hair was disheveled. After the fierce struggle, her face was flushed and her watery red phoenix eyes stared. I'm not lying. Good brother, sister likes you the most. Qin Bao Bao suddenly beamed with joy and kissed Qinzhe's face. But it's not that easy to enter an entertainment company. They won't want you just based on your face. Xianxia frowned. Let me think about it. You don't have to think about it. As long as you don't report it, I'm already prepared. Qin Baobao sat on the sofa. When I resigned, my boss asked me why I left. I said that I want to try the entertainment circle. He happens to have some connections in Star Art Entertainment and helped me get in touch. I just have to go for the interview at 10 o'clock today. Xianxia suddenly realized that the original path was already paved. His sister told him the truth because the two of them lived together and couldn't hide it from him. And the system's mission just happened to be Star Art Entertainment. This obviously wasn't a coincidence. Thinking about it, he was just a university student. How could he have the ability to help Qin Baobao sign with an entertainment company? This way, the mission's difficulty would be reduced by a lot. It was like a newbie who just came out of a novice village and the village chief said, "Brave warrior, help me kill the big boss." Oh, the boss only has 1 drop of HP left. That made sense. The interview time was 10 o'clock and it was 8:30. There was still plenty of time. Qin Baobao hurriedly went to her room to change her clothes. When she came out, she looked like a completely different person. She wore a professional sports suit with a pure white shirt inside. She didn't wear stockings and black high heels. It made her look like a capable career woman. She even put on exquisite makeup. Qin Baobao's facial features were already perfect. After the makeup, it was simply stunning. Xianxia hurriedly covered his eyes. "What are you doing?" Qin Baobao stroked her shoulder-length chestnut hair. "Blinding my dog eyes," Xianxia said exaggeratedly. "Idiot." Qin Baobao rolled her eyes at him. The corner of her mouth curled up, revealing her inner smugness. The siblings took the elevator to the district's underground parking lot. Qin Baobao's car was a small red BMW. It cost her half a year's salary and she asked for tens of thousands from her family. She bought it at the beginning of the year and it was brand new. Qin Baobao kicked off her high heels in the car and threw them to Xianxia, who was in the front passenger seat. The little red horse backed out of the parking lot. After getting enough space, it sped away like a wisp of smoke. Star Art Entertainment was 20 kilometers away from Xianxia's district. There was a district in between. It was also rush hour now. The traffic in Shanghai was so congested that one would doubt life. After the little red horse drove out of the district, it passed 2 traffic lights and successfully drove onto the highway. It then started to drive at a speed of 30 to 40 kilometers per hour. Xianxia hugged his sister's high heels and leaned against the seat. He communicated with the system in his mind. "What exactly are you?" "Universe calculation system." "What's that?" "It's very difficult for intelligent beings in the 3D world to understand my definition. My final goal in developing it is to calculate the universe." "Why are you in my brain?" Xianxia didn't understand and could only change the topic. "I randomly choose a host. The host I choose in every spacetime is random." "Every spacetime?" Xianxia said. "I don't understand, but it's awesome. Time and space are the universe's greatest mysteries. Time flows in one direction. Space is an endless superposition. The universe is so big that there are no borders. There are countless planets with intelligent life. My ability only involves space, so I've been to many spacetimes. Every intelligent being that became my host was a famous person in their time. Great God, please accept my kneeling." Xianxia ridiculed and said, "I've read novels. Can't you pluck the stars and the moon and live forever?" "I've been to a similar world." Xianxia was excited. "Then can I become an immortal? Can I live forever?" "Ridiculous. There is nothing eternal in the world. The sun will also end one day. According to my speculation, the universe is not eternal, including me. Then can I live as long as the sun?" "Not really. The formation of a world depends on many factors. Every world is different. The laws of existence are also different. In the world you live in, humans can't fly in the sky and burrow into the ground. What's the use of having you?" Xianxia was very disappointed. Every boy had a fantasy. Xianxia, born in 1995. Your physique is average, your intelligence is average, your grades are average. You've been average since you were young. According to your current life trajectory, Your sister Qin Bao Bao will be the most beautiful woman you've ever seen. You'll be mediocre for the rest of your life. But I can change your life and change your destiny. So I think I'm still useful. Hearing you say that, I really want to die. Qin Zhe covered his face. What's the use of you? Next is the beginner's tutorial time. Please open the system interface. How do I open it? At least give me a controller. Am I supposed to shout to the sky, system interface? Then it will jump out? Qin Zhe's voice fell. A blue virtual interface appeared in front of his eyes. It reminded him of the 3D projections he saw on the internet. On the top left corner of the virtual interface was the two words, Qin Zhe. Below that were two options, Mission, Point Store. Qin Zhe stretched out his finger and clicked on Mission. The virtual interface showed the details of the mission. Main mission, help Qin Bao Bao sign a contract with Xianxia Entertainment. Success will reward 300 points. Failure will deduct 100 points. He clicked on the Point Store, but a notification popped up. This function has not been activated. System, what's in the Point Store? Something that can help you reach the peak of your life. It hasn't been activated because I currently have 0 points. Yes, please work hard. I want to ask, what the hell is this mission? Missions are not ghosts, but I can roughly understand what the host means. There is no free lunch in this world. If you want something, you have to work hard. If you want to use points to exchange for things in the store, you have to keep doing missions. What are the conditions for a mission to appear? Don't ask me to commit murder, arson, or molest young girls. The conditions for a mission are based on the host's current state, the people around you, and the desires in the host's heart. Then if I want to molest young girls, is it possible for a mission to molest young girls to appear? That's enough. Qin Zhe's mouth twitched. Who doesn't have a dark heart? If you encounter a similar mission, the host can choose to give up. The system will automatically deduct points. There's a mission item here? Qin Zhe found that at the end of the mission details, there was a line of gray words, mission item. This is the support item for the first mission. It hasn't been activated yet. Host, please wait patiently. At this time, Qin Bao Bao turned to look at him and curiously asked, why are you gesticulating? Can't my brain be damaged? Qin Zhe said as he closed the system interface. Qin Bao Bao snorted and looked straight ahead, concentrating on driving. Qin Zhe looked at the side of his sister's face in a daze. Her tall nose, thin lips, and slightly tilted chin reminded him of a Greek sculpture. They didn't look alike at all. Qin Bao Bao had been praised as beautiful and cute by her relatives since she was young. When she grew up, it was no surprise that she became a beauty. She was the flower of the garden in kindergarten and the school flower in school. The love letters she received were more than enough to wipe Qin Zhe's ass for 10 years. Qin Zhe, on the other hand, was much more ordinary. His facial features were regular, and he was handsome at most. He had seen his father's photos when he was young. He could only say that he was handsome. His mother was just delicate and pretty. The two of them had a daughter together and passed all their good genes to their eldest daughter. When it came to Qin Zhe, he was just average. It didn't make sense at all. This didn't conform to genetics. Qin Zhe always suspected that his sister was someone else's child. Otherwise, how could she be so outstanding? Other people's children were the outstanding ones. That was the saying, right? Chapter 4. Star Art Entertainment is one of the top 10 entertainment companies in the mainland. They have signed numerous artists and many A-listers. They have a lot of capital and the entire office building is Star Art's property. Qin Bao Bao walked around the hexagonal building. The entire building is 30 stories high and the glass walls reflect the dazzling sunlight. They found a parking space behind the building by the dark path. The small BMW glided in a perfect arc and steadily stopped in the car. Qin Bao Bao got her driver's license in high school. She has 5 to 6 years of driving experience. Unlike most students who lock their license in a drawer as a souvenir, she would drive her father's car during the winter, summer, and even weekends to drive Qin Zhe around. She would drive wherever she wanted. Then she would cheat Qin Zhe of his living expenses and sit down under the afternoon sun to drink coffee and eat. Whenever that happened, Qin Zhe would feel uncomfortable. There would always be passers-by who were attracted by Qin Baobao's beauty. They would glance at her and feel like they were watching a panda. Before getting off the car, Qin Zhe looked at the time. It was 9:30 p.m. and they drove for an hour. The mission ended at 11:30 p.m. He still had 2 hours. It was the peak hour now. In front of Star Art Entertainment's office building, men in suits and fashionable women were walking in and out. The people who could work in this building were all white-collar workers and high-income people in the city. Qin Baobao was not surprised. Her high heels clacked loudly. However, Qin Zhe was a bit reserved. He was still a university student and had never come in contact with this kind of scene. Entering the lobby, he asked the receptionist for the location of the interview. It was at the second meeting room on the 7th floor. The two waited for 3 elevators before there was an empty seat. Originally, Qin Zhe wanted to directly squeeze in. But Qin Baobao rolled her eyes at him and said, "What if someone touches my butt?" Qin Zhe said in his heart, "That makes sense. I have nothing to say." In fact, Qin Baobao was once bitten, twice shy. When she was in junior high school, she took the subway home. It happened to be the peak hour and the passengers were jostling. There was an uncle who secretly took advantage of her. Without saying a word, Qin Baobao turned around and hit the idiot's vital point with her knee. From then on, her father would drive her to and from school or take a taxi. On the 7th floor, the receptionist opened the door for the two of them and asked for their purpose. She smiled and gave Qin Baobao a number and said, "The meeting room is on the left. Go straight." "Thank you." Qin Baobao put the number into her bag and led Qin Zhe inside. In the spacious and bright corridor, more than a dozen handsome men and beautiful women were either sitting or standing. A female staff member dressed simply in an office lady suit with a nameplate hanging around her neck stood at the door of the conference room. After seeing Qin Bao and Qin Zhe, she came up to them with a smile. She didn't even look at Qin Zhe. "Give me your resume and number." Qin Baobao took out the resume that he had prepared beforehand from his bag and handed it to her along with the number paper. The female assistant looked through it and confirmed that there was an interviewer called Qin Baobao. She politely said, "Please wait for a moment." Qin Baobao pulled Qin Zhe to a chair in the corridor and sat down. She lowered her head and played with her phone. Qin Zhe whispered, "I'm so angry." "Angry about what?" Qin Baobao tilted her head and looked at him curiously. "She didn't even look at me just now." Qin Baobao giggled. "It means that she has good eyesight. You don't look too nervous." Qin Zhe poked his sister's waist. "You are very nervous." Qin Baobao said, "I'm not nervous. I just feel uncomfortable. They are all looking at you." Qin Baobao turned to look at the handsome men in formal suits. Some of them subconsciously avoided her gaze. Some of them felt good about themselves and smiled slightly. Qin Baobao smiled, making many men's hearts beat wildly. She retracted her gaze and snorted. "Ignore them. I'm used to it anyway. But I'm not used to it. You're a panda wherever you go, and I'm the bamboo beside the panda." Qin Zhe said gloomily. "Bamboo also has dignity. Okay, bamboo. Let me, the panda, take a bite." As she said that, she moved her delicate face closer and wanted to bite Qin Zhe's face. Qin Zhe quickly pushed her away and whispered, "What are you doing? There are so many people watching." Qin Baobao snorted and continued to play with her phone. "I'm not nervous. There's nothing to be nervous about. If I don't pass the interview, I'll just change to another company. Entertainment companies have all kinds of ways to find new talent. There are many ways for ordinary people to become stars. There are also many singing variety shows. Wang Li Hong. It's my turn? Come in." The first interviewee was a delicate and cute girl. Her head was down and her face was full of depression. She looked like she was about to cry. "How is it? Did you pass? What do you ask in an interview?" Immediately, someone came forward to ask. Everyone was talking at once. Qin Zhe also pricked up his ears. The girl shook her head. "They said I don't know how to sing, and I'm not a professional. I didn't meet the requirements." This was also a girl who wanted to rely on her face to enter the entertainment industry. Qin Zhe looked at the beauty beside him who also wanted to rely on her face to make a living. What? My singing is not bad. The beauty glared at him. Time passed quickly. The interviewees took turns to enter. After about 5 minutes, some came back with a happy face, while others came out with a gloomy face. A handsome young man came out of the meeting room. He looked happy and arrogant. He glanced around the corridor and strode towards Qin Baobao. He sat down beside her and said politely, "Beauty, my name is Go Dai." Qin Baobao looked at him and smiled. "Hello. You're also here for the interview. I can guarantee that with your good qualifications, you can definitely sign with Star Art. We'll be colleagues from now on. Let's have lunch together?" The handsome young man was electrified by her smile. Qin Baobao rolled her eyes and hugged Qin Zhe's arm. "Hubby, let's have hot and spicy soup for lunch, okay?" "Okay, but no hot and spicy soup at night." "I hate it." Go Dai left awkwardly. Qin Zhe looked at his back and bared his teeth at Qin Baobao. "Hot and spicy soup is too old. Change it next time." "Qin Baobao." The female assistant shouted at the door. "It's my turn." Qin Baobao handed her bag to Qin Zhe. Her high heels clicked on the tiles as she twisted and turned flirtatiously. Pushing open the wooden door, a long conference table was placed beside the floor-to-ceiling window. The interviewers sat behind the table. There were 3 big-bellied uncles and 2 middle-aged women. When the uncles saw Qin Baobao come in, their eyes lit up. She was even prettier than in the photos. No wonder she had the confidence to enter the entertainment circle. Nowadays, if her looks were not up to standard, she would not have the courage to enter the entertainment circle. Qin Baobao was keenly aware of the blazing eyes that scanned her body from bottom to top like a scanner. Her heart skipped a beat. She remembered that Qin Zhe had once told her about a popular method to distinguish men and boys on the internet. It was very simple. When a little boy saw a beautiful woman, his first reaction was to look at her face. After a little boy drove a few times, he would move his eyes down from the face and begin to pay attention to the body. One day, they would become experienced drivers who would always look at women from the bottom to the top. Qin Baobao asked at that time, "What's your level?" Qin Zhe was very embarrassed. He insisted that he was already at the top level in theory. Qin Baobao thought to herself, "Damn, they are all experienced drivers." Her face was expressionless and her temperament was cold. She smiled politely. "Teachers, my name is Qin Baobao," a middle-aged woman interrupted coldly. "We have your resume." Qin Baobao frowned. She could feel the middle-aged woman's malice. The man beside the middle-aged woman coughed and warmed up the atmosphere. "Take a seat first." Qin Baobao nodded and sat on the chair prepared for the interviewers. Her legs were together and her hands were folded over her abdomen. A pair of slender and beautiful legs without stockings, making people stare straight at them. When the middle-aged man in the middle glanced at Qin Baobao's long legs, he paused and smiled. "Miss Qin, we have seen your resume. You graduated from Fudan University and worked for a foreign company for a year. You were praised by the people around you for your studies and employment. You should have a better future. Why did you choose to be an artist?" Dozens of eyes looked at Qin Baobao in unison. She sat upright without any stage fright. "This is my dream." "You have the biggest dream?" The middle-aged woman muttered in her heart. The middle-aged man smiled and said gently, "To tell you the truth, with your education and ability, we welcome you very much. However, we are not signing you as an artist. First of all, your profession does not match. 1 minute on the stage is 10 years of hard work off the stage. Acting is not something that can be learned easily. As for training from scratch, we hope to find high-quality shares with potential." Qin Baobao thought to herself, "Why is this opening wrong? Are they trying to get rid of me?" But as far as I know, many famous artists did not graduate from the relevant professional classes. Then do you know how many years they have been playing minor roles? How many years have they endured? Qin Baobao was speechless. "How about this? I happen to be lacking a secretary in my office. You have work experience, outstanding ability, and graduated from a famous university. If you are interested, you can come to me. We can discuss the salary now. I've had enough of this secretary who just won't leave me alone. Qin Bao Bao, how should I address you? My surname is Zhang, General Manager of the Human Resources Department. Mr. Zhang, I am not convinced by your words. I practiced dancing in elementary and middle school. I have some foundation, but it is not like I have no foundation at all. Also, I can sing quite well. The middle-aged woman suddenly said, Qing Qing, can Zijin sing? Qin Bao Bao nodded. The middle-aged woman raised her hand and said, Come, sing a part. Qin Bao Bao pursed her lips with lipstick and started singing. Her voice had a gentle magnetism and was very seductive. Singing this kind of song with a strong sense of vicissitudes complemented each other. The middle-aged woman's expression changed slightly. Her singing was too good. She originally thought that Qin Bao Bao, who had not received professional training, could sing well in the eyes of ordinary people. Or maybe it was because of other people's flattery. However, when she sang the lyrics, it could not be said to be perfect. There were also many mistakes in her singing, but her voice was too good to listen to. It was soft and ticklish. Stop, stop, stop. The middle-aged woman shouted for her to stop. Her expression did not change. Your voice is not bad, but your singing is completely amateur. To put it bluntly, you are singing blindly. It will be difficult for you to fix your voice even if you go to the recording studio. Qin Bao Bao's expression became cold. Her delicate face looked more like a Greek sculpture. If Qin Zhe, who was familiar with her, saw this, he would know that his sister was on the verge of exploding. Chapter 5. Miss Qin, your resume says that a talent scout scouted you when you were in high school. You should know that when we select potential newcomers, the younger the better. You're already 25 years old, so it's not easy to package you unless you have a group. But Star Art doesn't have any suitable girl group newcomers. Mr. Zhang paused and smiled bitterly. Unless you have some special talent that can catch our eye, the company's resources are limited, so it's hard to sign you. Another examiner added, when selecting artists, they have to be professional. They can act and have talent, regardless of age. On the other hand, they need to be young. Between 18 and 22 is the ideal age. Right now, the entertainment industry is becoming more and more popular. Someone like you is a bit awkward. Middle school dance doesn't count. Even my daughter can dance better than you. The middle-aged woman had a strange expression on her face. Qin Bao Bao felt like she was being underestimated. She told herself to calm down. This group of aunties and uncles wasn't worth her using her power. I know how to compose and write songs. Qin Bao Bao confidently threw out a heavy bomb. Mr. Zhang couldn't help but sit up straight and asked excitedly, Can we listen? The others looked at each other in dismay, half believing and half doubting. I want to go to the washroom first. Qin Bao Bao said again. The middle-aged woman sneered, Go, it's fine to come back after lunch. There's another group of interviewees in the afternoon anyways. Qin Bao Bao walked out of the meeting room. The interviewers behind her no longer suppressed their conversation. This girl's conditions are very good. Indeed, her looks and figure are outstanding. But the entertainment industry isn't just about looks. The middle-aged woman sneered, Girls these days have big hearts, especially those who are slightly prettier. They feel like they're the center of the world. In the end, they're biting off more than they can chew. The middle-aged woman was called Mei Zhanghong. Although women were jealous, she was a middle-aged woman and wouldn't make things difficult for Qin Bao Bao. In fact, she had her reasons for targeting Qin Bao Bao. The company only gave her 6 contracts, 3 C grade and 3 D grade. Over the past few days, they had signed a few rookies with potential. The interviewer still had 2 contracts left, 1 C grade and the other D grade. Mei Zhanghong had already reserved the C-level contract for her niece, who had just graduated from the drama school, so she wanted to reserve the D-level contract for her niece. She had already spoken to a few colleagues and made arrangements for all aspects. Although a few of them did not agree, they did not say anything. For example, Tiao Zhang, in fact, tacitly agreed. But as soon as she saw Qin Bao Bao, she felt a knot in her heart. This little hoof was too outstanding. As soon as she came in, the eyes of the old men who were old enough to be her father lit up like light bulbs. Fortunately, this girl was just a flower vase. If this fox was talented, he wouldn't be able to keep the D-grade contract. In her opinion, Qin Baobao going to the bathroom was just an excuse to give her a way out. Mei Zhanghong had guessed correctly. Qin Zhe saw his sister come out with a gloomy face. The siblings looked at each other without saying anything. There was no need for words. Their expressions said everything. Not accepted? Qin Zhe's heart sank. I have the face and the figure, why didn't they accept me? Saying that I have no talent and no skills, and that I'm already so old? I'm only 25, okay? I'm young and tender, how am I old? Qin Baobao complained to her brother. I already said that you won't succeed. You're already 25, and you haven't received professional training or learned to sing. How can you enter the entertainment industry with just your face? There are plenty of beautiful women on earth. Qin Zhe's face turned pale. Why are you like them? Qin Baobao glared at him, feeling wronged. In a moment of anger, I told them that I know how to arrange and write songs. They expressed that they really wanted to worship my works. Fortunately, I was quick-witted and used the excuse of going to the bathroom to escape. Let's escape, it's so embarrassing. If this place doesn't accept me, there will be a place for me. And why is your face so ugly? This woman who can't do anything right. Qin Zhe's face was not only ugly, but his heart was also cold. Mission failed. Points reset to 0. The system chose a new host. Before leaving, it even drained his body of energy and turned him into a vegetable. He had never held a girl's hand at such a young age, game over ahead of time. A poem could be used to describe his current mood. The peach blossom pool is 1,000 feet deep, and my sister personally sent me to my death. Qin Zhe understood, painfully understood. Even if the big boss only had 1 drop of blood left and would die with a touch, he was still a rookie who had just left the novice village. In the eyes of the big boss, wasn't he a weak chicken that would die with a touch? Actually, I don't have any advantage at all. He didn't forget to ridicule. Your so-called relationship with your former boss was just to help you get an interview spot. At this moment, the long-awaited system's voice sounded in his mind. Ding! Mission item activated, please check it in time. Qin Zhe was stunned and immediately thought of something. With trembling hands, he opened the system interface and clicked on the mission item. This is... System, this is a song? Yes, a novice mission. Of course, it's not in the hell mode, the host can just lie down and win. Lie down and win, I almost peed myself. Qin Zhe spat. Import into the phone. Already imported, sis, I have a song here. Qin Zhe took out his phone and clicked on local music, but he didn't have his earphones. But it didn't matter, Qin Bao had them in her bag. He and Qin Bao had a couple's phone, which was given to him by Qin Bao on his birthday last year. Qin Baobao looked at him blankly. She didn't understand why her brother was so surprised. Qin Zhe pushed her hair aside, put on the earphones, and said as he clicked play, "This is a song I wrote. At the beginning of the year, I found a recording studio to record it. I originally wanted to make a nostalgic song, but I didn't expect it to be so useful." Qin Zhe had always been a good liar, and he made up a lie in a second. A surprised look appeared on Qin Bao's beautiful face, and it slowly turned into intoxication. The song was only 3 minutes long, and it ended quickly. Her red lips opened slightly. This is a song you wrote? Qin Zhe pulled her up and pushed her into the meeting room. Now is not the time to talk nonsense. Go in, put on the earphones and go in. Life or death, success or failure depends on you. Qin Baobao went into the meeting room in confusion. The interviewers were already organizing the documents, drinking tea, and preparing to leave. Why you back? Mei Zhanghong was surprised. To sing. Qin Baobao raised her snow-white chin, like a proud swan. This little wench. Mei Zhanghong hated her in her heart. The interviewers looked at each other in surprise. Mr. Zhang coughed. Then you sing. If you can't do it, don't force yourself. You can consider working in my office as a secretary. Qin Baobao lowered her head and played the music from the beginning. After a few seconds of the opening music, the ethereal and sweet female voice sounded in the earphones. At the same time, Qin Bao Bao also sang, "Every time I wander in loneliness, I'm strong every time even if I'm hurt, I won't cry. I know I've always had a pair of invisible wings flying over despair, not thinking about the beautiful sun they have. I see changes in the sunset every day. I know I've always had a pair of invisible wings flying, giving me hope." Some of the interviewers were organizing the documents. Some were looking at their phones, some were drinking tea, and some were admiring Qin Bao Bao's hot body. But now everyone couldn't help but put down their work and listen to the song attentively. With the song, they were gradually immersed in it. I finally see all my dreams blossom. Chasing the young people's songs are so loud. I finally soar, gazing with my heart, not afraid, flying as far as the wind can get, not thinking about the beautiful sun they have. I see changes in the sunset every day. I know I've always had a pair of invisible wings flying, giving me hope. Dreams? Wings? Xiu Zhang couldn't help but straighten his back and stare at Qin Bao Bao's face. Mei Zhanghong's heart sank. The interviewer on the far left, who was in his early 30s, closed his eyes, intoxicated. In the spacious conference room, Qin Bao Bao's magnetic voice echoed, with a little girl's naivety and desire to fly. "I've finished singing." Qin Bao Bao finished the song and exhaled softly. Finished singing? Good song. This doesn't sound like a song written by a layman at all. The lyrics are good, and the music is even better. Her voice is good too. With some training, she'll be a good seedling. Didn't you say she's not suitable for the entertainment industry? Who knew she could really write songs? She can sing and write, and she's so beautiful. So she's a talent. The interviewers whispered to each other. Qin Bao Bao was expressionless, but inside, she was overjoyed. Who told you to look down on me and say I'm old? Take a look at my face-slapping skills. Su Zhang coughed and said pleasantly, "What's the name of this song?" "Invisible Wings." Qin Bao Bao looked at her phone. Mei Zhanghong's first reaction was to take out her phone and search for the song name. There was no song called Invisible Wings on the internet, but she found many related terms. Was it really an original? This is a dream song. You're talking about yourself, aren't you? It's well written, and even better. Xiao Zhang expressed his admiration for Qin Bao Bao. Actually, I still want you to come to my office and be my secretary. Please don't mention the word secretary. Qin Bao Bao said in her heart. But I'm amazed by your talent. I'll give you 9 points for this interview. After that, he joked, I'm afraid you'll be proud of the remaining 1 point. He's so humorous even at such an old age. I'm sure of it. Qin Bao Bao smiled sweetly, her face radiant. Thank you. You can leave first. We'll discuss it. Qin Bao Bao bowed slightly, turned around, and left. In the corridor, Qin Zhe communicated with the system. Is that song okay? The system ignored him. You know how to write songs? Aren't you an intelligent system? The system still ignored him. Hey, are you still there? A few seconds later, the system responded. Host, the system's energy is insufficient. It has automatically extracted the host's energy. The next moment, Qin Zhe fell to the ground. He was dizzy and his limbs were weak. He felt as if he had masturbated more than 10 times in one night. After a few minutes, he came back to his senses. He was shocked and angry. What are you up to now? In your world's terms, this is called charging, the system replied instantly. Replying to the host's previous questions, first, the success rate is above 90%. Second, this song was not written by me. It came from another parallel universe. Third, I'm still here. These are not important. What's important is, if you want to charge, then charge. Why am I the power source? Do you know about pregnant women? When a baby is in the womb, all of its nutrition must be provided by the mother. From a certain point of view, a fetus is no different from a parasite. Bullshit, parasites are harmful. Qin Zhe bared his teeth. From a certain point of view, you are no different from a parasite. If there are problems with the fetus, there will also be problems with the mother. It's not like there are no mothers who have died due to difficult labor. So there is no difference between a fetus and a parasite. So you're saying that you're the fetus now and I'm the mother now. You want to charge and I'm the power source? Yes. Let's hear you call me Dad first. Xianxia said, "Don't trick me, okay? I can't take your torture. I'm just a normal person. If you extract my energy like this, will my life be shortened? Will I become impotent?" So the host should work hard to train your body. Follow the energy training manual provided by the system to achieve a transformation of your body. What's an energy training manual? I've only heard of the youth training manual. Later. A few seconds later, the system replied. I've looked it up. In your human terms, Qi cultivation. Damn, didn't they say that you can't become an immortal in this world? Can't you become a spirit after the founding of the country? According to the literature of this world, there is Qi in the human body. Through Qi cultivation, you can prolong your life and obtain great power. In fact, it's a process of humans absorbing energy from the outside world. It's the same principle as charging a mobile phone. But the so-called great power is only limited to normal people. It's still within the scope of living creatures. There's no such thing as becoming an immortal. At this moment, she saw Qin Baobao walk out with a gloomy face. Chapter 6. Qin Baobao's beautiful face was gloomy. When she walked in front of Xianxia, she pouted and looked like she was about to cry. Xianxia rolled his eyes. Stop pretending. You passed the interview, right? Qin Baobao's face immediately changed. How did you know? We knew each other when we were in diapers. The roundworm in your stomach doesn't know you as well as I do. Xianxia said disdainfully. In the meeting room, Chief Zhang finished discussing with everyone and said loudly, "This Qin Baobao is not bad. The company needs this kind of talent. I suggest giving her this D-grade contract. What do you all think?" The interviewers expressed that they had no objections. Wait. Mei Zhanghong said loudly. Chief Zhang frowned. "Manager Mei, you say it." Mei Zhanghong did not answer. She just lowered her head and fiddled with her phone. She could not find the song title. The song title might be fake. She had to search for the lyrics. Nothing? Impossible. Mei Zhanghong could only say, "The song just now, I felt that it was somewhat familiar. Maybe it was a copy of another song." How can someone who has never studied music know how to compose a song? Don't you think it's strange? There are always geniuses who are especially talented in certain aspects. Just because they have never studied music doesn't mean that they can't write good songs. Chief Zhang said, "Familiar? Are you familiar? Why haven't I heard the melody of that song?" The others shook their heads, indicating that they had never heard of it. Mei Zhanghong was unwilling, but at this time, Chief Zhang waved his hand and said lightly, "It is the responsibility of the HR department to find talents for the company. If she is just a vase, I will do you a favor and give the contract to you. But she clearly has a lot of potential. This is obvious to all. In the workplace, the capable get the top and the incompetent get the bottom. Your niece's matter should be put aside for now." In the corridor, Xianxia received a notification. Congratulations to the host for completing the task. The reward is 300 points. Success. He was overjoyed. Just as he was about to speak, the meeting room door opened and the assistant walked out. "Qin Baobao, come in." As Xianxia expected, Qin Bao successfully signed the contract. Then, she went through the entry procedures and followed the female assistant to go through the process. Xianxia sent her a message, saying that he was going downstairs to get some fresh air. Xianxia had heard on the internet that the contracts of entertainment companies had many tricks and were full of various overbearing clauses, but he was not worried at all. Qin Baobao had graduated from a high school, and her IQ was higher than his. Moreover, she had been in a foreign company for a year, so she knew some of the ways in the workplace very well. He walked out of the Star Art building and smoked a cigarette on the side of the street where there was an endless stream of cars. Only then did he feel alive, and the exhaustion in his body slightly improved. When she entered the elevator, her legs were trembling. Xianxia opened the system interface. The points store icon was already lit up. He clicked on it. The interface changed, and a dazzling array of categories appeared: entertainment, art, lifestyle, machinery, finance, language, industry, literature, computer, combat, sports. What are these things? Qin Zhe was dumbfounded. He felt that he had clicked on a lifestyle app. The host can exchange points for any of the items. The system said, "Please check the details yourself." Qin Zhe clicked on the entertainment category. There were many categories: movies, music, variety, crosstalk, rich and colorful. He clicked on music again. The interface changed, and a list of songs popped up: Mandarin, Cantonese, English, Russian, etc. Every song was darkened, and at the end of the song were the points. He found a song called Invisible Wings. Points to exchange, 30 points. Qin Zhe's mind suddenly echoed the words of the system. "I can change your life, change your destiny. After today, the trajectory of his life will be changed, and his future will be completely changed." No, not just his life. Qin Zhe was suddenly filled with pride. "I am a man who will change the world." Half an hour later, Qin Baobao came out of the building. Her face was full of joy. Qin Zhe waved at her. When she came closer, she put on a serious face. "What kind of demon are you? Show me your true form." As she spoke, she came up to grab Qin Zhe's neck. Qin Zhe pressed her smooth forehead and pushed her away. "You're not a fairy, you're more like a fairy. Tell me, where did that song come from? When did you know how to write songs? Why didn't I know?" Qin Baobao puffed up her cheeks. "There are many things you don't know." Qin Zhe grinned. "Do I have to tell you everything? Do I have to report to you when I'm in love? You are my sister, not my mother." Qin Baobao suddenly became alert. "You're in love? Where did this vixen come from, daring to seduce my brother?" "I'm too lazy to talk to you." Qin Zhe took out a cigarette from his pocket and walked to the parking lot with it in his mouth. Qin Baobao trotted behind in high heels and carrying her bag. Qin Baobao started the car and smiled like a flower. "I'm happy today, I'll take you to eat and drink." Qin Zhe was not interested. "Let's order takeout. I'm not happy to eat out, I want to go home and rest." Her legs were still weak. "Boring." Qin Baobao wrinkled her nose, rolled her eyes, and shyly lowered her head. "Good brother, you have done a great job today. I will reward you when I get home." Qin Zhe's body shook. "You said it, no going back on your words." Qin Baobao nodded shyly. "Okay." The little red horse drove out of the parking lot and galloped quickly. It was 11 o'clock in the morning. The traffic was not as dense as it was in the morning rush hour. After 40 minutes, the siblings arrived home. Qin Zhe held Qin Baobao's hand and rushed into the elevator, pressing the button hard. The elevator rose slowly and stopped on the 6th floor. Qin Zhe took out the key to open the door and inserted the key into the keyhole. He took a deep breath and looked at his charming sister. "Sister, we are home." Qin Baobao lowered her head. "Okay." "I'm so excited, so nervous, I feel like my heart is going to jump out of my chest." Qin Zhe said. "Stupid face." Qin Baobao rolled her eyes at her. "The last time we was half a month ago." Qin Zhe said excitedly. "I have been holding back for half a month. You finally agreed today. Open the door quickly." Qin Baobao urged. Qin Zhe turned the key and pushed the door open. A few minutes later, the room was filled with sonorous music and Qin Zhe's shouts. "Sister, heal me. Ouch, you should be more careful. The opponent's hammer hooked me, you even went to the river to set up an eye. Why are you playing support? Play AD with me and kill him." It's over. The opponent got a double kill. We are going to die at the bottom lane." Qin Baobao, "Shut up, I know how to play. Why are you jumping around? Come to my side, I will heal you." "Ouch, I've been pinched by a clamp." "Oh. Your big move is hide in the grass. Look, the AD flashed and escaped. It's useless. I won't play with you next time. I just leveled up to silver, sob. At 3:30 in the afternoon, after the siblings lost 5 times in a row, they tacitly threw away the mouse. Qin Zhe stood by the table and Qin Baobao stood on the bed, criticizing and ridiculing each other. Qin Baobao's verbal skills were not as good as her brother's. She grabbed a pillow and hit him on the head. Qin Zhe angrily retaliated and grabbed another pillow to hit back. This pillow fight ended with Qin Baobao unexpectedly winning. She chased Qin Zhe from the room to the living room, then from the living room to the kitchen. In the end, Xianxia ran back to the room and locked the door. Xianxia threw himself on the bed and gasped for breath. He felt weak and weak. He had just been drained of energy by the system in the morning. Otherwise, he would be riding on Qin Baobao's body and showing off while his sister cried and begged for mercy. A wave of sleepiness hit him and he fell asleep. At 7 o'clock in the evening, Qin Baobao knocked on the door and asked him to wake up for dinner. Dinner was takeout. Qin Baobao did not know how to cook. After dinner, he went back to his room to sleep. At 4 o'clock in the morning, he woke up. He tossed and turned, unable to sleep. His spirit was surprisingly good. System, I can't sleep. Host, I don't have the ability to hypnotize. No, I want to learn that energy training manual. Today I was cheated badly by you. I don't want to try it again. Immediately prepare a training plan for the host. Please wait. After a few seconds, the system interface jumped out in front of Xianxia's eyes. On it was his training schedule. 1. Wake up at 6 o'clock every day and run for an hour. 2. Cultivate 12 Duanjin. I've only heard of Taoist Ba Duanjin. Xianxia said, 12 Duanjin is a method of training Qi. If you don't like the name, you can call it Tai Chi. Okay, the name is not important. But I don't know what to do. Host, please pay 100 points. The system will automatically infuse it into your brain. So expensive. Xianxia complained in his heart. Then he chose to pay. Xianxia's mind trembled as if something had forcefully squeezed its way in. Then he lost consciousness. After an unknown period of time, his consciousness gradually returned. Xianxia opened his eyes and felt that he had somehow learned the 12 brocade swords. Damn, is this the Great Enlightenment method? Xianxia was shocked. What's the principle behind this? Humans store information through the brain. The system said a bunch of things. I don't understand, but it's awesome. Xianxia still did not understand, but he did not dwell on it. He put on his clothes and tiptoed out of the room. The living room was dark. Qin Baobao's door was closed. He put the key in his pocket. After he left, he took out the key and locked the door. It was 4:30 in the morning. The neighborhood was quiet. The streetlights stood alone. In the lobby, the security uncle was lying on the table, dozing off. He zipped up his jacket, lowered his head, and ran out of the residential building. After leaving the neighborhood, he walked left. 2 kilometers away was a park. The area where Xianxia lived used to have many old houses and an elementary school. When he was young, the park was very lively. There were old people exercising and strolling in the park at dawn and dusk. Elementary school students also came to play in the park after school. Now, the park was occupied by aunties dancing in the square. Once in the morning and in the evening, they twisted their fat bodies to the lively music. They were like blooming fat peonies. Chapter 7. The 2 kilometers of running and stopping made Xianxia extremely tired. Although he didn't like to exercise normally, it wasn't difficult for him to jog for 2 kilometers. One could imagine that the system had really drained his body during the day. The park was completely silent. The lush lawn, neatly trimmed shrubs, carefully cultivated flowers, and silent trees. The street lamps cast orange halos. Xianxia sat on the park bench and panted. Sweat dripped down his cheeks. His lungs were like old blowers. Huff, huff, huff. After resting for a few minutes, he got up and jogged in the park. Occasionally cars sped by. Exercise had never been Xianxia's forte. He had a weak stomach since he was young and would vomit after strenuous exercise. Therefore, except for physical education classes, he basically did not do any physical exercise. When he was in school, he watched the boys on the basketball court while the girls cheered them on. With his body and skills, he was not qualified to show his face on the basketball court. Even if he was on the court, he would only be in the background and a passerby. Therefore, he could only sit on the lawn far away, holding a piece of grass in his mouth and looking up at the sky at a 45-degree angle to show that he did not like basketball and disdained the girls' cheers. He jogged for 10 minutes, then walked for 5 minutes. He persisted for an hour. He threw his jacket on the bench and his t-shirt was soaked in sweat. System? I think I need to save myself. Xianxia sat on the lawn and kept retching. Sorry host, the system does not have medical functions. However, you can exchange for Chinese medicine or Western medicine skills from the system. I can exchange for medical skills? Forget it. Without a medical license, I will be arrested by the police. The host is really a blockhead. You have read so many novels. Don't you understand anything? You mean to say that you met an old man who suddenly fell ill in the park? Or a little girl who was hit by a car on the road? Or, oh please, you know that this is a novel. If you were a patient, would you let a layman treat you? What if the patient died? It doesn't make any sense. According to the data, many old Chinese medicine doctors and amateur doctors do not have a medical license. This kind of thing still depends on the host's own efforts. Right now, I just want to save my points for your next mission. Xianxia continued to compete with the system while recuperating. At 5:30, the sky was clear and the curtain of night had faded away. Dawn was about to break. Xianxia finally recovered. He stood still on the lawn of the park, took a deep breath, and got into a fighting stance. He held his dantian with both hands, pressing his left hand down and raising his right hand. When the distance between his hands reached the limit, he slowly closed them again. Then, with his dantian as the center, he drew a big circle with his arms and bent his knees slightly. His breathing became sometimes fast and sometimes slow, coinciding with the movements of his body. His breathing was fresh. Xianxia closed his eyes and emptied his mind. He didn't want to think about anything and relied on his instincts to repeatedly use the 12 brocades. After an unknown period of time, a warm current rose from his dantian and flowed to his limbs and bones, making him feel comfortable. He was immersed in this state until the emotional music rang out. It was like a divine axe that split the chaos in Xianxia's mind. He woke up from his wonderful state with a start. The sky was already bright, and there were more cars outside the park. In a small square not far away, a group of middle-aged women in exercise clothes were walking left and right with light steps. The middle-aged woman leading the dance was even holding a flirtatious fan in her hand. The most popular dynamic ballad was playing from the tape recorder next to him. Xianxia took out his phone and looked. It was already 7:30. He had practiced for 2 hours without realizing it. He picked up the jacket on the lawn, threw it over his shoulder, and jogged toward the neighborhood. When he passed by the breakfast shop, he bought 2 bowls of soy milk, 2 trays of soup dumplings, and 4 youtiao. He took out his key and opened the door. Qin Baobao's room was open. The sound of running water came from the bathroom. His sister was probably taking a shower. Xianxia put the breakfast on the table. His stomach was growling with hunger. Fortunately, his toothbrush and towel were all in the room. Otherwise, Qin Baobao would be starving to death after her shower. Xianxia ate breakfast while looking at the point store. The store was huge, covering all kinds of industries and skills. It was a treasure mountain. Xianxia felt that he had to learn how to use the things inside as soon as possible. Otherwise, he wouldn't be at a loss when he encountered a mission. At this time, Qin Baobao came out of the shower. She was wearing a bathrobe with bangs on her forehead. Her face was white and rosy. Xianxia felt that his sister would be more beautiful with bangs on her head, but Qin Baobao felt that her bangs were more beautiful. Qin Baobao pulled out a chair. Before sitting down, she reached out to pick up a bun and stuffed it into her mouth. She puffed out her cheeks and said, "Where did you go this morning?" "Jogging." Xianxia closed the system interface without any change in expression. "You want to jog?" Qin Baobao heard this and covered her mouth with one hand. Her expression was exaggerated as she laughed to express her disdain. "Don't laugh. In half a year at most, I will be a strange man with 8 abdominal muscles." Xianxia snorted. "Don't say half a year. If you can last a week, I will take care of your cooking for the next month." Qin Baobao curled her lips. "Then I will admit defeat now." Xianxia immediately retaliated. Qin Baobao had lived for 25 years, but she didn't know whether to add oil or vegetables first when cooking. She also didn't know whether to add rice or water when cooking. His sister flew into a rage out of humiliation and hit Xianxia. Xianxia finished his breakfast and suddenly remembered something. "Oh right, give me some more money." Qin Baobao frowned. Her red phoenix eyes were enough to make 90% of women feel ashamed. Didn't I give you 500 yuan last week? Did you really find a girlfriend? Don't look at me like that. I bought the cake for your birthday. Damn it, it cost me 300 yuan. Your friends are all spendthrifts. They didn't eat a single bite. They used it all on their faces. Qin Baobao seemed to be relieved. She ran back to her room in her slippers and came out with her handbag. She took out 500 RMB and put it on the table. Save your money. I just resigned, and my new job only pays me 3,000 RMB. We have to tighten our belts in the future. We can't ask our parents for money, or we'll be nagged by the old man again. Didn't you sign a contract to be a star? A star's salary is only 3,000 yuan? Qin Zai's face was full of, "Don't lie to me." Qin Baobao rolled her eyes. I haven't debuted yet. There are many artists signed by entertainment companies every year. Only a few of them can make a name for themselves. They are all half-baked. Besides, stars don't care about the basic salary. I still have 3 months of training before I can debut. During this period of time, I only have a meager basic salary. Qin Zai suddenly had the idea of making money as soon as possible. Although his family was a local and had 2 houses, they were real estate. He didn't have much savings. In the words of the locals of Shanghai, those who are rich are not from here. Those who are rich are all foreigners. After Qin Zai moved in with his sister, his family stopped paying for his living expenses. Qin Baobao took care of all his expenses. Qin Baobao bought him 3 sets of clothes, mobile phones, and laptops. Qin Zai wanted to make money, but he wouldn't say it out loud. Qin Bao kicked Qin Baobao's leg. Then why are you still sitting there like an idiot? Hurry up and go to training. Don't come back to see me if you don't make a name for yourself. Qin Baobao was furious. She fought back under the table and gave him a Foshan shadowless kick. At 8:30 in the morning, Qin Baobao rushed to work. Qin Zai went to the bathroom to take a shower. He quickly took off his t-shirt and pants. When he was about to throw them into the bamboo basket, he suddenly saw a pile of clothes lying in the basket. On top of the pile was the black lace underwear that Qin Baobao wore yesterday. Qin Zai's first thought was, I heard that there are beauties selling original underwear on the internet. I wonder how much Qin Baobao's underwear can be sold for? At 10 o'clock in the morning, Qin Zai carried the Hermes bag that his sister bought for him. He walked out of the neighborhood and took the subway to the university town. There were many famous universities in this university town: Fudan, Tongji, and the University of Science and Technology. The University of Finance and Economics was slightly inferior to these famous universities. To be honest, it was not bad. However, with his sister in front of him, Qin Zai's results were not good. In the past, his father wanted to train his only son to be a top student at Fudan. However, his only son failed to live up to expectations. He had to settle for something like Tongji. But in the end, Qin Zai went to the University of Finance and Economics. His father was disappointed, but he could not say anything. Because Qin Zai said with righteous indignation, "Dragons give birth to dragons, phoenixes give birth to phoenixes, and mice give birth to children." His father was a professor at the University of Finance and Economics. Red walls, red roofs, and extravagant school gates. Qin Zai walked briskly into the familiar campus with a shoulder bag. The wide 2-way driveway was lined with trees on both sides. Scantily dressed girls were walking on the sidewalk with books in their hands. Some were walking in groups of 2 or 3, and some were walking alone. Sometimes, cars drove into the campus at low speeds. Qin Zai was wearing a hoodie and carrying a shoulder bag. He looked like a high school student. He did not like carrying a shoulder bag, but he had to. After all, he was not a resident student. There were a lot of textbooks and he had to memorize them. Moreover, this bag was bought by Qin Baobao. She spent all of her year-end bonus. This afternoon, there was an open class related to international finance. In the afternoon, there were 2 professional classes. Originally, he could have taken a nap at home and come to school after lunch. But the professor in charge of this class was famous for being narrow-minded. From time to time, he would give a test. The test results were directly linked to the final grades. Many students were cheated by him, so very few students skipped his class. The students had the same opinion about this professor, wilted radish and spicy heart. This professor's surname was Qin. That's right, he was Qin Zhe's father. Chapter 8. Qin Zhe took out his phone and sent a message to the dorm 303 group chat. Those who don't skip class will be rewarded with a popsicle. Soon, someone replied, Professor Qin is too sinister. I wouldn't dare skip class. Can I change the reward to a girlfriend? Men never lick popsicles. Please buy me an ice cream cone. Qin Zhe smiled as his fingers flew across the screen. How about an inflatable girlfriend? Then let's be more uniform. Everyone eats ice cream. I just passed by the convenience store. I'll go to the classroom after buying an ice cream cone. I'll wait for you at the door. After he finished speaking, he put his phone back in his pocket and walked into a small supermarket on campus. Everyone was given an ice cream cone. After buying, they carried the plastic bags and walked leisurely to the classroom building. Outside the classroom, Qin Zhe leaned against the railing and faced the classroom. He took out an ice cream cone and ate it. There were still 15 minutes before class started. Students in 2s and 3s walked into the spacious classroom with books in their hands. There were 5 classes in the open class. The classroom could accommodate 500 people. Qin Zhe. Someone called out to him not far away. Qin Zhe turned his head and a smile appeared on his face. 3 sloppy guys walked over together. The one in the middle was a 1.9 tall and sturdy man. He was Zhao Guishan from the northeast. His nickname was Ba Liang. He had big shoulders and a round waist with strong muscles. He usually said me when he spoke. Zhao Guishan's name was too old-fashioned. Qin Zhe liked to call him Zhao Baliang. On the left of Zhao Baliang was a good-looking guy. His name was Li Liang. He was a local from Shanghai. His family background was better than Qin Zhe's. His father owned a large foreign trade company. Li Liang had 3 houses under his name. He was a proper rich second generation. However, he was friendly and easy to get along with. He liked to go to nightclubs and called himself an experienced driver. The last one was an average-looking young man. His name was Lu Ziqiang. He was from Suzhou. His family background was average, his talents were average, and his looks were average. Like Qin Zhe, he was a passerby. His favorite saying was, "A man should strive for self-improvement." These 3 people were Qin Zhe's roommates. Although Qin Zhe didn't live in the dormitory, his bed was reserved. He only needed to pay the dormitory fee to the school. At the end of every semester, he would stay in school for a month, with a beam hanging over his head. Qin Zhe distributed the ice cream cone to his roommates. Zhao Baliang took half of it in one bite and said in a muffled voice, "Qin Zhe, are you sleeping in the dormitory today?" What? Qin Zhe glanced at him. Li Liang licked the ice cream cone and winked. "I'm tired of watching the 16 gigabytes of ice cream that you downloaded for Ba Liang last time. It's a pity that there's no fresh blood to supplement it. It's boring to play with Miss Wuxia at night. Go, go, go!" Zhao Baliang slapped Li Liang's small body against the wall. Lu Ziqiang smiled as he watched his 2 roommates bicker. He nodded at Qin Zhe. Qin Zhe smiled. "When we get back, I'll give you my Xuanlei account number. You can download it yourself." Li Liang was shocked. "Yo, you're willing to hand over the key to the treasure house? Are you hiding a mistress outside? Get lost. It's not like you don't know that I live with my sister." Qin Zhe pretended to kick him. Li Liang hurriedly jumped away. "From now on, I'll abstain from arrogance, impatience, and masturbation. Let's have a meal together after class and then go to the internet cafe," Qin Zhe suggested. His roommates unanimously agreed. "Speaking of which, didn't you say that your sister is very good-looking? Keep the goodies within the family. If she doesn't have a boyfriend, she can introduce some to us. Forget about me. After all, I'm an old driver. I don't want to find a girlfriend to manage me. But Ba Liang is honest and strong. He has a big penis and good skills. And old Lu. Although he's a bit boring, I feel worried for them every night when I see them fighting each other." Li Liang hugged Qin Zhe's neck. "Get lost." The 3 of them shouted at him together. The 4 of them leaned against the guardrail and ate ice cream cones, giggling. As class approached, a group of people walked over from the corridor. They were vigorous and full of vigor. They looked a bit like gangsters on the road. The leader was a handsome guy. His hairstyle was very trendy. His sideburns were shaved and the top of his hair was styled. He wore silver earrings, a tight black t-shirt, and white jeans. He was surrounded by a group of people as he walked over. Since there was a passerby like Xianxia in this society, of course, there would be protagonists who were sought after. Xianxia knew this handsome guy with dashing eyebrows and bright eyes. Who didn't know the campus hunk? This guy was called Zhang Mingyu. He was from the People's Republic of China and was a veritable rich second generation. It was said that his family owned 3 listed companies and had assets of several billion yuan. In comparison, Li Liang was a country bumpkin in front of him. University was not like middle school or high school. In high school, top students were popular. Top students were popular with teachers and admired by female students. Top students were the upper class of the school. In university, top students were worthless. Relying on one's father was the way of the king. But it was different if the family was rich and a top student. Zhang Mingyu was such a person. He was rich and a top student. But he was also handsome. He didn't give Xianxia and other passers-by a chance. Zhang Mingyu became popular on the first day of school because he drove a Porsche sports car to school. Someone took a picture of him and posted it on the campus forum. Girls were shouting that they wanted to have babies with him. As soon as Zhang Mingyu entered the classroom, Xianxia and the others heard a lot of noise coming from inside, mixed with the girls' exclamations. Li Liang said sourly, "So arrogant. So what if your family is rich?" Zhao Baliang continued, "So what if he is handsome?" Lu Ziqiang said faintly, "So what if he is a top student?" Xianxia finally concluded, "I really want to kill him." Class was about to start. Xianxia and the others quickly finished their ice cream cones and walked into the classroom. In the spacious lecture hall, more than 200 people were sitting in the dark. This large classroom could accommodate 500 people, so it was not crowded. Xianxia and the others chose a seat with few people and sat down. Zhang Mingyu sat on their left near the aisle and was talking to his companions in a low voice. The seats around Zhang Mingyu were occupied by female students who coveted his beauty and money. This kind of person was the center of attention wherever he went. There were a few girls next to Xianxia who were talking excitedly. Zhang Mingyu is here too. So handsome. If only I could be his girlfriend. Go away. I am his true love. It's just that he hasn't noticed me yet. He is young and rich. His grades are so good. He is the nation's Prince Charming. If I could have a relationship with him, my 4 years of school would not have been in vain. In your dreams. His girlfriend is the prettiest in the faculty. Humph, we have to believe that the prettiest in the faculty is the scenery in Appa Mingyu's life. We are his true home. Xianxia thought to himself, damn retards. At this time, a girl poked Xianxia's arm with a pen and said impatiently, "Hey, classmate, you are blocking my photo." Xianxia turned his head and saw that the girls were taking photos with their phones. He didn't have to guess that they were going to post it on the school forum to show off. The title must be something like, "The Surprising Appearance of Prince Charming Zhang Mingyu." There were too many posts like this and he had seen many of them. Li Liang said with a dark face, "If you want to take photos, take them outside. It is class time now." The girls sneered. "Why do you care? It's not like we are taking photos of you. Or you jealous of the school hunk. You can tell just by looking at his face full of envy and jealousy. He looks so ugly. Even if you take photos for us, we won't take photos. Hot shots, hot shots." Ha! Li Liang exploded in anger. Xianxia tugged at his sleeve and shook his head. There was no need to quarrel with girls. It would be embarrassing if he lost, and it wouldn't be something to be proud of if he won. When the bell rang, a middle-aged man walked in from the classroom door. He was wearing a casual suit and his hair was neatly combed. He had a square face and a serious expression. He was middle-aged and had a reserved temperament. This was probably the so-called a man in his 40s. As soon as he appeared, the classroom immediately quieted down. Professor Qin was here. Professor Qin scanned the large classroom and nodded his head. He turned on the calculator and took out the teaching materials from his briefcase. He said in a clear voice, "Today, we will not take attendance. It will save you guys the trouble of shouting here for your classmates. Every time I see it, I feel embarrassed to point it out." The classroom was filled with laughter. Today, I will talk about 2 key topics in international finance: foreign exchange theory and practice, and financial engineering. Open the books. Xianxia lowered his head and tried not to be noticed by the old man. He aimlessly browsed through the points store in high spirits. This class was not a professional class, and the final exam was also an open book exam. He was not worried. At the end of the semester, the old man would put a stack of teaching materials in front of him and mark out the key topics. He just had to follow the old man's ideas and study. Not to mention that he was good at everything, he would definitely not fail. The class gradually came to an end. Before class ends, I will give everyone a task. Professor Qin opened a slide on the computer and projected it on the big screen through the projector. It was actually densely packed Russian. What the hell? The students were stunned. This paragraph is an excerpt from the Russian economist Andrei Petronas. Peter's 800 Years of Monetary History. Andrei has always been a criticized economist in Russia. He did not write many books and was not famous, but there are many interesting things in his books. It is very chewy. This is a very interesting paragraph that I have picked out. There is no Chinese translation at the moment. Later, download it from my network drive and translate it. Also, write a review of no less than 1,000 words. Just send the homework to my email. Professor Qin was showing off his Russian again. All the students thought at the same time. Xianxia silently covered his face. His father was proficient in Russian, English, and Japanese. From time to time, he would show off in class. "Professor Qin, there is no need." Zhang Mingyu suddenly stood up with a calm look on his face as if he was the main character. He said, "He actually recited the paragraph in fluent Russian." There was a bit of jerkiness in his pronunciation, but other than Professor Qin, no one could hear the flaws. The girls in the class were shocked and screamed non-stop. The faces of Xianxia's roommates changed. The *CK, he is handsome, rich, and more talented than you. The heavens are not fair. Zhang Mingyu paused and said with confidence, "This paragraph talks about the transition from the era of gold to the era of credit notes. Some of the social changes caused by the transition. The author has high hopes for the future of credit notes and some speculations about the future of finance. I have to say, this is a very far-sighted economist." Clap, clap, clap. There was applause. The girls were so excited that their faces turned red. At this time, Xianxia received a message. "There is a task reminder. Please check it." Oh my God, Zhang Mingyu knows Russian. He is indeed my idol. I like him so much. Amazing. This man is so outstanding. I heard that his family has a listed company that is invested in by Russian investors. It is not surprising that he knows Russian. Who said that my Mingyu is a rich second-generation hedonist? I will get angry with you. That's right. Some boys don't work hard because their family is poor. They only know how to be envious and jealous. The last girl to speak glared fiercely at Li Liang, Xianxia, and the others. Her photo was blocked by them and she had a quarrel. "Who are you scolding?" Li Liang was angry. "Classmate, your ugly face makes me very unhappy." Lu Ziqiang said. Zhao Baliang did not speak. He glared at the girl. But she was not afraid of him at all. "Oh, you won't let people talk. That's right. You will be poor for the rest of your life. No wonder you don't have a girlfriend. Only a blind person would like you. You can't compare to my idol. Look at how self-aware this classmate is." He didn't say a word. A girl pouted angrily at Xianxia. There was a burst of laughter. Xianxia turned to look at her and suddenly stood up. "Professor Qin, I have a different opinion." Chapter 9. Professor Qin, I have a different opinion. As soon as he said this, there was a moment of silence in the classroom. Everyone looked at Xianxia. Zhang Mingyu raised her eyebrows and looked sideways. Under everyone's gaze, Xianxia's mind suddenly echoed the song he listened to last night. It was a song from the Point Store. The lyrics went like this. The quieter the crowd, the quieter it is. The more indifferent it is. I want to stir up an accident. It's like suddenly singing. In everyone's eyes, was he a clown who was trying to please the crowd? Qin Zhe smiled slightly and shook off Zhao Baliang, whose face changed drastically, and walked calmly to the podium. He walked to the big blackboard that was made up of 4 small blackboards and wiped away all of the old man's handwriting. He picked up a piece of chalk, and under everyone's stunned gaze, including the old man's, he started writing at a high speed. His handwriting was messy, but smooth. He wrote in Chinese. Some busybodies read after him. In the hundreds of years when the gold standard ruled the economy, the financial resources of all countries were flat and uniform. There were no ups and downs, no overnight riches, and no possibility of a meteoric rise. For many restless people, it was undoubtedly a desperate and difficult era. The advent of the era of credit notes gave more people the opportunity to change their lives, and also created the possibility of unlimited growth of the world's wealth. Human life will be completely changed, and life will be full of opportunities. But Qin Zhe paused and turned to look at Zhang Mingyu. He continued to write with disdain. Deflation and inflation are like women's menstruation. From time to time, it greets the lives of people all over the world. You can get rich overnight, but you can also lose all your wealth overnight. Yesterday, you could buy a car, but today, you can only buy a loaf of bread. If God opens his eyes and looks at the world, he will definitely admire the wisdom of the American government. No, the governments of the world. Qin Zhe turned around and faced more than 200 students. He said firmly, "This excerpt is the author's apparent praise and derision of the American government and the governments of all countries around the world. He is ridiculing credit notes as the most ridiculous and shameless lie in the history of human currency." Of course, just as the Chinese language was broad and profound, there was a difference between a biological elder sister and a biological elder sister. There was also a difference between liking a younger sister and liking a younger sister. If you don't have a deep understanding of Russian, you won't be able to see the irony in the author's words. Zhang Mingyu's face instantly darkened. A biological sister and a biological sister are 2 different things. Professor Qin's mouth twitched. At this time, the bell rang, signaling the end of class. Qin Zhe did not dare to look at his father's face. With a flick of his finger, he placed the chalk into the chalk box. He clapped his hands and said indifferently, "I will write the translation of the excerpt. Students, just copy it accordingly. No need to thank me, please call me Lei Feng." Being able to read Russian and being able to translate Russian were 2 completely different things. In the silence, he walked out of the classroom with the bell ringing. Beautiful. I give myself full marks for acting tough. The chivalrous hero who killed a person in 10 steps without leaving a trace for 1,000 miles looked cool and unrestrained. In fact, he was afraid of being retaliated against or being arrested by the soldiers. This was called quitting while you were ahead. After Qin Zhe walked out of the classroom, he immediately quickened his pace. At the same time, the monotonous voice of the system sounded in his mind. Main mission, Divinity Show, completed. The host is rewarded with 200 points. Qin Zhe lowered his head and naturally opened the mission interface. This mission was not like the one with Qin Bao Bao, where the mission notification disappeared after completion. It was still there. Main mission, Divinity Show, 1/5. This is AF * King Chain mission? Qin Zhe understood. According to the host's inner desires, he desires to amaze the world with a single brilliant feat, be noticed by the crowd, be cheered by the girls, and be shocked by the same sex. Therefore, this mission is a chain mission. Then it's over. This kind of inner desire is endless. I can't finish it in my lifetime. The system did not respond. Qin Zhe. A voice called out from behind him. The 3 guys from room 303 rushed out of the classroom and chased after him. Qin Zhe stood still. Li Liang said, "God, please accept my kneeling." Lu Ziqiang said, "How do you know Russian?" "We don't know." Qin Zhe did not have any good points in his life, but he was good at talking and talking nonsense. His expression did not change. "It's not like you don't know who my dad is." The 3 guys immediately understood. Professor Qin and Qin Zhe were father and son. Not many people in the class knew about it, but Qin Zhe did not hide it from his roommates. After all, it was not a secret, but he did not want to publicize it. In this day and age, if you went to the student union and grabbed a student, it could be a student related to a teacher or leader. Professor Qin was a strange man who was proficient in Russian, English, and Japanese. It was understandable that his son knew a little Russian. Zhao Baliang patted Qin Zhe on the shoulder with his big hand, almost knocking him to the ground. You don't even know how to support a wall. I'm impressed. Li Liang was enraptured. You didn't see Zhang Mingyu's face. He looked at you like you killed his father. That was a painful slap in the face, especially that sentence, Russian is not deep enough. I understand now. A dog that doesn't bark bites. Lu Ziqiang said faintly. The four of them went down the school building and were about to go to the cafeteria together when Qin Zhe's phone rang. He took it out and saw a message. Wait for me on the second floor of the cafeteria. Caller ID. Old man. Qin Zhe calmly put his phone back into his pocket and walked to the entrance of the cafeteria. He waved to his roommates. My dad asked me to eat. You guys go ahead. We'll meet at the entrance of the cafeteria and play games together. The second floor was the teacher's cafeteria. The flow of people was obviously much less than the first floor. It was not too cold or bustling. The environment was not bad. More importantly, the food was not on the same level. The old man was a more old-fashioned and serious person. He would not bring his son to improve the food every 2 or 3 days. He did not want to be special. In the past, it was Qin Zhe who shamelessly followed him to eat. Qin Zhe chose a seat by the window and waited silently. 10 minutes later, the old man walked slowly to the second floor. He glanced around and walked to the window. He smiled and greeted the teachers he knew along the way. After a while, he sat opposite Qin Zhe with the food. There were 2 meat dishes, 2 vegetables, and 1 soup. The 2 bowls of rice were enough. The food looked more exquisite than the students' food. The old man did not have any rules when eating. He did not pay attention to eating or sleeping. He just chewed and swallowed slowly. Therefore, he looked very elegant. However, the siblings did not inherit any of the old man's good points. Usually, he and Qin Baobao would lie on the sofa with their bowls in their hands. They would watch TV while eating. Occasionally, they would snatch the food to eat. If they were at home, the old man would flip the table. When did you learn Russian? Grandpa Sheng asked casually as he ate some rice with his chopsticks and chewed carefully. Here it comes. Qin Zhe lowered his head and ate the rice. His brain worked quickly. The next second, he came up with an answer. I have learned Russian for more than half a year. When I am free, I will go to the foreign languages department and listen to their classes. When I am not in class, I will watch videos at home and learn pronunciation. Russian is actually quite interesting. I like Russian more than English. I think that when I graduate in the future, I will only have a bachelor's degree. There is nothing special about it. So, I want to pave the way for myself. It is always good to have more skills. In fact, he wanted to say 100 points for the exchange. The task this time was, translate this paragraph in Russian and suppress Zhang Mingyu's arrogance. Achieve the effect of shocking everyone. Without the task item, he could only spend points to exchange for Russian proficiency. Fortunately, he had an in-depth understanding of the points store. Soon, he found the language department and chose to exchange for intermediate Russian proficiency. The task reward was 200 points. After deducting the points used for the exchange, he only earned 100 points. It is good that you have this understanding. What are you talking about? The old man was originally gratified. Suddenly, he realized that his son's words were not right. He was a professor at the school that gave out this lousy diploma. Qin Zhe pretended to be deaf and dumb. How is your sister these days? She is fine. She goes to work on time every day. After dinner, she watches TV and plays computer games. She is definitely in bed before 11 o'clock. On weekends, we go out for a walk, drink coffee, and occasionally eat hot pot. Qin Zhe added in his heart, then we play games to improve our points. Qin Zhe needed to report his sister's situation to the old man from time to time. Although his sister was very smart, She was too carefree in life. Even at 25 years old, she could not make his parents feel at ease. Xianxia was different. He was undoubtedly a failure in intelligence, but he was a good child since he was young. He was steady and mature. His parents were very reassured. You haven't been home for a month. Your mother misses you very much. Come back for dinner this weekend. The old man nodded, indicating that he understood. Mom won't arrange a blind date for her again, right? Xianxia asked tentatively. His mother was very anxious about Qin Baobao's marriage. Especially for decades, the neighbors all had grandchildren and married off their daughters. However, Qin Baobao did not even bring a boyfriend home. Her daughter was not living up to her expectations. As a mother, she had no choice but to be concerned. She searched all over the country for a rich husband for her daughter. For this reason, she even bought a DSLR camera and specially took photos of Qin Baobao. Every few days, she would arrange a blind date for her. Qin Baobao did not get tired of it. The number of times she came home became less and less. The last time she came home was last month. Xianxia said in his heart, "Mom, if you put this thought on me, your son might have already been born. It's time for her to find a partner." The old man said, "No rush, no rush. I don't even have a girlfriend." Xianxia said sourly, "She is already 25. How can she not be in a rush? Can you be the same as her? When a man is 30, it is not too late to start a family. But how many years of youth does a woman have? Once a woman is over 30, she will deteriorate day by day. You can't stop it even if you want to. When that time comes and you want to marry into a good family, who will still like you?" He said it as if she was 35. She was only 25, okay? Xianxia curled his lips and did not think much of it. Does she have a boyfriend? Xianxia thought for a while and felt that she should have one. Yesterday, he saw her wearing sexy lingerie. However, he did not dare to say this out loud. He was afraid that the old man would slap him to death. Chapter 10. Dad, are there any part-time jobs in our school? Xianxia suddenly asked. The old man frowned. Studying is a student's duty. You haven't graduated yet. Why are you thinking about this? Besides, are you good at your studies? You don't do proper work. My sister wants to change her phone, but her salary isn't much. She still has to support our expenses. She can't save money, so I want to find a part-time job with more money to update my phone. Of course, Xianxia couldn't say that his sister had changed her job. They were in a financial crisis. The old man's brows immediately relaxed. He pondered for a moment. Professor Li, who works in the same office as me, recently accepted a job to help a private equity company with fund investment modeling. They are lacking an assistant. I'll ask around for you. Will they want me? The old man sneered. It's rare for you to know your own worth. Don't you still have me? If you have any problems, come to me. Xianxia replied with an "oh" and continued eating. System, is there any way to make money quickly? It's best if I can get rich overnight. Host, the system is not your mother. Xianxia was depressed. He had thought of many ways to make money today. The points store was a big treasure, but he had no way to use it. Write songs for a singer? The review of submissions was probably very troublesome. Besides, he had no channels. He had never contacted an entertainment company and didn't know how to submit. In the future, when Qin Baobao made a name for himself, he could consider it. Becoming a director was even more unrealistic. He was a poor student. He had no manpower, funds, props, and so on. Marketing plans in the exchange store? Start a company? That wouldn't work either. He still had no channels and no capital. The most important thing was that he didn't know how to attract investors. System, what do you think about stock trading? If I catch the upper limit every day, my net worth will increase a few times in a month. Even if you get the knowledge of stock trading through the exchange, you can't catch the upper limit every day. Besides, you don't have enough points. Do I need to exchange? You can just tell me. Aren't you an intelligent system? Can't you predict which stock is going to hit the upper limit? Ridiculous. First of all, the system doesn't have the ability to predict the future. Second, the stock market of your country can become rich through knowledge. There are many shady dealings in the stock market. Stop, stop, stop. There are some things that only you and I know. It's fine if we don't say it out loud. This society is very harmonious. You can't talk nonsense. Thank you for your reminder, host. As an intelligent system, I instantly understand what you mean. In the future, I will not reveal any insider information that will affect social harmony. You're worth teaching. Since the system was unreliable, Xianxia could only think of a way by himself. Being an assistant to the professor and building a mathematical model was a good idea. If it was done well, he might have a lot of orders in the future. As for asking the old man for help, forget about it. He had the system in his hands, so why would he be afraid of a mere mathematical model? After lunch, Xianxia and the old man went downstairs side by side. They saw the three guys at the door chatting and laughing while waiting for him. "Dad, I'm going with my classmates," Xianxia said. The old man glanced at them, and the three of them immediately raised their heads, puffed out their chests, and sucked in their stomachs. The old man nodded. There were many shops in the university town: milk tea shops, coffee shops, restaurants, KTV, internet cafes, supermarkets. Xianxia and the others walked toward the internet cafes that they frequented, which was not far from the university. When they arrived at the university gate, they saw a white Porsche sports car slowly driving out of the university gate. The car window was not rolled up. The guy driving was wearing a pair of black sunglasses, fashionable and handsome. It was Zhang Mingyu, who was slapped in the face by Xianxia in the open class. In the passenger seat was a scantily dressed beauty with a pink LV Bao Bao on her lap. She was wearing headphones and playing with her mobile phone. Many envious eyes were cast at the sports car. This son of a bitch drove a sports car back to show off again. Li Liang gnashed his teeth and expressed the jealousy of a little rich second generation towards a super rich second generation. That seems to be the belle of the foreign languages department. She's really beautiful. Lu Ziqiang sighed. He drives a sports car and takes a beauty out for sex. We losers can only sit in the internet cafes and play games. Zhao Baliang also sighed. We didn't lose at the starting line. When she was born, we were already at the finish line. Xianxia suddenly remembered that when he was studying history, Liu Bang and Xianxia saw Emperor Qin Shi Huang touring the south. Flags were everywhere, halberds were everywhere, and the carriage was gorgeous. Liu Bang sighed and said, "A real man should be like this." The internet cafes that they frequented were not big, and the facilities and environment were not as good as the neighboring ones. However, only this internet cafes allowed smoking. A real man could not smoke, but how could a real man who played games not smoke? The group turned on their computers. Amidst the clattering of the keyboard, they logged in their accounts and passwords. While waiting for a match, they smoked. The four of them had the same expression. Their eyes were disdainful, and the corners of their mouths were crooked, as if they were the most powerful people in the world. Who cared about the Porsche, the tall, rich and handsome men? Who cared about the belle of the department? Was the belle of the department more important than teammates? Was there a teammate who would stick with you through life and death? Teammates were the ones who risked their lives to save you. Only teammates were true love. Their battle had begun. No matter who was sitting on the other side of the computer, the heroes of Dormitory 303 were never afraid. To paraphrase the words of a great man, tactically, you must value the enemy. Strategically, you must look down on them. The four of them in Dormitory 303 each had their own characteristics. Zhao Baliang was the kind of person who had a bad temper and was more suited to play as a meat shield. Li Liang was more cunning and liked to play tricks and sneak attacks. He was in charge of jungling. Lu Ziqiang was good at playing as an AD. Xianxia's hand speed was average, but he had an unparalleled view of the big picture. He was the core of the team, and he played as a support. The last person typed happily, "Wow, this is the first time I've seen a mid-laner that no one wanted." "Thank you, everyone." Li Liang replied cheekily, "You're welcome, son." The four of them found their way to the jungles on the opposite side and ambushed the jungles. The mid-laner stood under the tower and danced. Xianxia placed a series of markings on him, but the other party was still indifferent. Li Liang placed an eye in the jungles. A moment later, the 5 people on the opposite side appeared in his field of vision. Xianxia frowned. He placed a danger marker and led his people to retreat. If the other party had only one person in the jungles, this sneak attack would have been successful. However, the other party was obviously not a rookie and intended to fight a team battle. Xianxia only had 4 people on his side. He couldn't and didn't dare to. If they were wiped out, there would be no need to play this game. What's this guy doing? Li Liang was a little angry. Xianxia placed an eye in the river to prevent the other party from coming over to fish. Then he helped Li Liang to start the fight. Level 3. Help the mid lane kill people first, Xianxia said. Then, he went to the bottom lane to assist Lu Ziqiang. A moment later, double kill. The opposing mid lane took 2 kills. What's going on? Xianxia was dumbfounded. See this idiot. Li Liang yelled. I placed markings on him for a long time. Didn't he see it? See, I ambushed the opposing mid laner and he was watching from the side. He only reacted when the opponent flashed away. He flashed to the bottom of the tower. He wants to pass the tower at level 3? How did you die? I saw that the opponent was low on HP, so I flashed. Who knew that this guy had a healer? Xianxia thought for a moment. Find a chance to catch another wave. If this guy can't be revived, you help him. Level 6. Come to the bottom lane and catch another wave. After a while, Li Liang ran directly to the top lane to catch people. The 2 of them cooperated well and successfully took a kill from the opposing team. They successfully took down the first kill, but the next moment, the opposing team retaliated. The mid lane was caught by the opposing jungler. With the 2 of them working together, they effortlessly took his life. Li Liang typed, mid lane is dirty. 2 minutes later, the mid lane was killed again. Li Liang typed again, can you look at the map? A minute later, the mid lane tower was gone. Li Liang continued to type, primary school student? You're the primary school student. Your whole family are primary school students. The mid laner seemed to be very angry. Li Liang complained, you're king not a primary school student. I'll livestream myself eating tea, eat it. I'm a junior high school student. Who would believe that? I'm a girl. If you're a girl, I'll livestream myself eating tea. 15 minutes later, the mid laner was killed 12 times. 0 kills and 0 assists. Xianxia glanced at the map. The junglers in the mid and bottom lanes were gone. He raised his eyebrows and marked Xiaolong's position. Sure enough, the opposing team's 3 people were trying to kill Xiaolong. In order to confuse the opponent, the jungler appeared in the top lane to catch Xiaobaliang. Our side's mid lane continued to kill minions. At Xiaolong's position, Xianxia's team and the opposing team's 3 people were in full swing. Xiaobaliang was struggling on the verge of death. After walking the dog for a round, he finally breathed his last. On Xiaolong's side, the outcome was already clear. While they were happily killing Xiaolong, Xianxia flashed in and locked the 3 people in place. Li Liang immediately cut into the battlefield and used his big move to surround the 3 people. After sacrificing Xianxia and Lu Ziqiang, he wiped out the opposing team and took Xiaolong. The situation finally turned for the better. Xianxia exhaled and lit a cigarette. At this time, he saw the mid laner react. Cool. Cool you're a... Li Liang typed and muttered, how did I get matched with this kind of idiot? Damn bronze rank? The 4 people in the dorm were all about the same rank. If they played together, they wouldn't meet experts or noobs. Of course, this was excluding those who opened smurf accounts. Xianxia thought for a moment and felt a pang of guilt. Yesterday, he had played with Qin Baobao and lost 5 times in a row. His rank had plummeted, and only then did he attract a guy who was on the same level as him. The situation was still one-sided. The territory was gradually nibbled away, and the 2 crystals were taken. But at the 35th minute, the situation was reversed. The opposing team was obviously careless. After gaining the advantage, they started to go crazy. They didn't take advantage of the situation and went to attack the main dragon. In the end, the four-man team took the opportunity to counterattack at the main dragon, and the opposing team was wiped out. This was a common problem for mid and low-level players. They wouldn't go home if they didn't go crazy. They would row a boat without oars and rely on waves for their whole life. After gaining the advantage, they would always want to continue to abuse noobs and maintain their advantage. Only 5 godly equipment? No, I can't push it. I'll push it when I get to 6 godly equipment. Xianxia looked at the resurrection time and put out his cigarette. We'll clear the troops along the way. Ba Liang will go home to replenish his health. Just teleport and follow us. Zhao Baliang was a big piece of meat. The others could be at low health, but he couldn't. As long as he could stand and tank the tower, he could wipe out the opposing team in one go. The opposing team only had one high tower left in the middle lane. 42 seconds later, at the last second before the opposing team resurrected, the crystal exploded. Victory! The 4 of them leaned on the sofa, looking weak. After being tense for more than half an hour, it was finally over. At this time, Xianxia found that the cute mid-laner wanted to add him as a friend. Except, Guru, please carry me. They didn't want to add me as a friend. You're the only one who agreed. Guru, please accept my kneeling. To carry me up the ranks. I'm a girl. Chapter 11. Should we bring her? Xianxia asked for his teammates' opinion. No. Li Liang refused. Lu Ziqiang and Zhao Baliang didn't care. Xianxia invited him to join the game and said jokingly, maybe it's really a girl? The second round was much easier than the first. After more than half an hour of practice, the mid-laner wasn't dumb anymore. At least she listened to the commands. She seemed to know that Xianxia was the core of the team. As long as he marked her, she would listen to him. If Xianxia asked her to go to the bottom lane, she would go to the bottom lane. If he asked her to fight Xiaolong, she would fight Xiaolong. 3 wins in a row. Xianxia looked at the time. It was 1:30 in the afternoon. There was a class at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. I'm going offline. Go play by yourself. No. I'll be promoted to silver if I win one more round. Guru, please carry me. What? The other party acted cute. No, I have to go to class. Oh, are you really a primary school student? Change the word small to big. Guru, where do you go to university? Shanghai University of Finance. I'm also from Shanghai. Scatter flowers. Let's play again next time? The other party probed. Xianxia replied, okay. He logged out of the game, settled the account, and turned off his phone. There were 2 classes in the afternoon. Xianxia didn't dare to be distracted like in the public classes. Even if he went to university, his old man was still very concerned about his grades. He often said, if you don't work hard when you're young, you'll be sad when you're old. His old man was full of despair about Xianxia's future. However, Xianxia's level was limited. Every time he listened to a lecture, he could only understand half of it at most. He was not a top student, so he could not study in his spare time. In the past, he was often dragged to the library by Qin Bao. After Qin Bao graduated, he immediately said goodbye to the library. At 6 p.m., today's class ended. Xianxia followed his roommates back to the dormitory. The boys' dormitory was dirty and messy. There was a trash can that hadn't been emptied for a week, and it was filled with honey paper balls. There was yesterday's takeout lunchbox and some clothes on the table. Fortunately, there was no smell in the air. Xianxia took off all the sheets that he hadn't slept on for months and put them in a plastic bag. He was going to take them home and throw them into the washing machine. The 4 of them chatted in the dormitory. Li Liang suggested that they continue to fight at the internet cafe that night. Everyone agreed. Xianxia gladly agreed. He was addicted to the game and hadn't played in a while. Look at the campus forum. Look at the campus forum. Zhao Baliang shouted. Xianxia and the others opened the campus forum in confusion. There was a post that was pinned to the top. The title was very interesting. Surprising face-slapping king, slapping school hunk Zhang Mingyu. The post described in detail the wonderful process of Zhang Mingyu being slapped in the face by a nobody in the finance department's public lecture in the morning. The writer was experienced, and the writing was full of ups and downs. Then there were a few photos. The first was a projection of a selected paragraph in Russian. The second was Zhang Mingyu's impassioned recitation. The third was Qin Zhe's back view, his pen flying on the blackboard. The fourth was Zhang Mingyu's gloomy face. From the morning until now, 7 or 8 hours had passed. The post had more than 3,000 views and 999 plus comments. There are pictures and the truth. I believe it. Well done. I admire you. What the hell? Are you trying to find fault with my idol? Why didn't you take a picture of his face? Let's search him. He doesn't look good from the back. How can someone like him compare with my idol? Face slapping my ass lands how sesame cake. Zhang Mingyu has so many brainless fans. I heard from the students present that the professor assigned the students an extracurricular task to translate the Russian passage and write down their thoughts. Then Zhang Mingyu stood up and said that the professor didn't need to do that. It was too easy. He recited it in Russian on the spot and pretended to be cool whenever he disagreed. The students applauded. At this time, the face-slapping king suddenly stood up and shouted, "I have a different opinion." He strode to the podium, translated the passage into Chinese, and refuted Zhang Mingyu's opinion. My classmate said that he and his friends were stunned. Upstairs, I'm dying of laughter. This is the legendary saying that you failed to show off and got screwed. I feel pain from the slap in the face. Zhang Mingyu excitedly put his right face forward. Please continue. There are so many awesome people in our university. Let's teach that rich second generation a lesson. There is always someone better than him. The original poster is an idiot. Long live Zhang Mingyu. Zhang Mingyu is invincible. Zhang Mingyu will live for generations. Zhang Mingyu smiled and put down the gun that was pointed at my head. Most of the comments were happy to see the drama. There were also many Zhang Mingyu supporters. They came back and forth and their words were fierce. Qin Zhe, you're on fire. Li Liang looked at the comments and laughed. Qin Zhe said worriedly, can I live until tomorrow? Will Zhang Mingyu pay an assassin to kill me? Zhao Baliang patted him on the shoulder and said in a deep voice, brother, have a safe trip. You can leave the Xuanlei account to me. Lu Ziqiang smiled and said, before you go, show me your sister's photo. Get lost. Qin Zhe laughed and scolded. He threw his phone on the bed and began to take off the pillowcase. He almost forgot the pillowcase. At this time, Qin Zhe's phone rang. He looked down and saw that it was from his sister. Qin Zhe picked up the phone and put it on speaker. He took off the pillowcase and said, what? Where are you? Qin Bao Bao's sexy voice came from the speaker. It was a bit hoarse and coquettish. Li Liang, Zhao Baliang and Lu Ziqiang stared at the phone. Their eyes were shining. I'm at school. What's wrong? Qin Zhe knew something was wrong. Her voice was not coquettish at all. Why aren't you back yet? I'll be back later. Maybe I'll stay in the dorm and not come back. Qin Zhe said. When they played games, it was common for them to stay up all night. If you don't come back, I'll jump off the building. Qin Bao Bao said with a sobbing tone. What's wrong? My period is here. Qin Bao Bao said with grievance. I'll be back soon. Qin Zhe hung up the phone decisively. He carried the plastic bag in his bag and strode out the door. My period is here. I'll be back soon. Damn, that was a lot of information. This guy really had a mistress in his house. He even pretended to be single and mingled around them. The 3 roommates rushed up. One hugged her waist, one hugged her legs, and the last one turned around to close the door. Are you guys crazy? What are you doing? Qin Zhe was confused. You're not being honest. You didn't live on campus for 3 years. How could there be nothing fishy? Who's the girl? Damn, her voice is so coquettish and sexy. It's so shameful. Tell the truth and you'll be punished. Go away, I don't have time to play with you guys. Qin Zhe shook off the 3 guys. He opened the door and dashed out. He jogged all the way downstairs and ran like crazy. He knew that baby Qin had dysmenorrhea. When she was still living with her parents, every time she had her period, she would be in so much pain that it seemed like she wouldn't be able to survive. At that time, her mother was taking care of her and Qin Zhe was watching from the side. He was secretly glad that he wasn't a woman. As she grew older, her dysmenorrhea lessened. Occasionally, it would still hurt a few times. Xianxia would run to the supermarket to buy her brown sugar, make her a cup of brown sugar ginger tea, and add a few dried dates. These were all taught to Xianxia by his mother. Qin Baobao was an idiot in life. He definitely couldn't count on her. System, I saw that I can exchange for medical skills in the point store. Can it cure dysmenorrhea? Host, please check it out yourself. Damn it. Xianxia cursed. He scurried and opened the point store. Life, medical, Chinese medicine. After looking for a long time, he finally found a prescription for female dysmenorrhea and a massage technique. The total was 80 points. Host, I suggest that you directly exchange for elementary Chinese medicine proficiency. It only costs 150 points. After the exchange, you will automatically learn the massage technique and receive 10 elementary prescriptions. Xianxia hesitated for a moment and decisively chose to exchange for elementary Chinese medicine proficiency. Xianxia didn't need anyone to teach him how to choose between a one-time and a permanent one. There were pharmacies everywhere in the university city. There were 2 hospitals, one of which was a Class 3 Grade A hospital. However, there weren't many shops that sold traditional Chinese medicine. This was because there was a Chinese medicine academy nearby. He took the subway 2 stops and rushed to the Chinese medicine shop to get all the herbs on the prescription. He directly took a taxi from the roadside and arrived at the entrance of the community in 15 minutes. When Xianxia opened the door and entered the room, Qin Baobao was curled up on the sofa. She didn't even take off her high heels. She was holding her stomach, frowning. Her face was pale and her forehead and the tip of her nose were oozing cold sweat. Why are you in pain again? Xianxia closed the door and threw the things in his hand on the sofa. He frowned and asked, "Does it still hurt?" Qin Baobao looked at him like a kitten. She didn't even have the strength to speak. Panting, she spat out a word, "It hurts. Let's talk about it on the bed first." He grabbed Qin Baobao's stocking legs, took off her high heels, put his hands under her legs, and carried her back to the room. "Ouch, be gentle. Do you want me to die from the pain?" When Xianxia put her on the bed, he used a little more strength. Qin Baobao was shocked and almost burst into tears. "Women are troublesome," Xianxia muttered in his heart. He reached out and unbuttoned Qin Baobao's chest. 36D was practically tearing her clothes apart. "What are you doing?" Qin Baobao was shocked. Although she was in great pain, she still subconsciously covered her chest. "You want to take the opportunity to molest me? I didn't expect you to be like this, Xianxia." "Sob, sob, sob. Sob your sister. Take your hands off. Isn't there a shirt inside?" Xianxia slapped her hands away and unbuttoned them one by one. The white shirt was very tight. After lying down, her flat belly and navel were exposed. "Don't you know how to unbutton your clothes when your stomach is in pain? It's so tight." Xianxia complained and moved to the end of the bed. He lifted his sister's stocking legs and slowly pressed the Senyinjiu acupoint, then the Taichung acupoint on the instep. 3 minutes later, he changed to the Xuehai and DG acupoints. Qin Baobao squinted her eyes and moaned along with Xianxia's pressing movements. Half an hour later, Xianxia's fingers were sore and sweaty, but he couldn't turn on the air conditioner. "How do you feel?" Qin Baobao touched her stomach and blinked. "It doesn't hurt anymore. It's only temporarily relieved. I'll make you a bowl of medicine now. Lie down and rest. Don't blow on the air conditioner. Cover yourself with a blanket and pay attention to keeping warm." "Medicine?" Qin Baobao was stunned. "That's right. What's with the massage just now? When did you learn this skill? Damn it. If you had used it earlier, my sister wouldn't have suffered for so many years. I learned the massage technique from watching videos online. The medicine was specially bought from a Chinese medicine store. He said it's very effective for menstrual cramps." Xianxia said grumpily, "It's all because of your old illness. I've learned it for more than half a month." Qin Baobao sat up. Her eyes sparkled and her smile bloomed like a flower. Suddenly she pouted. "Good brother, give me a kiss. Kiss your head." Xianxia turned and walked out of the room. He took the medicine into the kitchen and washed it. After soaking it for 10 minutes, he put it into the soup pot and simmered it for 15 minutes. After 10 minutes, a bowl of black medicine was ready. It's disgusting. Qin Bao Bao took a sip and her face immediately turned bitter. Good medicine tastes bitter. Qin Zhe said, a golden saying that had been passed down for generations. Under her brother's threatening gaze, Qin Bao Bao pinched her nose and drank the medicine. She burped unladylike. Chapter 12. The incandescent light was bright. Outside the window, there was the noise of speeding cars and the noise of square dancers. The room was quiet. Qin Zhe sat by the bed and played with his phone. Qin Bao Bao fell asleep. Time passed by quietly. In just 2 short days, so many things had happened. Qin Zhe felt as if a lifetime had passed since then. A few days ago, he was still a nobody. The next moment, he had the ability to change the world. He wrote songs, slapped the school hunk's face, and became the most mysterious person on the school forum. He also picked up medical proficiency and cured his sister's menstrual cramps. It was like a dream. In the past, he looked at Zhang Mingyu like a passerby looking at the protagonist. She was brilliant and destined to be extraordinary. Now, he looked at Zhang Mingyu again. Zhang Mingyu was a stepping stone for the protagonist in novels. He was the real protagonist. He could slap anyone's face as he wished. Qin Zhe had been an ordinary child since he was a child. He was too naughty in elementary school. The teacher sighed and said to the parents, "This child is quite smart, but he's too naughty." The teacher said the same thing to every parent. When he grew up, no one praised him for being smart anymore. He knew that he was average. He was neither smart nor stupid. He wouldn't be too miserable in the future, but he definitely wouldn't be famous either. After graduation, he would find a stable job. When he was old enough, he would get married and have 1 or 2 children. In the future, he would work hard for his children. The only thing better than being a migrant worker was that he didn't have to pay a mortgage. Maybe it was too quiet. Qin Zhe took out a cigarette subconsciously. When he was about to light it, he suddenly remembered that Qin Bao Bao was still lying beside him. He put away the lighter embarrassedly and stared at his sister who was sleeping soundly. Qin Bao Bao had been a beauty since she was a child. There was a picture of her in kindergarten. She had big eyes and a round face. She was cute and tender. When she was in kindergarten, a boy wanted to kiss her. He was pushed down the slide by her and hit his head. The parents complained to the school. The principal came to the house and the parents paid a lot of money. Primary school, middle school, high school, university. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, she was already 25 years old. Qin Zhe gazed at his sister's sleeping face. Her wavy shoulder-length hair, her smooth forehead, her finely trimmed eyebrows, her long and dense eyelashes, her tall and straight nose, her thin and pale lips. He had been looking at this face for more than 20 years, but he just couldn't seem to get tired of it. There is a new mission. Please check it. The system's emotionless voice sounded in his mind. Qin Zhe opened the mission interface and took a closer look. It was like a bolt from the blue. Description: Kiss Qin Bao Bao. Success will reward 100 points. Failure will deduct 100 points. The mission description was short and concise. I'll go. Qin Zhe was dumbstruck for more than 10 seconds. He roared in his heart, "System, come out, I promise I'll beat you to death." Host, please speak. What kind of bullshit mission is this? Can you be more cunning? Can I cancel this mission? Qin Zhe stomped his feet. She's my sister. Host, this mission is based on the desire in your heart. Bullshit. Qin Zhe suddenly cowered. Just now, he seemed to have the thought of kissing Qin Bao, but Qin Zhe swore on his integrity that it was just a fleeting thought. There was absolutely no such thing as desire in your heart. Host, you can choose to give up. All the balls are in the sack. Qin Zhe's give up was stuck in his throat. There's something wrong with this mission. Why are the points deducted for failure and the points rewarded for success the same? This is your 3rd mission. Host has already left the novice stage. From now on, mission rewards and penalties will be equal. Qin Zhe calculated in his heart. His first mission reward was 300 points. Last night he listened to a song, so 30 points were deducted. This morning, he spent 100 points to exchange for proficiency in Russian, so he was rewarded 200 points. At night, he spent 150 points to exchange for proficiency in Chinese medicine. In other words, he now only had 220 points. If he gave up this mission, 100 points would be deducted, and he would only have 120 points left. If the next mission was to molest a lowly, considering the higher difficulty of molesting a lowly, the points reward would increase, and so would the penalty. 120 points might not be enough to deduct. He had to bite the bullet and complete it. Otherwise, his points would be deducted, and his points would be reset to 0. Game over. Molesting a lowly would result in jail. Jail was a small matter, but if he was caught and beaten to death, kissing Qin Bao would only result in a beating at most, and with Qin Bao's current state, he was not afraid at all. Choosing the lesser of two evils, Qin Zhe shamelessly chose the latter. He lowered his head and quickly pecked Qin Bao's forehead. Qin Bao did not wake up, and the mission did not change. No? Qin Zhe's expression changed. Could it be mouth to mouth? Well, foreigners often did this kind of thing. It was no big deal. He quickly planted a kiss on his sister's cheek. Silence reigned in the room. That was too wicked. They really had to kiss. Qin Zhe's face darkened. He took a deep breath and slowly lowered his head. In the process, he stared at Qin Bao. If she suddenly opened her eyes, Qin Zhe would immediately turn his head and pretend to look at the scenery around him. Little by little, the two pairs of lips got closer and closer. Qin Bao was still sleeping soundly. She had no idea that her first kiss was about to be stolen by her little brother. Two pairs of lips pressed against each other. So fragrant, so soft. Qin Zhe stuck out his tongue and licked his sister's lips. Qin Bao seemed to have sensed it and turned her head slightly. Qin Zhe quickly straightened his back and panted. At the same time, he paid close attention to his sister's movements. He mainly looked at her eyelashes. People could pretend to be asleep, but eyelashes would not lie. Mission completed. Reward, 100 points. Please continue to work hard. For the first time in his life, Qin Zhe felt that it was not a good thing that his sister was too beautiful. Qin Zhe slowly walked out of his sister's room and gently closed the door. With a serious expression, he said, "System, do you have anything like Buddhist scriptures in your memory? I want to learn Buddhism." Kissing between relatives is a way to show intimacy. The host does not need to be too conflicted. Qin Zhe covered his face. This time I wanted to kiss her. What if I see her sexy underwear next time and want to have sex with her? Sob, sob, sob. The system was silent for a long, long time. It is recommended that the host mate with a female creature as soon as possible. After all, it is easy for the young to have such desires. The next day, at 5:30, Qin Zhe woke up for a morning run and cultivated his inner strength. He reached home at 7:30. As soon as he entered the door, he heard Qin Bao's clear voice. She was practicing her pronunciation. Qin Zhe knocked on her door and said, "It's time to eat." Then he turned around and went to the bathroom to wash up. When he came back, Qin Bao was already sitting at the table and eating breakfast. She was wearing teddy bear pajamas and a pair of pink slippers. Her 10 smooth feet were moving happily. Qin Zhe looked down. "Are your feet cramping?" "Bah, I'm activating my blood and practicing the flexibility of my toes. Then I'll learn to dance. As a woman who aspires to be a big star, I must be able to sing and dance." "You haven't even learned how to sing and you want to learn to dance?" "I'll cultivate the body first. There's no rush. I have a feeling that when you show your face on the screen, it will be when our secret is exposed. Do you think the old man will beat us to death?" Qin Bao blinked. "It's okay. At worst, you can run away from home. Sister will take care of you. You don't have to look at the old man's face." Qin Zhe curled his lips. "You're just all mouthy, king. You were practicing your pronunciation skills just now." Qin Bao pinched the fried dough sticks with her fingers and said vaguely, "Yes, pronunciation skills, breathing skills, singing skills, and voice control. These are all necessary skills for a singer. There's no way to speed up. You can only rely on practice." "Then how long will you have to practice?" Qin Baobao was proud. Her red phoenix eyes narrowed, and she was very charming. With my talent, I can debut in 3 months if I'm fast, and half a year if I'm slow. Qin Zhe's heart moved. He had a mountain of treasures, but he had no funds or channels. All the good things were in his hands. He met the old man in the park, met a benefactor, and soared to the sky. This kind of thing was not reliable. For example, he had a large number of high-quality songs, movie scripts, variety show scripts, and so on. But he could not get in touch with people in the entertainment circle. At this time, he needed Qin Baobao to be the vanguard and open up a path for him. When Dad finds out, she will take the beating. If she makes a name for herself, I can show off my skills. Qin Zhe thought darkly in his heart. Sister, work hard. Qin Zhe encouraged. Qin Baobao did not understand, but she nodded. Yes, yes. In the morning, he got off the elevator with Qin Baobao. Since it was on the way, Qin Baobao drove him to the school gate. There were 2 compulsory professional classes in the morning and an elective class in the afternoon. Qin Zhe had lunch with the old man. He asked the old man about Professor Li's office location. At around 1 o'clock in the afternoon, he reported on time. On the top floor of the teaching building, there was an empty classroom. There was no metal nameplate next to the door, indicating that this was an empty classroom. Qin Zhe knocked on the door. A few seconds later, someone opened the door. It was a good-looking girl wearing glasses. She looked at Qin Zhe suspiciously. My name is Qin Zhe. I'm looking for Professor Li. The girl turned sideways and turned her head. Professor Li looking for you. Chapter 13. Qin Zhe looked in from the door. This classroom was no different from an ordinary classroom. The only difference was that the desks and chairs had been moved to the back of the classroom, leaving only 4 or 5 desks with notebooks on them. The students sitting at the desks either looked up or focused on their own work. Professor Li was in his 50s. He had white hair, slanted eyebrows, and a pair of old-fashioned round-rimmed glasses. He looked like a very serious and difficult old scholar. He looked away from the computer and turned his head. Come in. Qin Zhe nodded and walked to the podium. Professor Li pushed up his glasses and looked at Qin Zhe. You are in your 3rd year of university, right? You will be doing your internship in the second half of next year. Yes, that's why I want to train myself in advance. After Qin Zhe finished speaking, he suddenly realized that he wasn't nervous at all. According to his usual character, he should have been a bit cautious when being scrutinized by the professor's sharp eyes. However, he was very calm. He was so calm that even he was surprised by himself. Professor Li nodded. Although your father has told me about this, let's talk about it as it is. There should be a lot of tests. He took out a stack of A4 paper from the drawer. There were many problems listed on it. He picked out a few papers and handed them to Qin Zhe. This is a small part of the problems in mathematical modeling. It is relatively easy. Take it and have a look. I will give you 2 hours. You can pick any 2 problems and deduce the analytical equations. Xiao Lu, give him a pen. The female student who opened the door immediately handed a pen to him. Qin Zhe didn't speak any nonsense. He looked around and found that there weren't any extra seats, so he went to the back of the classroom and pulled out a desk on his own. He moved quietly, trying not to make too much noise. Qin Zhe threw himself on the draft paper to deduce the equations. He looked at the topic from time to time. There were several times when he was about to deduce the complete equation, but he had to start over again. Mathematical modeling was a very profound subject. What he was doing now could not even be considered a mathematical modeling. It was just a small step in a long journey. Mathematical modeling was also known as mathematical modeling. In essence, it was an important means to use mathematical tools to solve practical problems. In layman terms, it was to use mathematical language and methods to establish equations for certain things and phenomena. For example, if a mathematician wanted to predict the weather, he could collect data and build a huge mathematical model. Through the mathematical model, he could calculate the weather the next day. Of course, this was just a metaphor. The real weather prediction was far more complicated than this. But in fact, the Weather Bureau was a huge mathematical model. Economics and mathematics were inseparable. Mathematical modeling was also a very high-end and widespread application of it. Qin Zhe calculated for half an hour, his forehead gradually sweating, and finally felt the right direction. Or was it because his foundation in mathematics was too shallow? He had to rack his brains to think of many formulas. If Qin Baobao were here, she would definitely snort twice, push Qin Zhe's head and say, "Get out of my way, I'll take care of it in minutes." It was said that men were born logical and women were born emotional. Therefore, men were good at science and women were good at liberal arts. However, this rule was completely reversed when it came to the Qin siblings. Qin Baobao was a top student in mathematics since she was a child. Her grades had never dropped out of the top 3. She called herself the Queen of Science. Qin Zhe was better at liberal arts. His most glorious achievement was winning the 3rd prize in the National Middle School Essay Competition. Fortunately, he knew that he was not a smart person and that hard work could make up for it. He did not give up and was not stumped by the 2 questions that could block 50% of the students. Time flew by. With the help of his assistants, Professor Li pushed the modeling progress bit by bit. From time to time, he would have small meetings. However, these had nothing to do with Qin Zhe. 2 hours later, Professor Li seemed to remember Qin Zhe. He walked down from the podium and came to his desk. Without saying anything, he picked up his paper and looked at it. The answers to the equations were written neatly on the white paper. Professor Li liked the meticulousness at first sight. He looked at the draft paper and scribbled on it. The dense calculation formulas were not left out at all. Qin Zhe's mathematics was trained by his grandfather. Not bad. Professor Li nodded and put the paper back on the table. He turned and walked back to the podium. "Stop what you are doing." 5 or 6 assistants raised their heads. "Let me introduce a new member to everyone. He is Qin Zhe from the Finance Department's Class 7. He is your junior." Qin Zhe stood up and said politely, "Please take care of me." There was sparse applause. Professor Li said again, "Yang Chen, you will teach your junior for the next few days. Let him figure out our project this morning. I have a class later, so I will leave first." A boy in a blue t-shirt and white casual pants nodded and smiled. "Got it, Professor." Professor Li left. Before coming here, his grandfather had told Qin Zhe in detail that it was a huge mathematical model. It was impossible for Professor Li to do everything himself. Therefore, he needed assistance. The assistant's salary was 200 yuan per day for a week. After the mathematical model was completed, he would get 1,400 yuan. Professor Li was not willing to recruit students. Several of his assistants were 4th-year interns who would graduate next month. Because of his grandfather, he agreed to let Qin Zhe give it a try. Qin Zhe waited for a moment in his seat. When he saw Yang Chen working, he took the initiative to walk over and said, "Senior." Yang Chen looked at him and took out a stack of documents from the drawer. He said, "Take a look at it yourself." Qin Zhe took the documents and went back to his seat. He patiently read them. A good private equity company should have its own professional market analysts. It could be seen that the private equity company that commissioned Professor Li was not large. To build a complete mathematical model, it required a lot of formulas and data. Mathematics was the most rational thing in the world. Every step needed to be carefully considered. Qin Zhe's group was responsible for the return and risk assessment. In addition to the not-too-detailed summary, there was a series of symbols and explanations. Qin Zhe looked a little tired. He took out his phone, searched the internet, and translated them one by one. In the blink of an eye, it was time to eat. The seniors in the classroom went to the cafeteria to solve the problem of food and clothing. Qin Zhe wanted to take out his spirit and immerse himself in studying, but he was kicked out by the senior who was in charge of the key to eat. Because time was limited, he ate a little and hurried back to the classroom. The classroom door was ajar, revealing a gap. Just as he was about to push the door open, he heard someone say, "Brother Chen, what's the new guy's background? We worked hard for a month to build this mathematical model. There's only a week left before the delivery time. Good Lord, he suddenly jumped in and earned our labor costs." The guy who spoke was also in Qin Zhe's group. Qin Zhe did not know his name. Yang Chen snorted. His dad and Professor Li seemed to be in the same office. "He's a relative," so he came to learn and get some pocket money. Our group only has a bonus of 10,000 yuan. He took more than 1,000 yuan. Mother asterisk cur, it's enough for half a month's rent. Don't you still live in the dormitory? Then you can come to the healthcare twice. Don't worry, there's a task today. He doesn't even know the basic situation. When the time comes, I'll assign some tasks to him. If he can't complete them, Professor Li will definitely not be happy. If he comes a few more times, maybe he'll be kicked out. Qin Zai's face turned black. He thought to himself, these two little bastards. He silently went downstairs and strolled around the teaching building. He sighed in his heart. Sure enough, where there were people, there was Jianghu. This kind of fighting without swords became more and more cruel after going to college. No, there were fights everywhere in life. Elementary and middle school were no exception. It was just that at that time, he was young and liked to express it in violent ways. Qin Zai did not like this kind of hidden-in-the-dark and extremely sinister intrigue. He had not adapted to it yet. 10 minutes later, he went upstairs into the classroom. The seniors were basically back. The senior named Xiao Lu smiled at him. Qin Zai politely returned a smile. There was a professional class at 1:30 in the afternoon. After class, Qin Zai refused his roommate's invitation to go online and play games. He plunged into the modeling data pile. Although he was not a gifted science expert like Qin Bao, he had one advantage that the old man praised. Every time there was a big event, he was calm. This was the old man's praise for him. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, Professor Li came back. Each group was assigned tasks. Before announcing the end of the day, he rarely thought of Qin Zai. How's the information on the return rate and risk assessment coming along? I'm a person blindly guessing. I haven't fully grasped it yet, Qin Zai said. Professor Li suddenly frowned and looked at him. Didn't I ask you to bring him along? Yang Chen looked innocent. I gave him the information and let him ask me what he didn't understand, but he didn't have any problems all day. I thought that Qin Zai had a thick foundation and had mastered it by himself. F***ck, when did you say that? Professor Li looked at Qin Zai and didn't say anything. He announced the end of the day's work. Professor Li's carefree attitude made Yang Chen somewhat disappointed. Only Qin Zai could vaguely guess his thoughts. In fact, the modeling was nearing the end. It was true that they lacked an assistant. But how could they invite a half-baked Qin Zai to join them? It was mostly for the sake of the old man. That day, the old man also vaguely said that if there was anything he didn't understand, he could ask him. So whether Qin Zai was idling around or not, Professor Li didn't care. His father was helping behind the scenes. Qin Zai asked Yang Chen for the information. He didn't refuse and gave him a stack of copies. How could a college student see flowers just by looking at the information? After the team disbanded, it was still early. He said in the chat group, liberated. After a while, Li Liang replied, come quickly, we need you to preside over the overall situation. Damn, you can't lead them. Zhao Baliang followed and replied, I can't lead you. I fought 1 against 3 and vowed not to retreat. When I turned back, damn, where are my teammates? They all died and returned to the hot springs. Then Lu Ziqiang replied, I'll quietly watch you guys act cool. I won't say anything. Qin Zai's mouth hooked up. He put his phone back in his pocket, carried his shoulder bag, and trotted towards the direction of the internet cafe. It was a familiar position and 3 familiar animals. With a cigarette in his mouth, he leaned against the sofa. Because he was waiting for Qin Zai, Li Liang took the time to watch the competition videos. Zhao Baliang opened a small window to watch the Japanese president Lu Ziqiang play with his phone. Qin Zai habitually put a cigarette in his mouth, turned on his phone, and squinted his eyes to smoke. It's summer vacation at the end of the month. What are you doing? Be careful not to fail. Li Liang took a deep drag on his cigarette. I can't let my sister support me all the time to earn some pocket money. Qin Zai took out mineral water from his bag and gave a bottle to each of them. Investment modeling is not easy. There are too many factors to consider. How do you feel on the first day? Lu Ziqiang, who had the best results compared to the other 2, unscrewed the cap and took a sip. It doesn't matter if it's difficult or not. I'm just not in a good mood because I met AB** today. Xianxia complained. You have a story, but I don't have any alcohol. Tell me about it. Li Liang invited Xianxia to join the game. He's just an idiot. I'll find a chance to deal with him. Xianxia curled his lips. When the time comes, bring Ba Liang and use his human cannon to poke that idiot's ass. Li Liang had just finished his sentence when he suddenly shouted, Are you crazy? Why did you invite a newbie? A person with the ID, Canton Waist, sneaked into the team. She was the bronze newbie who had tricked them the other day. Canton Waist enthusiastically said in the room, Hooray, hooray. Guru, you're finally online. Guru, are you guys playing a game? I've lost 3 rounds in a row today. I've lost again. Guru, bring me up and let me fly. I'll video call you. The 3 animals didn't want to talk to her. Even Zhao Baliang, who lacked love, didn't want to talk to her. These days, there were too many transvestites on the internet. She felt disgusted when she thought of the man on the other side of the screen. Xianxia playfully replied, Do you want to chat naked? I hate you. The screen darkened and she entered the game. Chapter 14. Due to the presence of Canton Waist, who was a burden, every match was very difficult. Fortunately, the opponent's skill level also decreased accordingly. The 5 of them went through 81 difficulties and won 3 consecutive victories. Canton Waist cheered and said, We've advanced, we've advanced. Please accept my respect. In fact, Xianxia's skill level was only above average, and he could not show off his amazing skills. What was good about him was his ability to see the big picture. He knew when to do what, how to deal with the situation, and how to command the team in an orderly manner. It was like the saying that a leader wolf leading a herd of sheep could defeat a pack of wolves led by a sheep. Most of the time, the opponent lost inexplicably. They had a huge advantage in the beginning, but in the middle and later stages of the game, they suddenly realized that they could not win. At 7:30 p.m., Qin Baobao called him to go home. At 7:45 p.m., Xianxia reached home. He took out his key and opened the door. He saw his sister curled up on the sofa and watching TV. Her light-colored jeans wrapped around her long legs, and there was a plate of washed grapes on the sofa. Under the blue reflection of the TV, her eyes were sparkling, watery, and exceptionally attractive. Even Xianxia, who was used to his sister's beauty, could not help but take a few more glances at her. He sat down on the sofa and took out his phone to order takeout. Qin Baobao kicked him and her eyes were fixed on the TV. Go, go, go. Go and cook. Xianxia was stunned. Why cook? Let's just order takeout. Qin Baobao picked up a grape and stuffed it into her red mouth. She then spat out the skin and rolled her eyes at him charmingly. Takeout is too expensive. We can't afford it. In the future, we'll be diligent and thrifty. We'll do it ourselves. I'll do it. Xianxia curled his lips. Don't talk nonsense. I've bought the ingredients. I'll leave the cooking to you, Qin Baobao said matter-of-factly. There was a piece of tofu, a fish, vegetables, and celery in the kitchen. It was just enough for 1 meat dish and 2 vegetables dish. Tofu and fish, garlic and vegetables, and celery stir-fried with meat. Xianxia's culinary skills were taught by his mother. However, he was lazy and would order takeout whenever he could. The aroma of the dishes wafted into the living room. Qin Baobao was drooling. She stepped on her slippers and sneaked in to eat. Xianxia was full of resentment. He grabbed her hand and pushed it away. Qin Baobao rubbed her belly and whined pitifully. Baobao, I'm hungry. Xianxia shuddered violently, goosebumps rising all over his body. She was already 25 years old, yet she was still imitating other young ladies and acting cute. During dinner, Xianxia looked at his sister, whose cheeks were bulging, and said, Grandpa told me yesterday that he wants us to go home next week. Mom misses us. Qin Baobao paused in eating. She raised her beautiful oval face from the bowl like a vigilant little fox and said vaguely, What? Do you want me to go on a blind date again? Grandpa said no, but I don't think we can trust his words. Xianxia shrugged. You know how two-faced he is. I don't have time. I have to practice singing and dancing on weekends. You can go home by yourself. Just say that I'm working overtime. Qin Baobao said. I'm not going home either. Qin Baobao was puzzled. I have something to do on weekends. Date. Qin Baobao's aura changed. Date my ass. Qin Zhe rolled his eyes. I found a job. I'll probably have to work overtime on weekends. You can find a job during the summer. It's almost the end of the semester. You'd better settle down and study. Don't fail and get beaten by Dad with a feather duster. Qin Baobao licked her lips and burped comfortably. I won't save you if that happens. When have you ever saved me? When Dad beats me, you're always there to watch the fun. Qin Baobao, you have a bad conscience. Qin Zhe was full of resentment. Qin Baobao made a face at him. After dinner, Qin Baobao was in charge of washing the dishes. Qin Zhe sat in the living room and studied his model. His notebook was placed on the glass coffee table. He was chewing on his pen while searching for relevant information. The clumsy bird flies first. His father had taught him more than 10 years ago, and he had been practicing it faithfully. However, with his current level, it was undoubtedly a fool's dream to understand these things. Some things were really innate, such as IQ. No matter how hard you work, no matter how clumsy a bird flies first, there was a limit. 10 years of hard work was not as good as 1 year of hard work. This saying was a bit extreme, but 3 years of hard work was very common. Take Qin Zhe as an example. During his 3 years in high school, the old man had personally taught his son, who had failed to live up to expectations. But no matter how hard he had tried, Qin Zhe still only managed to get into a second-tier university. On the other hand, Qin Baobao wasted her time in the first and second year of high school, dreaming of becoming a star. In the third year of high school, she casually worked hard and got into Fudan University. It was impossible not to be jealous. Thinking of this, Qin Zhe raised his head and angrily stared at Qin Baobao, who was bending over to wipe the table. Her tight jeans wrapped around her extremely well-developed buttocks, just like a full moon. Qin Zhe's heart trembled. He silently said, "Color is emptiness, emptiness is color." He was afraid that a ding-dong message would appear in his mind. Touch Qin Baobao's butt. It was time for him to find a girlfriend. Qin Zhe came up with this idea. In his life, he had very little experience in love. In elementary school, he held a girl's hand. In junior high school, all his classmates were in love. In order to catch up with fashion, he made an appointment with his deskmate. If someone asked, "You are my girlfriend, and I am your boyfriend." So, they were boyfriend and girlfriend in name for 2 years. They didn't even hold hands. In high school, the workload was heavy, so he didn't think about it at all. In the second year of college, he pursued a girl. She was a pretty and gentle girl. Unfortunately, it didn't take long for him to fall in love. Clicking on the campus forum, there was a post that was always in the most conspicuous position. The title was Summary of the Beauties of the University of Finance and Economics. In the post, there were photos of beautiful women taken by students secretly or openly. After photoshopping, they were all beautiful and extraordinary. Qin Zhe had seen it before, but he didn't look at it carefully. It was mainly because his taste was ruined by Qin Baobao. It was really difficult for ordinary beauties to enter his eyes. Qin Zhe carefully browsed through the beautiful photos of the campus beauties. He thought, today is different from the past. There will be money and a house. It's time to find beauties and pick up girls. Otherwise, when he became a multimillionaire in the future, he would probably be laughed at to death by the girl who threw herself at him and excitedly opened a room with her, only to not enter the room after passing through the door. While Qin Zhe was concentrating on browsing the photos, Qin Bao came out of the kitchen after washing her hands. She threw herself on the sofa, groaned and stretched. She suddenly caught a glimpse of Qin Zhe looking at the photos of beauties. She immediately moved her head over and hummed, "Oh, you are in heat." Qin Zhe dragged the mouse and said, "Look, there are a lot of beauties in our school. The Photoshop is too fake. Their chins are so sharp that they can stab people to death. Their eyes are so big that they look like aliens." Qin Zhe wanted to say that she was jealous, but when he turned his head and saw his sister's beautiful face, he changed his words and said, "That's because they have a good foundation. As long as they are delicate and pretty, I like them. The beauties are all taken. It's not your turn to make a move. Qin Bao Bao disdainfully curled her lips. As long as the hoe is used well, there is no corner that can't be dug down. Qin Zhe turned his head and spat at her. Qin Bao Bao punched him and sat cross-legged on the sofa. You are a giant in theory and a dwarf in action. It would be strange if you knew how to chase girls. Qin Zhe suddenly felt that his self-esteem was severely hurt. He angrily said, "Who said I don't know how to chase girls? I also once had a girlfriend." Qin Bao Bao sneered, "Well, it hasn't been a month and you were kicked out." Qin Zhe was furious. "You still have the face to say that. If it weren't for you blindly interfering, would I still be a single dog now? I have long been an experienced man." Speaking of this, he became angry. In the past, he showed off to Qin Bao Bao that he was no longer single. When Qin Bao Bao heard that her brother finally found a girlfriend, she was also very happy and invited him out for a meal to check. Therefore, Qin Zhe asked the newly won water spirit cabbage out. They agreed to meet at the entrance of the restaurant. That day, Qin Bao Bao was particularly well-dressed, like a superstar. Many people turned their heads to look at her. When Qin Zhe saw his girlfriend coming, he excitedly waved his hand. Qin Bao Bao showed her killer move, a sword to the throat. She hugged Qin Zhe's arm and said coquettishly, "Hubby, this is the little bitch you have outside. She doesn't look that good." Qin Zhe was petrified on the spot. Of course, the meal was not finished. His girlfriend left in anger and embarrassment. Since then, she never talked to Qin Zhe. She blocked his phone number and the chat app. From then on, they were like strangers. I am helping you test her character and your relationship. Real love should be firm and immortal. After that, Qin Bao Bao said with conviction, I am helping you. Sure enough, Qin Bao Bao still said the same thing. Qin Zhe spat at her face again. Bullshit, it's been so long. I have already figured it out. You are just jealous that I found a girlfriend. Because you are still single. You are just jealous. Qin Bao Bao choked. I hit the nail on the head, didn't I? You're speechless now, aren't you? Qin Zhe felt like he was one of those legendary swordsmen. He didn't make a move, but once he made a move, he would definitely kill. Qin Bao Bao suddenly stood up, grabbed the anime peripheral that Qin Zhe bought, Rem pillow, and smashed it on his head. The other party doesn't want to talk to you. She threw Rem at you. She walked into the room in her slippers and slammed the door with a bang. Ridiculous. Qin Zhe muttered and opened the points store. System, I want to exchange professional knowledge about fund investment. Chapter 15. The next day, Qin Zhe trained his body as usual. With his personality, it was hard for him to imagine waking up at 5 o'clock every day to run under the half-lit sky and cultivate his inner strength. Perhaps it was because he had been ordinary for too many years and had been a foil to his sister, Qin Bao Bao, that he had accumulated too much gloominess and unwillingness in his heart. Suddenly, one day, a salted fish saw the hope of turning over a new leaf, just like a chick meeting a ladder connected to branches. The ambition in his heart was suddenly aroused. He arrived home at 7:30 and brought breakfast for Qin Bao Bao. His sister was playing with her phone while eating, her slender white fingers poking at the screen. Qin Zhe was writing and drawing on a piece of draft paper while eating a bun. Neither of them spoke, but the atmosphere was not awkward at all. It was like an old couple who had experienced years of peace and tranquility. I won't send you to school today. I have to rush to the company early. Qin Bao Bao finished her breakfast and wiped her mouth with a piece of tissue. The company invited a second-tier singer to train us. Guess who it is? Not interested. Qin Zhe wrote a formula on the paper without looking up. Qin Bao Bao pouted and walked back to her room. A moment later, Qin Bao Bao finished changing and came out. She wasn't wearing an office lady suit today. Instead, she was wearing a pleated short skirt, a V-neck dark blue knitted sweater, and a blue unlined blouse underneath. She also had a pair of deerskin boots, and her long, fair legs were bare. She wasn't wearing any stockings, and she had silver four-leaf clover earrings on her ears. Qin Zhe suddenly felt as if he had been blinded by his titanium alloy dog eyes. He was a complete fan of short skirts, but not black stockings. There were many girls with long legs. If they did not wear stockings, their legs would be more or less defective, or their skin would be defective. In Xianxia's 22 years of life, he had seen countless beauties. Occasionally, he would search for pictures of beautiful women on the internet when he was overwhelmed by emotions. It was rare to see a beauty with legs comparable to Qin Baobao's. It seemed that only Qin Baobao had the confidence to wear a short skirt without stockings. Her legs were fair, slender, and well-proportioned. The more he looked at them, the more he had the urge to touch them. The corners of Qin Baobao's mouth curled up slightly. She walked to the side of the table and spun around. Her pleated skirt fluttered as she said proudly, "How is it?" Xianxia said indifferently, "Just so. Wipe off your saliva first, you pervert." "Who are you calling a pervert?" Xianxia was furious and wiped the corner of his mouth guiltily. Qin Baobao glared at her. She bent down and brought that vixen's face closer to hers. She snorted and said, "You're looking at your own sister's thighs with such lust. If you're not a pervert, then who is?" "Qin Baobao, watch your tone." Xianxia flew into a rage out of shame. "I'm just joking. Boring." Qin Baobao curled her lips. "Dance training starts today. My clothes are not bad, right?" Xianxia went to lift her pleated skirt without saying a word. Qin Baobao slapped his hands away and glared at him. Hey, what are you doing? You're wearing such a short skirt that reaches your thighs. It's easy for you to expose yourself when you dance." "Nonsense, I'm wearing leggings." Xianxia replied with an "oh." He got up and packed up the documents, stuffed them into his bag, and went out with his sister into the elevator. He was on the first floor, and Qin Baobao went to the underground parking lot to get the car. Xianxia had just stepped out of the elevator when he suddenly turned around and blocked the slowly closing elevator door with his hand. "Have you adapted to the new company these few days? Are there any rough men, big-bellied weird uncles, and the like harassing you?" Qin Baobao played along and blinked her eyes. "Your sister is so beautiful. There must be a lot of rough men thinking about her, but I don't care about them." Xianxia laughed and said, "Don't get drugged and have sex in the hotel." Qin Baobao kicked him. "Get lost." Xianxia nimbly dodged the attack and ran out of the hall. He had always been pessimistic about the entertainment circle, which was filled with crooks and honest people. There were some things that he had to remind his sister. Qin Baobao received the message. With her intelligence, she naturally knew how to deal with it. There was no need to say anything. This was the tacit understanding between the siblings. There was a professional class at 10 a.m. Xianxia arrived at the school at 8:30 a.m. He familiarly walked into Professor Li's studio. As soon as he walked to the door, he heard Professor Li's loud voice. Xianxia entered the door quietly. The staff were already in place. He was the last one. On the podium, Professor Li was spitting and scolding. The poor guy who was scolded was Xianxia, who was responsible for teaching him. "Oh, interesting." Xianxia was gloating in his heart. He sat quietly in his seat. "What's the matter with you? You didn't do the topic at all. You're not like this usually. Without your risk assessment prediction, other people's topics can't be connected. What did I tell you? Rigorous and rigorous. Did you take my words as wind? This is good. Everyone's progress has been slowed down by you. Drinking? Don't you know that drinking makes things worse? Your work style is not rigorous at all. How will you compete with others in society in the future? You drink when others ask you to? You won't refuse. Do you know what self-discipline is?" Xianxia shrugged his head and let Professor Li scold him. Xianxia listened for a while and probably knew what was going on. Xianxia had dinner with his friends last night and got drunk. When he went home, his head was groggy. He lay down and fell asleep. As a result, he forgot to do the task assigned yesterday. Xianxia knew about yesterday's task. The risk assessment of 2 short-term operations was not too difficult. The troublesome part was that there was too much information to find and refer to. It was a delicate work. He exchanged the relevant knowledge in the point store and it took him 2 hours to complete. According to Xianxia's ability, it was estimated that it would take more than 4 hours. Well, the time in the morning was wasted. Today's progress would also be affected. This mathematical modeling assignment was due in less than a week. Professor Li and his student group could be said to be racing against time. Yang Chen made such a mistake. It would be strange if he didn't get angry. Qin Zhe looked left and right. The other people were all looking at their noses, looking at their hearts. No one said a good word for Yang Chen. Yang Chen couldn't stand Professor Li's nagging. He turned his eyes and said with a bitter face, "Professor Li, I didn't restrain myself well. I admit my mistake and promise that I will never do it again. In fact, Su Junlong and I did a division of labor yesterday. His work has been completed. Originally, there were 3 people in each group. Even if I make a small mistake, I can quickly make up for it. But there are only 2 people in our group. Qin Zhe just came and doesn't know anything. He can't help. I have to do 2 things alone. You see, if I make a mistake, the work of the whole group will be in vain. Moreover, we are close to the time to hand over the work." He didn't want to let Qin Zhe take the blame. He wanted him to help him share some of the hatred. Sure enough, Professor Li stopped and glanced at Qin Zhe. His brows furrowed slightly. Qin Zhe said in his heart, "What the fuck, what hatred do you have? Did I look for you to provoke you? Yesterday, you said bad things about me behind my back. If the tiger doesn't show its power, you think I'm Hello Kitty." He sorted out a stack of materials from his backpack and found the risk assessment he made last night, including formulas, technical analysis, theoretical analysis, and related information. "Professor, I have completed the tasks you assigned yesterday. Take a look." The classroom suddenly became quiet. It was different from the original quiet atmosphere. The former was slightly depressing. At this moment, everyone turned their heads to look at Qin Zhe. It was a stunned and shocked silence. After being surprised, he sneered, "You just came yesterday. You know the requirements and the content. You don't know anything and you do it randomly. You don't know how to be rigorous. With you like this, how can Professor Li be assured to give the task to you?" The others didn't speak. They had a lively expression on their faces. Professor Li took the materials handed over by Qin Zhe. Of course, he couldn't attack his student. He glanced at it and said gently, "Qin Zhe, you have such a serious heart. It is worthy of praise, but you just came yesterday. You have to learn more and see more. Don't be blindly impulsive." Professor Li didn't speak. He looked at it carefully several times and said in surprise, "Well done, very good. Qin Zhe, I was right to ask you to come here to help me." "Well done?" Yang Chen was confused. He looked at Qin Zhe's risk assessment. But Professor Li didn't show him. He snorted and put the materials into the file bag. The interns present all had blank and shocked expressions on their faces. They were all shocked. This kid had hidden his strength well. Professor Li, who had always been stingy with his praise, actually said, "I was right to ask you to come here to help me." He looked proud. Probably only Qin Zhe understood the meaning of Professor Li's words. He was not praising himself, but the professor behind him, his father. Professor Li must have misunderstood. He thought that this risk assessment was written by Qin Zhe's father. He could make a professor of the same level work for him for more than 1,000 yuan. Of course, he was proud. Qin Zhe got everyone's admiration. He smiled and calmly sat back in his seat without looking at Yang Chen's ugly face. There was a saying, "Invisible pretentiousness is the most deadly." "Little red guy, fight with me. I have been fighting with Qin Bao Bao for 20 years. I am proficient in various house fighting skills and secret room assassination." Chapter 16. Professor Li clapped his hands and solemnly announced, "I don't want anything similar to Yang Chen to happen again. There are still 5 days left. Everyone, keep up the good work and put in more effort. After the end, we will have a celebration banquet, and then you will graduate. However, today's matter still needs to be dealt with. I decided to take 1,000 from Yang Chen's bonus and reward it to Qin Zhe." Everyone had no opinion. Anyway, the money was not from their bonus. But from Yang Chen's eyes, Qin Zhe felt the deep malice from this little red guy. At 9:30, Qin Zhe and Professor Li said goodbye and went out to class. At 12:30, the 2 securities investment courses ended. It was just time for lunch, and the students poured out of the classroom. In the blink of an eye, the building was empty. Qin Zhe just stepped out of the classroom, and a tall guy caught up with him. He grabbed his waist and dragged him into the classroom. The posture was like a woman who was about to be raped. Qin Zhe relaxed his tight body and let him half drag him back to the classroom. Zhao Baliang pressed Qin Zhe in his seat and gave him a bad military salute. He said, reporting to the head of the dormitory, "We have a traitor." Li Liang and Lu Ziqiang sat on the desk with a golden knife. Hearing this, the head of the dormitory, Li Liang, slapped the table and said with satisfaction, "You handled it very well." The old driver, Qin Zhe, said angrily, "Get out of here, your sister." Li Liang snorted, "You dare to talk back, 2nd Battalion Commander? Where is your Italian cannon?" 3rd Battalion Commander, your human cannon is on standby. Lu Ziqiang unbuckled his belt with an indifferent face. Zhao Baliang laughed strangely. Qin Zhe said helplessly, "Why is the organization looking for me? I have joined the underground party for 3 years. I have been cautious in my work, vowed to protect the motherland, and obeyed the organization's arrangements. I have never taken a needle or a thread from the people." Although he didn't know what his roommates were up to, he cooperated with them tacitly. "Okay, then let me ask you, what are the rules of room 303? Li Liang used the book as a gavel and slammed it down hard. Qin Zhe hesitated for a moment, and then said honestly, "For men are of one mind, and a gay friend's status is as heavy as a mountain. I will only love the 5th young lady in my life. Whoever leaves singleness will die first." A few girls who were packing up their books looked over in surprise. Qin Zhe was so embarrassed that he wanted to cover his face. Li Liang patted Qin Zhe's shoulder. With a serious expression, he said in a deep voice, "Since you know, then I won't say anything more. Brother, have a safe journey. We'll still be comrades in the next life." Lu Ziqiang was about to pull out his Italian cannon. Qin Zhe was shocked. "Please, jute bag, the organization is clear. I didn't violate the rules of room 303. I'm innocent. I'm still a single dog. We're all single dogs. Why should a single dog make things difficult for a single dog? Hey, you're really taking it out? I, Long Outyen, am not convinced." Li Liang sneered. "Then tell me what happened on the phone yesterday. The evidence is irrefutable. Comrade, you can't deny it. Rest in peace." Qin Zhe finally understood. He rolled his eyes. The organization's investigation work is too rough. It needs to be improved. That's my sister. She's not someone I can have sex with, so I'm still a good comrade. 2nd Battalion Commander, please take back your Italian cannon. 3rd Battalion Commander, please take back your human cannon. Really? More real than real gold. Li Liang said with a smile, "The organization misunderstood you. Brother-in-law, you've been inseminated." Hey, that's not right. Brother-in-law, don't worry. Listen to your brothers-in-law. Confucius said, "It's human nature to eat and lust." The Book of Songs said, "A fair and graceful woman is a good match for a gentleman." To sum it up, it can be summed up in one sentence: a single dog is a failure in society. After careful consideration, the organization feels that the dormitory rules are inhumane. They should be abolished and changed. For the prosperity of the country and the development of society, we should actively produce outstanding offspring for our motherland. Comrade Qin Zhe, for the sake of the motherland and the people, you should actively recommend outstanding girls with big buttocks and long legs to the organization. Dormitory leader's words make sense. I second the motion. I second the motion too. Zhao Baliang and Lu Ziqiang voted in favor. I'll go. Qin Zhe was stunned. He suddenly came back to his senses. F*CK, I've been tricked again. Reporting to the organization, I have something to say. Contributing everything to the organization is the consciousness that we should have. However, dormitory leader, you're known as an experienced driver. You've had sex with countless girls from bad families. You're a proper scum. How can I push my sister into the fire pit? Li Liang was furious. You dare say I'm a scum? 2nd Battalion Commander, where's your F*King Italian cannon? No. Don't misunderstand. I'm not targeting you. Qin Zhe said disdainfully. What I mean is that everyone here is a scum. Don't think that you're the only ones who know how to trick people. You're asking for a beating. Kill him. My broadsword is thirsty for blood. The four of them joked around as they ran out of the classroom. The sky was gray and there was no sun. It was a cloudy day with a cool breeze. In the hot summer, it was an extremely comfortable day. The three of them had lunch in the cafeteria. Lu Ziqiang, the internet addict, suggested for the first time that they play basketball. This suggestion was unanimously approved. In dormitory 303, other than Zhao Baliang, who insisted on morning jogging every day, the other three were not sports-loving youths. Naturally, there was no basketball in the dormitory. Fortunately, the guys in dormitory 304 liked to play basketball. The dormitory leader, Wang Tiancheng, was a basketball fan. The dormitory leader, Wang Tiancheng, was shirtless. He ate boxed lunch while leading his roommates in a dungeon. The game they played was different from the competitive games Qin Zhe and the others played. It was very time-consuming. Old Wang, do you want to play basketball? Zhao Baliang knocked on the door and asked in a low muffled voice. Wang Tiancheng's nickname was Old Wang Next Door. After I finish this dungeon, our dormitory is going to the basketball court. It's not hot today. It'll be a waste if we don't play basketball. Old Wang's eyes never left the computer screen. His facial features were not bad. Unfortunately, his face was full of holes due to acne. Qin Zhe took out his phone and looked at the time. He urged, "Hurry up. I have something to do later." He had to go to work after playing for 40 minutes. Old Wang turned around and was amused. He laughed and joked, "I face-slapping God. It's the first time someone dared to slap Zhang Mingyu's face. You're famous in our department." Old Wang was a good person. He was smooth and slick and had a way with people. Even Qin Zhe, who didn't live in the dormitory for a long time, was very close to him. 5 minutes later, the 8 people from the 2 dormitories walked to the basketball court together. The basketball court was surrounded by an iron fence. It took up a lot of space. At the moment, the students were sweating profusely on the court. They wore short sleeves, shorts, and basketball shoes. In this cool weather, there were many people playing basketball. There was an expensive basketball court in the University of Finance and Economics, but it was not open during normal times. Usually, it was only open during the school's basketball games. They picked an empty basketball hoop, practiced their shooting, and started the game. Old Wang had the ability to play half of the school's basketball team. His 3 roommates all knew how to play basketball. In terms of skills, they were enough to crush Qin Zhe's dormitory 303. Therefore, the first ball was given to the weaker side. The 2 sides played half the court. It was a bit crowded with 4 people. The most reasonable allocation was to play in groups of 3, but they only had 8 people in total. Li Liang served the ball. The ball was passed to Qin Zhe. Qin Zhe symbolically dribbled the ball for a moment and passed it to Lu Ziqiang. After Lu Ziqiang received the ball, he was quickly blocked. Zhao Baliang rushed to his side and shouted, "Pass the ball! Pass the ball!" Lu Ziqiang passed the ball to him. After receiving the ball, Zhao Baliang roared. He was still outside the 2-point line, but he had already started to make a 3-step layup. He was tall and sturdy. When he rushed, he was as unstoppable as a human chariot. Old Wang tried to stop him, but he was knocked down by him. He took 3 big steps to the basket and hooked the ball. With a bang, the ball hit the basket and didn't go in. I knew it would be like this. Qin Zhe face-bombed. Old Wang jumped and grabbed the rebound. At the same time, he bumped into Li Liang's small body and almost fell down. He dribbled the ball out of the 3-point line and directly jumped to shoot. The basketball drew a perfect arc and went into the net. "You can even enter like this?" Li Liang cursed. F***, Old Wang said valiantly, "Please call me Archer God." 3-point shooting was Old Wang's specialty. In his own words, "I only practice shooting 3-pointers, and I only practice dunks inside the 3-point line." That was because these 2 cool skills on the court would always attract the attention of girls. Among them, dunks were the most popular. He could forget about dunks. He didn't have the jumping ability. He could only settle for the next best thing, which was to practice shooting 3-pointers. The team that scored served the ball. After a few passes, the ball was blocked by Xianxia and the others inside the three-point line. Therefore, the ball was passed to Old Wang. He took a deep breath and ignored Li Liang, who had poor jumping ability. He jumped and shot. This time, the ball didn't go in. The ball hit the basket. Zhao Baoyang's physique dominated under the backboard. Without any suspense, he grabbed the ball and threw it to Lu Ziqiang, who was near the three-point line. Lu Ziqiang dribbled the ball out of the three-point line and rushed to the backboard. He jumped and shot. Without any suspense, he didn't go in. Pass the ball back to me. I'm under the backboard. Zhao Baoyang, who didn't get the rebound this time, complained to Lu Ziqiang. There are two people beside you. I don't have anyone to guard against. Lu Ziqiang defended himself. Stop talking nonsense. They are going to attack. Xianxia interrupted their argument and lamented in his heart. Lu Ziqiang had the most solid basketball foundation among the 4 people in the dormitory. Zhao Baoyang had a strong physique, but he didn't know how to play basketball. Li Liang, a rich man who was hollowed out by wine and women, could only touch a basketball a few times a year. As for himself, he was not much different from Li Liang. Xianxia, you go and guard Old Wang. Let's switch. Li Liang trotted over and wanted to switch with him. He explained, you are taller than me, and I don't have good stamina. I can't keep up with him. You speak as if I have good stamina. Xianxia complained in his heart. Without hesitation, he agreed to switch with Li Liang. A young man from the other team dribbled the ball and rushed to the inside of the three-point line. Zhao Baoyang opened his arms like a big black bear pouncing on its prey. He was very imposing and blocked his way. That guy looked at the aggressive big man and decisively passed the ball to Old Wang, who was behind the three-point line behind him. At this time, Xianxia had just switched to guard. Before he got close, he gave Old Wang enough space to shoot. Old Wang jumped and threw the ball with a standard posture. Under everyone's gaze, the ball slowly rose. In Xianxia's eyes, the brown basketball spun out of his hand and rose, drawing the first step in a perfect arc. Suddenly, an idea came to his mind. Maybe I can block it. Chapter 17. Li Liang was in position. As soon as he turned around, he saw the basketball fly out of Old Wang's hand. Damn, you got another 3. Lu Ziqiang and Zhao Baoyang rushed to the backboard at the same time, intending to snatch the ball. But at this moment, a figure suddenly soared into the sky, as if he had broken free from gravity. He jumped so high that his feet almost reached Old Wang's waist. But the basketball was slapped down by him. The basketball drew a V shape and rolled away. After Old Wang landed, his hands were still in the shooting position. His face was lifeless. This is impossible. This is impossible. Looking at the others, they were all dumbfounded. Xianxia trotted over to pick up the ball. When he came back, he saw everyone staring at him in a daze. He threw the ball into Old Wang's arms and raised his head. I see worship in your eyes. Damn, you can jump so high? How did you do it? Old Wang cursed. Li Liang, we might have played a fake game. Lu Ziqiang, 666. Zhao Baoyang, Xianxia, your jumping ability, it doesn't make sense. When did you become so strong? The other 3 were also amazed, shouting that he was awesome. Xianxia was also shocked. The thought just flashed through his mind, and his body followed with a jump. With his previous jumping ability, it was absolutely impossible for him to reach this height. But he found that he hadn't reached his limit yet. He could jump even higher. I can jump this high. The first thing he thought of was the 12 sections brocade internal training method. He had been training his body for the past few days, but even so, it was impossible for it to bring about earth-shaking changes to his body. So, only the internal training method could explain it. System, is it because of the internal training method? He communicated with the system in his mind. Damn, is this the rhythm of ascending to heaven? But I've only practiced for a few days. You improved quickly in the early stages, so there's nothing to be surprised about. It can only be said that your body was too weak before. Xianxia ignored the system's ridicule. He was too excited. I've only practiced for a few days, and I can jump so high. What if I practiced for a month, or a year? Wouldn't that break the world record in minutes? It was as if I could see the scene of him leaping onto roofs and vaulting over walls, wielding his sword in the martial world. I want to fight 10 of you. After being intimidated by Qin Zhe, Old Wang was much more restrained. He no longer dared to blindly shoot three-pointers, and his hands and feet were tied. On the other hand, Qin Zhe had adapted to his explosive power and speed and was gradually getting better. The several interceptions made the loser from room 303 cheer loudly. Unfortunately, their shooting skills, including Qin Zhe, were too bad. Almost 9 out of 10 shots went in. 20 minutes after lunch, there were more and more people on the court. The basketball court appeared to be a little crowded. The students who came later did not have any seats, so they discussed with the students on the court. With 10 balls as the standard, a few groups would rotate. Students, can you let us have the court? We want to play the whole game. Someone stood outside the court and said with a smile. Qin Zhe turned his head to look, his expression strange. The guy who spoke was the school hunk Zhang Mingyu, who was slapped in the face by him a few days ago. He was holding a basketball in his arms, wearing an Adidas jersey and a pair of 4-digit Nike sneakers. The school hunk was indeed the school hunk. His hairstyle was trendy, his eyebrows were straight, and his eyes were bright. Even his figure was so good. He was the kind of sunshine guy who looked thin in clothes but was muscular when he took them off. The school hunk glanced at the crowd, as if he did not notice Qin Zhe's existence. He did not even look at him. The horny students from room 303 and 304 were in high spirits. There was no free space at the moment, so of course they would not agree. Zhang Mingyu was followed by a group of strong men in basketball uniforms. One of them, a guy with a crew cut, walked to the basket and grabbed the basketball that didn't go in. He muttered, "We are a basketball team. We need to train. Give us the court." His tone was loud and he was not polite at all. He was very domineering. Old Wang raised his eyebrows. "Where is the coach? The basketball team's practice time is not now." Old Wang had a buddy who was also on the basketball team. He did not see him at the moment. "It's none of your business. Our basketball team can practice whenever we want." The crew-cut young man glared at him. "I don't care who your basketball team is." Zhao Baliang was strong and muscular. He pointed at the basketball in the crew-cut young man's hand. "Give the ball back and get out of here." Northeastern men were simple and rough, and they were not afraid in the face of trouble. Needless to say, his figure was quite intimidating. Forget it. Let's play the first half." Zhang Mingyu, persuaded in time, took the ball from the crew-cut young man's hand and threw it to Zhao Baliang. Then he led the basketball team to the opposite basket. After playing for a few more minutes, Qin Zhe and the others were sweating and panting. Although there was no sun today, it was the end of June. The weather was hot and humid, and they lost a lot of water. Qin Zhe wiped his sweat and looked at Zhang Mingyu and the others who were playing hard. The school hunk was not only handsome, but he was also very good at basketball. He dribbled the ball smoothly, and his shooting posture was standard. He must have been a hero in high school. In high school, he was handsome and good at basketball. He was very popular with girls. If he was a straight-A student, 9 out of 10 girls would want to have his babies. Qin Zhe was a passerby. He could only look up to the protagonist. "Let's stop for a while. I'll go buy a few bottles of water. You guys practice shooting," Qin Zhe said and ran out of the court. The school's supermarket was not far from here. It only took 5 minutes to go back and forth. Qin Zhe bought everyone a bottle of energy drink and ran back with a plastic bag. He could play for about 20 minutes before he went to the classroom to study the mathematical modeling fund with Professor Li. When Qin Zhe returned to the court, he saw a conspiracy that had been planned for a long time. The arrogant and domineering crew-cut young man glanced at Zhao Baliang and the others. He smiled and threw the basketball. The hard rubber basketball whizzed through the air and almost turned into a black shadow. It hit Li Liang's head. Bang! A muffled sound startled everyone. Li Liang's body staggered forward. He didn't even have time to make a sound before he fell weakly to the ground. Everyone was shocked and went forward. They saw that his eyes were empty and his expression was dull. They were relieved and angry at the same time. Li Liang's mind was blank. He was stunned for a few seconds before he came back to his senses. He touched the back of his head. Damn it, there was a bump. He immediately jumped and cursed, "Mother f***, that son of a bitch hit your grandpa." Sorry. The crew-cut young man ran over and picked up the ball. He then apologized. The ball flew away. It was unintentional. On the basketball court, it was common for the ball to fly around and hit people. However, if it was unintentional, it would not hit people too hard. It was rare to see a bump on the back of Li Liang's head. Are you king blind? How can you hit people like that? Zhao Baliang said angrily. We didn't do it on purpose. It's basketball. There are always mistakes. The crew-cut young man shrugged. If apologies are useful, why do we need the police? Old Wang said. Then go and call the police. The crew-cut young man sneered. Not to mention Lu Ziqiang and Zhao Baliang, the people in dormitory 304 were also angry. My classmate has a bump on the back of his head. How can you play basketball like that? Lu Ziqiang frowned. On the other side, a few people from the basketball team came over. Zhang Mingyu said gently, Sorry, the ball just now was really unintentional. We didn't notice. Sorry, classmate. After a pause, he smiled and said, Is the injury serious? It's better to go to the infirmary. I'll pay for it. If you're worried, you can go to a nearby hospital. You can come to me with the bill later. What's the meaning of this? You guys hit someone and you're done with just a few words of apology? You're going to pay for the medical expenses? Shouldn't you pay for it? The most infuriating thing was that you're going to reimburse the bill later? What kind of words was this? You hit someone and you don't even want to go to the infirmary? Li Liang was so angry that he almost vomited blood. Why would he care about the medical expenses? The other party's attitude was unbearable. Zhao Baliang was a hot-tempered person. He strode over and was about to hit someone, but Lu Ziqiang held him tightly. They were in the right in this matter, but they were in the wrong when they hit someone. University was not like high school. Fighting was not a small matter, especially when it was a group brawl. A light punishment would be a major demerit, and a heavy punishment would be expulsion. If there was a minor injury, they would go to the police station. Fights in high school were because the students were hot-blooded and immature. Plus, most of them were underage. As long as nothing serious happened, they would be fine. University was different. They had to bear legal responsibility. Besides, this kind of thing was unintentional. The other party had apologized. If things got out of hand, Zhao Baliang and the others would not get any benefits. Let's go quickly. Take your classmate to the hospital so that we won't be blamed if anything happens. The short-haired young man shrugged, turned around and left with the basketball. Bang! Something whizzed over and smashed into the back of his head. Although it exploded, liquid splattered everywhere. The short-haired young man was much stronger than Li Liang. He was not stunned by the hit. He screamed and the basketball slipped from his hand. He covered the back of his head and turned around with his eyes wide open. Everyone present was shocked and turned to look at the culprit. Qin Zhe slowly walked over with a drink in his hand. He didn't apologize. Instead, he complained to Zhao are you deaf? I told you to pick up the drink. Didn't you hear me? He rolled his eyes at Zhao Baliang, who was confused, and then apologized to the short-haired young man. Oh, I'm sorry. It doesn't feel good. I didn't hit you. It was an accident. F***CKU. The short-haired young man roared and kicked at Qin Zhe. Qin Zhe kicked the guy's abdomen and kicked him to the ground. He said coldly, You want to fight? Come on. He could not believe that he could say such a cool line. It was not in line with the setting of a passerby at all. Qin Zhe turned his head and said to his partners behind him, I saw it just now. This guy hit people on purpose. F***CKU. F***CKU. Do you think we are easy to bully? Zhao Baliang, Old Wang, and others suddenly changed their faces. He really hit people on purpose. He was looking for trouble. What's so great about a basketball team? Everyone was angry. No one was a clay bodhisattva. They were not angry. Just now, he arrogantly asked them to give up the court, which made them unhappy. Now he deliberately hit people. It was obvious that he was bullying them. Seeing that the two sides were about to fight, and the hostile atmosphere here also attracted the surrounding students who were playing basketball. They all came to watch. Zhang Mingyu hurriedly stopped his angry companions. He stared at Qin Zhe gloomily. "We are all adults. Let's solve the conflict in another way. This is a court. Let's use basketball to determine the winner. The loser will apologize." Zhang Mingyu raised the corner of his mouth and showed a sinister smile. "Not only should you apologize, but also shout, 'Grandpa, I dare not do it again,' 3 times. Ding. Main task, Divinity Show, February 5th. Please play a game with the basketball team represented by Zhang Mingyu and win. Success will reward 300 points. Failure will deduct 300 points. But Qin Zhe agreed immediately. Fighting was too low. Even if he lost miserably, winning wouldn't be any better. Moreover, with so many people present, it would be easy to alarm the school leaders. When the time came, punishment would be light. If he was expelled, the old man would probably beat him to death. The main reason was that the system had issued a task. He had to fight. At the same time, Qin Zhe was vigilant. The task reward was 300 points. Wasn't this a bit too much? The first task reward was also 300 points, but that was the reward of the first director. From this, it could be seen that the difficulty of this mission was much higher than translating Russian and kissing his sister's lips. Chapter 18. After hearing Zhang Mingyu's bet, Qin Zhe's first reaction was not the anger of Zhao Baliang and the others, but that he seemed to have been tricked. Zhang Mingyu's appearance on the court was not strange. It could only be considered a coincidence. However, from the initial request to give up the court, the subsequent smashing incident, and the incident of him slapping Zhang Mingyu's face in public a few days ago, it was intriguing. To sum it up, Zhang Mingyu and his friends came to play basketball happily. Then they bumped into Qin Zhe, so they came up with a plan. The whole thing could be summed up in 4 words: "I'm going to stir up trouble." This was the revenge of the school hunk. Qin Zhe had never been afraid of speculating the worst intentions of others. The arrow on the bow had to be shot. When the time came, there was no backing down. Qin Zhe thought for a moment and turned to look at his friends. "I'm fine with it." Zhao Baliang was very loyal. "Let's talk about life and death. If you don't agree, let's do it." This was the reply of the internet addict Lu Ziqiang. Old Wang thought for a moment and whispered, "Damn it, we can't admit defeat now. Otherwise, we won't be able to get a girl before college. We can only switch hands." Li Liang said, "Actually, I'm scared too. But we can't lose face." A guy from room 304 hesitated and said, "They're all on the basketball team. The founding emperor said not to fight an unprepared battle." Old Wang glared at him. "Tong Ziji, shut your ass. You're good at shooting. You have to play." He said, "As long as you play, no matter if you win or lose, you don't have to pay me back the 200 yuan you owe me." Old Wang was very good at dealing with people. In this way, the people in room 303 liked him very much. Tong Ziji patted his chest and said, "Don't mention Grandpa. I'll even call you Great-Grandpa." In this way, the members were quickly settled. Qin Zhe, Zhao Baliang, Lu Ziqiang, Old Wang and Tong Ziji. Qin Zhe looked at Zhang Mingyu and said, "Take a 5-minute break." But Zhang Mingyu nodded. The surrounding students were talking about it. Zhang Mingyu was a famous person. Everyone knew him. Someone even took out his mobile phone and posted a post on the campus network. Zhang Mingyu duels with others on the court. The loser calls him Grandpa. There were also a few photos attached, showing the confrontation between Qin Zhe and Zhang Mingyu. This post was pinned to the top by the moderator. A few minutes later, the number of views and replies skyrocketed. "There are pictures and the truth. I believe you. Basketball court, right? I'll be right there. Old driver is going to race. Destination, basketball court. Beep, acupoint is stuck. Beep, social security card. Beep, elderly card." Zhang Mingyu has been a bit noisy these days. Not long ago, he was slapped in the face, and today he wants to compete with someone. Let's wait for Zhang Mingyu to fail miserably. That's impossible. Look, the people around him are all from the basketball team. The few students opposite him are all uneven in height and weight. They don't look good at all. Only the student standing in the middle has a decent aura. Am I the only one who thinks that back looks familiar? +1, I also feel that it's very familiar. Ditto. Ditto. +10086. That look, is that Xianxia? Face-slapping King Xianxia. Someone replied with uncertainty and then attached a picture of Xianxia's back as he wrote on the blackboard. As soon as this picture was posted, the popularity of the post instantly rose to a new height. Damn, it's really him. Hey, is this guy and Zhang Mingyu going against each other? Slightly stiffening to show respect. My wish is world peace. Let's start again. My wish is to slap Zhang Mingyu's face. My name is Xianxia. I bring salt for myself. Students, let's team up and go to the basketball court. Damn, I'm outside the school. I can't make it back. Please do a live stream. I smell a conspiracy. Leader, what's going on? The original poster was very happy that his post was pinned at the top and temporarily became the most popular post on the campus forum. He replied happily, I'm at the basketball court. They haven't started the game yet. Don't miss it. Come and watch the fun. The original poster asked the right person. I was playing basketball next to him and witnessed the whole thing. Because of basketball, the two sides quarreled and almost fought. Fortunately, they were rational and didn't really fight. Otherwise, they would definitely be punished and maybe even expelled. But now that things have come to this, no one is willing to back down, so they decided to decide the winner with basketball. The loser has to admit his mistake, apologize, and call the winner, Grandpa, I'm sorry. The people on the forum were excited again. Did the original poster say it was intentional? Are you sure? It's absolutely true. I saw it with my own eyes. The original poster posted a picture of, I swear on my integrity. That is to say, Zhang Mingyu is deliberately looking for trouble. He is taking revenge on Xianxia for slapping him in the face. Damn, Zhang Mingyu is really insidious. He will seek revenge for the smallest grievance. He has no tolerance. Rich people are not good people. Only the state officials are allowed to set fires, but the common people are not allowed to light lamps? Xianxia slapped our Mingyu's face, and we are not allowed to fight back? That's right. A bunch of nerds who hate rich people upstairs. They deserve to have no girlfriend. Zhang Mingyu is good. Long live Zhang Mingyu. There was a lot of quarreling in the forum, and it quickly went off topic. Xianxia and the others sat under the basket, drinking and resting. Their faces were calm, but their words exposed the anxiety in their hearts. Zhang Baliang looked around and whispered, Why do I feel that there are more and more people? I don't think so. Li Liang rubbed the back of his head and grimaced. Take a look at the campus forum. Old Wang handed his phone to Zhao Baliang. They passed it around, and Zhao Baliang was dumbfounded. Damn, that wicked guy posted it. He's roasting us on a bonfire. If we lose, our reputation will be ruined, and we won't be able to raise our heads again, Lu Ziqiang said faintly. More and more people came to watch, and the basketball court was packed. As time passed, the number of people was still increasing. Tong Ziji was unafraid. What's there to be afraid of? Of course you don't care. You're just a nobody. If you lose face, so be it. Who knows who you are? Old Wang rolled his eyes. The most embarrassing one is Xianxia. He is the main character of this incident. This is Zhang Mingyu's revenge. If he is really forced to call him grandpa, it will be much worse than being slapped in the face in class. Everyone looked at Xianxia. Xianxia was expressionless. He glanced at the excited audience outside the court, at Zhang Mingyu and the others who were eyeing him covetously in the distance, and finally at his companions' faces. At this moment, he was suddenly overwhelmed with emotions. He could not help but sing, running forward, facing cold eyes and ridicule. How can the vastness of life be felt without suffering? Fate can't make us kneel and beg for mercy even if blood is spilled all over the arms. Keep running, with the pride of a pure child. This was a song he heard from the point store. At this moment he sang it with emotion. Go forward, Go forward, facing cold eyes and ridicule, ignoring setbacks and difficulties. No one was born weak. Small people also had their own roars and roars. Zhao Baliang suddenly felt his blood boiling. He clenched his fists and blue veins popped out. He raised his head and let out a roar. Run forward, facing cold eyes and ridicule. Old Wang stood up suddenly. I want to surpass God. Lu Ziqiang punched the basketball hoop. Tong Ziji said, F***CK, the basketball team is great, the school bow is great, but in front of 200 yuan, they are all fleeting clouds. The game began. Chapter 19. The whole basketball court was in an uproar. They swarmed over, and the heat was no less than the school basketball game. The private basketball competition between students was nothing, but it was about Zhang Mingyu, and it was such a competitive game with stakes. That was interesting. What was more eye-catching was that the other side of the competition with Zhang Mingyu was Qin Zhe, who became popular on the campus BBS a few days ago. As long as one was not a fool, one could see that this was the revenge of the school hunk. Did Zhang Mingyu succeed in his revenge, or did Qin Zhe beat the school hunk again? It was very interesting. Hurry up, take a video and broadcast it live. Post it on the campus BBS. Qin Zhe is really good. He tried to step on Zhang Mingyu several times. I think he is finished this time. No, this time it was Zhang Mingyu who started it first. He is taking revenge for being slapped in the face 3 days ago. Qin Zhe is bound to lose. Zhang Mingyu's team is full of basketball players. They will be totally defeated. Zhang Mingyu is going to get back one game. I told you that it is not so easy to become famous by stepping on the school hunk. Revenge is coming. The bet is to call him Grandpa. I get excited when I think of it. What a shame. I'm afraid that they will not admit it and run away with their tails between their legs. But anyway, it's a shame. The game began. After discussion, it was decided that 50 points would be the end point. Whoever got 50 points first would win. Qin Zhe and the short-haired young man were responsible for fighting for the ball. Qin Zhe's amazing jumping ability made his teammates unanimously recommend him. The ball was thrown high. Qin Zhe and the short-haired young man jumped up at the same time to fight for the ball. The jumping ability they showed at the beginning surprised the onlookers outside the court, especially Qin Zhe, who jumped more than 10 centimeters higher than the short-haired young man. He easily pushed the ball to Lao Wang on the left side. As soon as the ball was in their hands, the players changed from being still as virgins to moving like rabbits and ran quickly. After Lao Wang got the ball, Tong Ziji immediately rushed to the basket and raised his left hand high. They cooperated well, and Lao Wang immediately passed the ball. The basketball flew in the air. Zhang Mingyu came in from the side and jumped up to intercept the ball. Beautiful! In the cheers of the audience outside the court, Zhang Mingyu threw the ball across the half-court. The short-haired young man caught the ball steadily and dribbled the ball to the basket. It was too late for Qin Zhe and others to defend. Just when everyone thought that he was going to make a layup, the crew-cut young man made a jaw-dropping move. After 3 steps, he made a slam dunk. Slam dunk. There was an uproar outside the arena. Wow dunk. 666. He got 2 points first, and it's a slam dunk. It's a total crush. Zhang Mingyu intercepted the ball well. Zhang Mingyu, I love you. Did you capture the scene just now? I got it. I'll post it on the campus forum. I'll just record it. Why would I need to take pictures? Exclamations and cheers rang out incessantly. Qin Zhe started the second ball. After Lu Ziqiang got the ball, he quickly rushed to the opponent's basket. His teammates followed him closely. His dribbling foundation was very solid. He ran steadily and quickly. He dribbled the ball alternately from left to right and actually avoided the defender. However, Lu Ziqiang didn't continue to rush forward. Instead, he passed the ball to Old Wang, who was at the right three-point line. After Old Wang received the ball, he immediately jumped up and shot his first three-pointer since the start of the game. His hands were perfect and he could score. Just as this thought surfaced in his mind, he blocked the shot with a pa sound. He was so fast, Old Wang still underestimated the strength of the basketball team. None of them were weak. He wasn't careful enough when shooting just now. The opponent was only 5 steps away from him. Nice block. The audience outside the court cheered. Zhang Mingyu grabbed the ball and launched a quick attack. Tong Ziqiang followed him tightly, trying to intercept the ball. But at this time, Zhang Mingyu suddenly stopped at the 3-point line. His excellent physical fitness was undoubtedly revealed. Tong Ziqiang rushed forward a few steps out of inertia. It was too late for him to defend. Jump, shoot. Perfect posture. Hollow net. The accurate 3-point shot immediately caused the whole court to explode. The boys roared and cheered, while the girls screamed and shouted excitedly, Zhang Mingyu, Zhang Mingyu. As Old Wang said, 3-point shots and dunks were the trump cards of the basketball team. For the third shot, Lu Ziqiang dribbled the ball and led the defending opponent around half the court. He couldn't find a chance to rush forward. The two sides were in a stalemate. Zhao Baliang, who was under the basket, rushed out in big strides. Old Lu, give me the ball. The opponent was too close. Lu Ziqiang had no chance to take advantage of the situation. He decisively passed the ball in his hand. At this time, the short-haired young man rushed over and intercepted the ball with his excellent jumping ability. The ball was intercepted again. Li Liang and the others outside the court cursed. The short-haired young man threw the ball across half the court. Mingyu, attack quickly. Zhang Mingyu dribbled the ball and attacked quickly. He shot the 3-point shot again. The ball spun fiercely in the basket a few times and entered the net. He ate the 3-point shot directly. They're not on the same level at all. Zhang Mingyu's 3-point shot is godly. It's simply amazing. Zhang Mingyu. Outside the court, the audience was watching with great interest. In less than 5 minutes, the score was 9-0. In the campus forum, someone uploaded the photos of the short-haired young man's dunk and Zhang Mingyu's 2 3-point shots. The post was titled, A Contest Without Suspense, Zhang Mingyu Crushes Qin Zhe. As expected, the face-smacking king got smacked in the face. It wasn't a fair contest in the first place. They're a basketball team. How did you beat them? What you said is wrong. Did you make it public that day in the open classroom? Qin Zhe used his Russian to smack our Mingyu's face. Our Mingyu smacked his face with a basketball. There's nothing wrong with that. Yes, there's nothing wrong with that. In the future, before you want to step on our Mingyu, you should first consider whether you're strong enough. Fortunately, I didn't go. Otherwise, it would have been a wasted trip. Remember to tell us the result. The result is not important. The part where he bowed his head and called him grandpa must be uploaded. On the basketball court. 10 minutes later, the score was 22-4. Only the word, tragic, could describe the result of Qin Zhe's team. A temporary disadvantage was not terrible. What was terrible was that once the momentum was broken, there was really no hope. Except for Zhao Baliang, who was still struggling, Lu Ziqiang, Tong Ziji, and Old Wang were all listless. The ball was intercepted and blocked. At first, they were boiling with anger and desperately trying to salvage the situation. Now, they were numb as if they had accepted their fate. They ran back to defend numbly. They were not even amateurs. They didn't usually touch basketball. How could they play against a basketball team? In terms of skills, they were miles ahead. In terms of tacit understanding, they were miles ahead. And tactics? They didn't know what tactics were. Another ball was intercepted. The ball was passed to Zhang Mingyu. He dribbled the ball and rushed to the 3-point line. Zhang Mingyu made several 3-point shots. His scoring rate was very high. He was even better than Old Wang. He must be a playboy who believed in the saying, only practice 3-point shooting. Inside the 3-point line, only dunks. The girls outside the court screamed, 3-point shot. 3-point shot. Their voices were messy at first, then orderly. Many people's emotions were stirred and they cheered together. Zhang Mingyu stopped at the 3-point line. A confident smile appeared on his face, making the girls around him infatuated. Take off. Shoot. 3-point shot. In the cheers of the whole court, the 3-point shot that Zhao Baliang and the others were like nightmares was shot again. However, at this time, a figure rushed to the sky. He jumped so high that he seemed to have escaped from gravity. His short black hair danced in the air and his t-shirt was shaking. 3-point shot. Accompanied by his roar, a slap on the spinning basketball echoed throughout the court. The basketball hit the ground with a whistling sound and flew to the audience outside the court. It happened to hit the girls who were cheering the most. The cheers suddenly turned into exclamations and screams. Then, the whole court was silent. From the beginning of the game, Xianxia had been in a passive state. He ran back and forth with the ball and did useless work. He had never intercepted the ball or made a basket, let alone such a powerful hot pot. The audience outside the court didn't react for a while. Why did he suddenly block the shot? Why did this unknown guy suddenly explode? Xiaoba suddenly let out a roar and shook his arms excitedly. Old Wang, Lu Ziqiang, and Tong Ziji were also very excited. The shot was blocked. Finally, the shot was blocked. Xianxia exploded. That's right. With Xianxia's speed and jumping ability before, how could he be unknown? You think you're so great just because you can shoot 3-point shots? Do you really think you're the prince of basketball, invincible? Xianxia turned to his teammates and shouted, "Cheer up, the game has just begun." He was not pretending to be weak before, but was exploring the strengths and habits of the other players. He didn't start with the details, but focused on the overall situation, which was very in line with his style of playing games. He had to pay close attention to the top, middle, and bottom, analyzing the enemy's habits, playing style, as well as their strengths and weaknesses. Only in this way could he support his teammates at the right time and gank the enemy. After playing games with Xianxia for a long time, it was easy to find his style. He always exploded in the middle and backcourt, and was unknown in the early game. If he still couldn't win, then he would curse Qin Baobao to be a virgin for the rest of his life. At this time, the audience outside the court exclaimed in hindsight, "That shot is so fierce. My God, how can he jump so high? That's amazing." His momentum suddenly increased. His jumping ability is unparalleled. Who took a picture of that scene just now? Quick, post it on the forum. Who had time to take a picture? But it's all in the video. Watch it later. Zhang Mingyu took a deep breath, suppressed the anger and embarrassment in his heart, and glanced coldly at Xianxia. Xianxia looked at him without fear, walked to his side and whispered, "Grandson, wait for me to call you grandpa later." Zhang Mingyu sneered. Zhang Mingyu's team was not affected much. They just blocked the shot, which could not change the result. The ball was passed between them, approaching the basket at a moderate speed. The short-haired young man sprinted to the left, quickly distanced himself from Old Wang, who was marking him, and rushed to the basket. At the same time, he raised a hand to signal the ball handler to pass the ball. He created a gap with his powerful explosive power, and the ball handler passed the ball to him without hesitation. A few meters away, Xianxia suddenly rushed out and intercepted the ball. Then he threw the ball across the half-court to the last player. The ball was intercepted beautifully. The boy dribbled the ball wildly, made a 3-step layup, and scored. Well done. Xianxia ran over and high-fived the boy. Chapter 20. The short-haired young man controlled the ball and called out to his teammates, "Play hard. They have no hope. The gap is too big. Everyone, pass the ball to Mingyu and let him shoot from the 3-point line. We have to pull away from them by a number that will make them despair. Even if that Xianxia," he was about to say, "even if that Xianxia is good at intercepting the ball, it's useless." Suddenly, he heard his teammates exclaim, "Behind you!" As soon as he finished speaking, he heard the sound of wind behind him. His heart skipped a beat and he instinctively dribbled to avoid it. Where was the ball? Shocked, he turned around and saw Xianxia dribbling the ball toward his own basket. Behind him was Zhang Mingyu, who was trying to intercept him. Xianxia took the lead. When he finally reached the basket, he turned around and threw the ball to Old Wang, who was far away from the 3-point line. Old Wang had no one to defend him. They all ran to intercept Xianxia. He took a deep breath, jumped, and shot a 3-point shot. "Now, there's no one to cover for me." The ball bounced back and forth on the rim a few times and went into the net. *CK. The short-haired young man cursed. Old Wang, Xianxia, and the others high-fived one after another, enjoying the applause of the audience outside the court. At this time, their morale had finally recovered and they were in high spirits again. The basketball team dribbled the ball again. This time, they used a strategy. After Zhang Mingyu received the ball, he ran crazily to half the court. Several players gave up on marking him and blocked Qin Zhe. As expected, they created an opening for Zhang Mingyu. He shot the ball without hesitation. The basketball spun as it flew out of his hand. Before it could draw a perfect arc, a crisp "pa" rang out. The basketball whistled through the air. This time, it didn't fly out of the court. Instead, it was caught by Zhao Baoliang. Another block. There was an uproar outside the court, accompanied by the sound of shutters. I got it. I got it too. I'll post it on the campus forum. Look at the picture. Qin Zhe jumped so high. If he participates in the school sports meet, he might break the high jump record. Zhang Mingyu was proud of his good upbringing, but at this moment, he couldn't help but want to swear. Wasn't he blocked? How did he do it? Zhao Baoliang aggressively rushed to the basket, made a 3-step layup, hit the board, and scored another 2 points. The current score was 22-11. There was still a huge disparity between the two sides. On Zhang Mingyu's side, he made a subtle gesture to his teammate. The player in possession of the ball hesitated for a moment and passed the ball to him at close range. He really didn't dare to pass the ball from a long distance, for fear that it would be intercepted by Qin Zhe again. After Zhang Mingyu got the ball, he jumped high in front of Qin Zhe. At the same time, he leaned back and threw the ball again. I don't believe you can block a shot. A backward jump shot from the 3-point line. That's too difficult, the audience exclaimed. If he doesn't take a backward jump shot, he might get blocked by Qin Zhe again. F***ck, he has already been promoted from the face-smacking king to the block king. Ah, Zhang Mingyu's pose is so cool, I love you. Pa! In response to the audience's cheers, there was a clear and familiar sound. It was the sound of a blocked shot. Qin Zhe leaped into the air. His jumping power was out of control. Once again, he threw out a powerful slap, sending the basketball flying. The girls' cheers came to an abrupt end, followed by the sound of gasps. The block. A block again. Do you have to be like this? Are you born to block shots? Zhang Mingyu's eyes were dull. The boy grabbed the ball and ran away, and he got another 2 points. The score was getting closer and closer, and the balance of victory and defeat was slowly tilting. Soon, the ball was passed to Zhang Mingyu. Qin Zhe didn't open his arms to make a defensive posture. He smiled and said, I'll let you shoot. I can block you until you doubt your life. Zhang Mingyu panted heavily, and his eyes were full of anger. He instinctively wanted to shoot, but when he saw Qin Zhe's calm face, he was terrified for the first time. How is his stamina so good? His face is not red, and he is not panting. If I shoot, he will block my shot again. After a moment of hesitation, he glanced at the short-haired young man approaching from the corner of his eye. He gritted his teeth and passed the ball. Seeing this scene, the audience laughed out loud. Hey, Zhang Mingyu just wanted to shoot, but he gave up. He doesn't dare to shoot. Let's see the shadow in Zhang Mingyu's heart. Ha. After the short-haired young man received the ball, he dribbled the ball past his teammates and successfully scored a point. Cheer up, everyone. Let's finish it quickly. The short-haired young man roared, and he felt as if the clouds and mist had cleared to see the sky. Finally, he scored a goal. He was heroic and felt that he had regained his confidence. After being blocked by Qin Zhe one after another, the experienced basketball players couldn't help but feel depressed. At this time, scoring a goal was very important. As long as the momentum was back, they could beat those half-baked players. The short-haired young man dribbled the ball and was ready to score another goal to boost the momentum. Watch out behind! He heard his teammates roaring behind him. The little bastard intercepted the ball again. The short-haired young man was furious and subconsciously moved sideways to protect the ball. At the same time, he blocked the ball behind him. Hey, where's the ball? A figure passed by him, and the breeze brushed the corner of his eyes and eyebrows. Then the ball disappeared. Damn, are you a dog? The short-haired young man cursed. The ball was intercepted again. Again, it was silently intercepted by Qin Zhe before he could react. On the other side, after Qin Zhe intercepted the ball, he dribbled the ball quickly, bypassed the defense of two players, and passed the ball to the boy, who shot the ball and scored. Witnessing this scene, the short-haired young man calmed down for the first time and muttered, "I request a 5-minute timeout." Damn you! Qin Zhe's first reaction was to refuse. He had something to do later, and he didn't have time to play with these guys. But old Wang and the others agreed because it was a rule of the basketball court. Any party could ask for a timeout. What's wrong? Why do you want a timeout? Zhang Mingyu asked the short-haired young man. The short-haired young man looked around at his 4 teammates and said in a low voice, "That guy is too athletic. It's not good to continue playing like this." Now the score is 24-16, only 4 goals away. Zhang Mingyu's face suddenly became gloomy. "Do you have any ideas?" At this moment he also panicked. They were about to win the game, but he didn't expect that they would gradually be caught up. Looking at the momentum, there was even a possibility of capsizing. Have you noticed that Qin Zhe basically didn't shoot the ball except for intercepting and blocking? He just passed the ball when he intercepted it. So far, his score is 0. It can be seen that he doesn't have the ability to score, or at least his shooting skill is very poor. As long as we can stop him from intercepting the ball, the victory will be ours. After a pause, he saw everyone's eyes lit up and looked at him. The short-haired young man smiled proudly. "I have an idea." At this time, on the campus forum, someone posted the pictures of Qin Zhe blocking several shots. In an instant, it attracted hundreds of comments, and then it was pinned by the moderator. "Surprising flying man. Holy Mother Mary. He can jump so high? What a talent. Hurry up, take the beads. Well done, this Qin Zhe has some skills." He slapped Zhang Mingyu's face again. Ridiculous, he didn't win. The final victory is still Zhang Mingyu. An individual's amazing performance doesn't mean anything. You admit that he is amazing. Even if he loses in the end, he will lose because of the overall configuration. Zhang Mingyu may not be his match in basketball. Zhang Mingyu is traumatized. He blocked 3 shots in a row. Zhang Mingyu, "Mom, I will never shoot 3-pointers again." Qin Zhe is an idiot. Elzaspi. I'm going to the basketball court to cheer for Mingyu in person. I will only be Mingyu's fan for life. "OP, what's the score now?" A moment later, the OP replied, 24-16. It's hard to say who will win. Damn, OP, you are still in the mood to post. OP, the game is paused now. Damn, there are more and more people here. It's almost time for the Colonel's basketball game. I'm coming over now. *CK, who said that this was a battle without suspense. I almost missed the good show. OP, remember to live stream. Haha, I took a screenshot. If you have the guts, post your girlfriend's ID. Screenshot 2. Chapter 21. When the game started again, Zhang Mingyu stopped outside the 3-point line to stall Qin Zhe. If Qin Zhe entered the lane to steal the ball, they would pass the ball to Zhang Mingyu, who would then shoot a 3-point shot without anyone guarding him. The tactical effect was immediate. Zhang Mingyu successfully scored a 3-point shot, and the buzzcut youth and the other player each scored 2 points. At this time, the score on the court was 31-22. The score was still closing, but looking at the momentum, it was extremely difficult to overtake them before the end of the game. This is tricky. Zhao Baliang grimaced, sweating profusely. Qin Zhe nodded. This was the so-called "a lone tree cannot hold up the whole tree." In a team competition, no matter how outstanding an individual's ability was, it was only a highlight. It was easy to be targeted and suppressed. This was the principle Qin Zhe learned in the game. Unless it was a king god who abused the brass, but these basketball teams were obviously not rookies. System, exchange 3-point shooting skills. Qin Zhe silently communicated with the system. A few meters away, the ball was moving in the hands of the opponent. As long as Qin Zhe guarded against Zhang Mingyu, they would not let the ball go to him. Qin Zhe moved his feet, and the powerful explosive force pushed his whole body forward. He intercepted the ball like a gust of wind and dribbled the ball to attack. The moment the ball was in his hands, There was no longer the previous jerkiness and stagnation. Instead, there was a smooth feeling as if he was the innate king of the court. Zhang Mingyu ran wildly, chasing after his back, and at the same time shouted to his companions, "Keep an eye on your own people, don't let them catch the ball and shoot." Qin Zhe himself could not shoot. He had been assisting. This was the judgment of Zhang Mingyu and the others. If they guarded against those guys, they would also guard against Qin Zhe. Qin Zhe, who had rushed to the three-point line, made an unexpected move. He made a sudden stop, jumped up, and shot. His movements were smooth and without any hesitation. He was impatient. Zhang Mingyu was not surprised. Instead, he was happy. Whether it was a match between two masters or two armies, as long as one side was anxious and impatient, it would not be far from failure. In this case, the more Qin Zhe shot, the more mistakes he made. At most, he could win with 10 goals, and the difference between the two sides was close to 10 points. The explosive power and jumping ability that he was so proud of were countered by us. It would be strange if he wasn't anxious. Joy surged from the bottom of her heart. Zhang Mingyu's eyes followed the spinning ball as it rose and fell at the highest point. After the basketball drew a perfect half-arc, it entered the net. Zhang Mingyu's pupils shrank instantly, and the surging joy disappeared in an instant. How could this be? This was impossible. Fuck. He heard the short-haired young man cursing angrily not far away. A moment later, the entire venue erupted into applause and cheers. Three-pointers would cause cheers no matter where they were. Qin Zhe's lips curled into a confident smile. What I'm proud of is not my jumping ability or my explosive power, but the great enlightenment, river crab, technique. So what if you are max-level players? Can you block my hack? This time, Zhang Mingyu served the ball. After being suppressed by Qin Zhe several times, he gave up the idea of being active on the basketball court. If he was not active, it would be difficult for Qin Zhe, who was guarding him, to be active. Our side is full of masters, while your side is full of rookies. Thinking of this, Zhang Mingyu felt a little better. He thought that the goal just now was a stroke of luck, a stroke of luck. A group of people rushed from their own basketball court to Qin Zhe's basketball court. Using tacit cooperation, they easily scored. The short-haired young man applauded and said loudly, "Good." Next, it was Tong Ziji's turn to serve. He passed the ball to Lu Ziqiang based on the principle of proximity. Lu Ziqiang dribbled the ball wildly and was intercepted by two people under the basket. Qin Zhe came around from the three-point line and shouted, "Here." Lu Ziqiang hesitated for a moment. It was not easy for him to break into the inside line. If he just passed the ball back to the three-point line, wouldn't it be a waste? Out of the corner of his eye, he saw that Old Wang and Tong Ziji were being closely watched. Zhao Baliang was under his own basket on the other side. Zhang Mingyu was temporarily left behind by Qin Zhe and was a few meters behind. Only Qin Zhe did not defend for the time being. He gritted his teeth and threw the ball out with force. Qin Zhe jumped and caught the ball. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw Zhang Mingyu rushing to him. He made a fake shooting motion. Zhang Mingyu immediately jumped to stop him. "Even if I know you can't shoot, I won't let you shoot easily." But who would have thought that it was Qin Zhe's fake move? He missed. The moment he landed on the ground, Qin Zhe jumped up and shot the basketball. Zhang Mingyu's eyes were fixed on the ball. "I don't believe you can still score." Whoosh! It was in the net. Another three-point shot. "Good job, Qin Zhe." Zhao Baliang shouted under his own basket in the distance. Old Wang and Tong Ziji Lu Ziqiang shouted excitedly. The three-point shot was beautiful. They saw the hope of victory. Outside the court, the audience was excited. He scored again. That's amazing. He's not worse than Zhang Mingyu. Qin Zhe is so good at three-point shooting. Why didn't he do it before? Don't tell me he's pretending to be weak to defeat Zhang Mingyu. Zhang Mingyu stood there in a daze, gritting his teeth. He glanced over Lu Ziqiang and the others who were cheering and fell on the faces of the short-haired young man and his teammates. Everyone looked gloomy. It was not a big deal to be lucky, but if Qin Zhe was really a one-man team master, the situation would be troublesome. His steals were unpredictable, his blocks were powerful, and his three-point shots were accurate. How could they play? The short-haired young man came over with the basketball. He didn't start the game directly, but whispered to Zhang Mingyu and the others, "Just play fast ball and keep the same tactics. Don't worry about anything else. We're better than them in terms of physical strength and scoring skills. And we're temporarily in the lead. If we play fast ball and don't give them a chance to breathe, we'll definitely score 50 points first." He was a member of the basketball team, so he had the vision and decision-making ability. Zhang Mingyu nodded and said, "Let's do it. Thank you for your help today. I'll invite you out tonight." Their eyes suddenly lit up. Zhang Mingyu's so-called out to have fun was naturally an adult's fun. They were not interested in drinking and singing. The game continued, and the basketball team went all out, completely disregarding their stamina. Very soon, Old Wang and the others were unable to do anything. Their physical strength was limited, and they had played basketball for half a day before. Now they were out of breath. They relied on Qin Zhe alone. He rushed left and right, stole, blocked and made three-point shots. The score kept increasing. 36, 2740 to 3844, 4048, 48 inch. It's a tie. Li Liang shouted. Both sides on the court were refreshed, and their momentum suddenly changed. They were full of murderous spirit and high fighting spirit. It was the last ball. The winner and the loser, the grandson and the grandpa, would depend on who scored the last ball first. The shouts outside the arena stopped. Everyone's hearts were in their throats. They were excited and expectant. This game was so interesting. There was no crushing, no irresistible force, and no crushing defeat. It could be called climax after climax. Unexpectedly, the score was tied near the end. It was more interesting than the school basketball team. Zhang Mingyu's supporters, more than a dozen glass-hearted girls, clenched their fists tightly. The short-haired young man ran out of the line with the ball and slowly exhaled, calming down his excited and complicated emotions. Zhang Mingyu nodded slightly to him, indicating that he could serve. Qin Zhe silently stood in front of Zhang Mingyu, making the short-haired young man give up the idea of passing the ball to Zhang Mingyu and pass the ball to another teammate. On the campus BBIS. OP, more than 10 minutes have passed. Is the game over? Not yet, but it's the last moment. Not long after, the OP replied with a message notification on his phone. It's so exciting, so exciting. You can't guess what the score is now. 50, 20? Don't joke. Didn't the OP say it's not over yet? 49, 9? Puff. The OP sent a "oh my god" emoji. 48, 48. Are you serious? I'll go. I'm not well educated. Don't lie to me. Oh, not bad. Don't stop me. I'm going to the basketball court. OP, who has the ball now? The OP replied. Zhang Mingyu. Then it's over. Whoever has the ball first will win half of the game, let alone the basketball team. Let's broadcast the result. We want to see Qin Zhe call him grandpa. Yes, we can't lose this part. We want to see the face-slapping king get slapped in the face. Although Qin Zhe is good at basketball, I don't think he has any hope. After all, Zhang Mingyu's side is all from the basketball team. First of all, I'm not a girl. Zhang Mingyu is my buddy. He's not in school today. Otherwise, I would definitely go to the court to cheer for him. I don't know who Qin Zhe is. Does he deserve to trample on Zhang Mingyu? He should take a look at himself. There's no such thing as fair or unfair. He's good, but Zhang Mingyu is not bad either. In a basketball game, it's all about the overall quality. Qin Zhe can't do it. At this time, the guy who had the ball dribbled and rushed forward. His basketball uniform had the number 55 written on it. As soon as number 55 rushed to the inside line, he was stopped by Lu Ziqiang and Tong Ziji. Number 55's eyes quickly swept over the position of his teammates. There was one under the basket, but there was a big guy, Zhao Baliang, beside him staring at him so hard that he couldn't pass the ball. Zhang Mingyu was being watched by Qin Zhe, so he couldn't pass the ball. There was only one guy who was unguarded. The guy who was guarding him, Lu Ziqiang, was guarding me. Zhu Yunfei, the short-haired youth, was behind me, As his eyes turned sharply, he saw Lu Ziqiang reach out to grab the ball. He made a prompt decision and pretended to throw the ball to his unguarded teammate. Qin Zhe had been staring at him from the beginning to the end. He immediately saw through his purpose. The powerful explosive force pushed him to rush to the fish that slipped through the net. He had been waiting for this moment. However, at this time, number 55's action of throwing the ball froze slightly. This was just a fake action. He threw the ball backward. I've also been waiting for this moment. I know your explosive force and jumping ability are amazing. How could I not guard against you? The short-haired youth mysteriously rushed out from behind him. Number 55 tacitly blocked Tong Ziji and Lu Ziqiang for a short time. In this way, there was a gap. The short-haired youth dribbled the ball and rushed to the basket in big strides. 1 step, 2 steps. He leaped up and made a one-handed slam dunk. Qin Zhe's pupils shrank. Lu Ziqiang, Tong Ziji, and Old Wang turned their heads in horror. They saw him jumping high and rushing to the basket. Their eyes were full of anxiety and despair. They lost. A one-handed slam dunk. The hearts of the audience were instantly in their throats. They were just waiting for him to score and then they would cheer loudly. At this time, if the picture was fixed on the short-haired youth's face, his expression was particularly ferocious. This time I must score. At this time, a roar shook his ears. Do you think I don't exist? At the same time, Zhang Mingyu and others exclaimed, watch out behind. Damn it. It's this sentence again. It was like a curse that evoked the shadow of the short-haired youth. He immediately felt something strange behind him. But at this time, he was in midair. It was too late and impossible for him to take any precautions. Pa! A hand came from above and slapped away the basketball in his hand. Oh my God! Someone exclaimed. In terms of high jump, I only admire Qin Zhe. My little heart can't take it anymore. Wonderful, wonderful. The best player of the game, Qin Zhe. Qin Zhe, go to hell. Zhang Mingyu, go to hell. Zhang Mingyu, go. Zhang Mingyu, go. After Qin Zhe landed, his back was covered with a layer of cold sweat. He almost lost. The task of 300 points was really not that easy. It could be said to be the most difficult task he had ever encountered. Even if the system cheated, it was not certain that he would win. Once he lost, Qin Zhe's points would be in the negative. He had 320 points before, and the cost was 40 points. His remaining points were 280. He couldn't afford to lose. He couldn't afford to lose. Zhao Baliang, who had been watching from the beginning, saw the basketball falling from the sky. He hugged it tightly in his arms and looked around fiercely. Near the midfield, Old Wang suddenly raised his index finger and signaled Zhao Baliang to pass the ball. Zhao Ba threw the ball with all his might and shouted, Old Wang! It's all up to you. His shout brought the dazed Zhang Mingyu, the short-haired youth, and the others back to their senses. Their faces changed greatly. The game was not over yet. Zhang Mingyu shouted, Stop him! The short-haired youth shouted, I'd rather foul. Stop him! Old Wang was like a weasel that had stolen a chicken. He ran very fast. Behind him was a group of basketball players who were like hungry tigers pouncing on sheep. It's too late. They are faster than me. I can't run to the inside line to shoot. Old Wang stopped in his tracks. There was no time for him to adjust his body. He jumped and shot. Someone behind him bumped into his back aggressively. They didn't care about the foul, or it could be said that they deliberately fouled him. Old Wang staggered forward and fell. During the fall, he kept looking up at the trajectory of the ball. It must go in. At this moment, no one cared about the intentional foul. The whole court was silent. Time seemed to have stopped. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the ball. Other than that, there was only the sound of their own heartbeats. It was a shot. In the next second, a few girls covered their eyes but peeked through the gaps between their fingers. The ball hit the basket and bounced out. It's a hasty shot. It won't go in. It was almost a shot. Damn it. My heart can't take it. Does it have to be so exciting? Some girls even screamed. Old Wang fell to the ground and hammered the hard cement floor. Regret and despair came to his mind. Lu Ziqiang, Tong Ziji, and Zhao Baliang opened their mouths slightly. They felt as if their spirits had been sucked out. Their hearts were empty. Get the rebound. Zhang Mingyu was excited and wanted to scream. We haven't lost yet. We still have hope. The crew-cut young man was also excited. The other teammates also cheered and jumped up to grab the rebound. Behind! A girl suddenly shouted outside the court. Hearing this, the crew-cut young man's hair stood on end. It was like a nightmare. Zhang Mingyu's body stiffened. In the hundreds of onlookers, there was a figure in the hundreds of pairs of eyes. It was like a cannonball, whistling in the wind. He passed Zhang Mingyu and the crew-cut young man in an instant and jumped at the free throw line. That figure was like an eagle spreading its wings and soaring into the sky, about to strike the sky angrily. He caught the ball with both hands, and his body leaned back in midair, just like a strong bow. Then, he turned from a soaring eagle to an eagle pouncing on its prey. Slam dunk. Bang! The dull and loud sound spread across the court. The ball on the ground became weaker and weaker. However, no one cheered. Everyone's eyes were focused on the boy who was still hanging on the basket. Many people could still remember this scene 10 or 20 years later. Chapter 22. Qin Zhe landed lightly on the ground and looked around. His eyes fell on his excited companions, Zhang Mingyu and the others who were in a daze, and the students who were watching in silence. He walked to the side of the court and picked up the ball that had rolled to the feet of a girl who was watching. He nodded at the girl whose expression was either hateful or disgusted. He took a deep breath and shouted, "We won!" Lao Wang's face turned red as he shouted with all his might, "We won!" Lu Ziqiang shouted, "We won!" Zhao Baliang kept yelling, "Eh!" Outside the arena, Li Liang and a few other students from room 304 were screaming and wailing in excitement. "Don't leave after school today, I'll treat you to a big massage." Li Liang raised his arms and cheered, shouting and jumping. The swelling on the back of his head didn't hurt anymore. Regardless of whether Zhang Mingyu had planned this for a long time or not, today's incident was caused by him. Qin Zhe and the others were venting their anger for him. Therefore, although he didn't participate in the fight, his heart was in turmoil and uneasy. Proud and elated, applause and cheers rang out. The cheers came late like a volcanic eruption, but it became more and more intense and did not stop for a long time. The students of the University of Finance and Economics were excited. This basketball game was really exciting. It was full of twists and turns, reversals and reversals. It challenged everyone's psychological limits. It made people's emotions fluctuate with the score, like a roller coaster. At the same time, it also made them remember the name Qin Zhe. The stealthy steals, the powerful blocks, the perfect three-point shot, and finally, the fierce full slam dunk. He didn't expect there to be such an interesting student in the University of Finance and Economics. In stark contrast to the cheers, Zhang Mingyu and the others felt as if they had lost their parents, and their faces were gloomy. He had lost. They had failed miserably and lost to a bunch of amateurs who didn't know how to play. Losing the game was nothing. It was not shameful. What was shameful was the bet. If he had known earlier, he wouldn't have made that bet. All of them were filled with regret. They wished they could travel back in time and slap Zhang Mingyu in the face so that he would swallow the bet that he had blurted out. After receiving the mission completion notification, Qin Zhe whispered in his heart, "System, thank you. You're welcome. You exchanged your points for it." "That's not what I'm talking about." Qin Zhe raised his head. It was difficult to tell whether he was happy or sad. He looked at the pale white sky. "Thank you for giving me a chance for a passerby to counterattack. I never thought that there would be a day where I would be able to cause such an uproar." With a dark face, Zhang Mingyu walked to Qin Zhe and said in a low voice, "We're all classmates. Don't go too far. We were wrong before and we apologize. Let's forget about the bet. Let's be friends." Qin Zhe did not respond. Li Liang strode over. "If apologies are useful, why do we need the police?" Zhao Baliang snorted. "That's right. My brother's head is swollen. Do you think a simple apology will be enough?" The short-haired teenager said angrily, "Don't go overboard. didn't you smash my face too? We dare to call you grandpa, but do you dare to respond? Think about the consequences of offending Mingyu. Zhang Mingyu waved his hand and motioned for him to stop talking. He said calmly, of course it's not just an apology. Is 10,000 enough? Li Liang spat. I'm not short of money. Why don't I give each of you 10,000 and you call me grandpa 10 times? Li Liang was also a rich second generation. Every month, his family gave him 30,000 yuan as pocket money. Other than going to bars and hooking up with girls from bad families, he didn't have any other hobbies. He had accumulated a decent amount of money and often treated Qin Zhe and the others to food and drink. Zhang Mingyu narrowed his eyes. 20,000. Get lost. 30,000. He didn't pay any attention to Li Liang, who was baring his fangs and brandishing his claws. Instead, he stared at Qin Zhe and said, I will personally give you another 20,000, and this matter will be settled. Although the school hunk's expression was ugly, he was still very calm. With an excellent family background, he did not panic and always had a calm aura. Since he was young, he had used a lot of pocket money to pave the way. There were countless underlings under his command who would fight wherever he pointed. He had never suffered any setbacks. There was nothing in this world that money could not solve. If there was, it was because you did not give enough. The total was 50,000 yuan. It was enough for some workers in a first-tier city to save up for a whole year. Li Liang's face darkened and he did not say anything. He clenched his fists. He did not care about tens of thousands of yuan, but his roommates were from ordinary families. How could they not care? 40,000. Zhang Mingyu raised the stakes unhurriedly, intending to use money to break the fragile psychological defense of these civilians. Zhao Baliang, Lu Ziqiang, Old Wang, and Tong Ziji looked at each other and fell silent. It would be a lie to say that they were not tempted. Zhang Mingyu sneered. 5. Shut up. Qin Zhe suddenly shouted. Call me grandpa now. In fact, he wanted to say, please transfer the money through Alipay. He did not want to give Zhang Mingyu any more chances. To be honest, he was tempted. Li Liang's face flushed instantly. He looked at Qin Zhe excitedly and shouted, call me grandpa. Call me grandpa. In the crowd, someone shouted as if he wanted to see the world in chaos. Suddenly, a powder keg seemed to be ignited. Call me grandpa, call me grandpa, call me grandpa was incessant. Tens of thousands of yuan had nothing to do with them. They just liked to watch the fun. Originally, they wanted to give Qin Zhe and the others a good hiss. The coercion was as heavy as a mountain. Zhang Mingyu's handsome face finally turned red. He took a deep look at Qin Zhe and turned to leave. The basketball team also left angrily. Ziwei, don't go. Let's discuss it again. Qin Zhe wanted to show his two big nostrils and reach out to persuade him to stay. He sighed in his heart. Zhang Mingyu's going back on his words was expected. This was not the ancient times where a gentleman keeps his word. Everyone was modern people with liberated minds. Don't overestimate the moral integrity and morality of modern people. There was no need to hesitate to act shamelessly. But Zhang Mingyu really did not lose anything. If he kept his promise, he would become a laughing stock. However, some people would praise him for keeping his word. He was a real man. He would be praised and ruined. But if he acted shamelessly, he would still be a laughing stock. It would be a joke and no one would praise him. It would be a pure joke. For Zhang Mingyu, he suffered a loss. He did not care about tens of thousands of yuan. For Qin Zhe and his roommates, he also suffered a loss. They cared about tens of thousands of yuan very much. Qin Zhe, I'm your man from now on. Li Liang screamed and pounced on him. Qin Zhe sidestepped and kicked him in the butt. He faced Lu Ziqiang and shouted, 2nd Battalion Commander, where's your F*King Italian cannon? Kill him for me. Li Liang did not care about money. What he cared about was the anger in his heart. Now that he had vented it, it was very smooth. Qin Zhe's choice, of course, caused him to lose a lot of money, but it strengthened their friendship. Between money and friendship, Qin Zhe chose the latter. If he had chosen money, although Li Liang would not break off their friendship, there would definitely be a thorn in his heart. It might be a knot and crack in his heart for several years. Some things could not be bought with money, at least not with tens of thousands of yuan. For example, the pure friendship between him and his roommate. If it had been an ordinary friend, Xianxia would have knelt down for thousands of yuan, let alone tens of thousands. It's my treat tonight, everyone. Li Liang rubbed his butt and announced with a smile. Lu Ziqiang and his roommates were a little disappointed, but more than that, they were happy. Forget it, let's not think about it. Anyway, it's a windfall. On the campus forum, OP, where's the video? We want to watch the video. Hurry up, send the video. My broadsword is thirsty. I'm waiting for Xianxia and his roommates to call me grandpa. Ha, city people really know how to play. We rural people just want to watch the fun. Xianxia may not lose. Don't joke. He's definitely going to lose. Otherwise, I'll cut off his dick live. The comments did not stop, with an average of 3 or 4 replies per minute. At this time the OP said, Whoa, OP, be careful with your words. The game is over. I'll announce the result. Xianxia wins. About 5 minutes later, the post boiled over. What? That's impossible. OP, don't be naughty. Little OP, you're so white. Pick up your ears and cut off your veins and arteries. You're so cute when you don't move. OP, I may not be educated, but you can't fool me. The OP sent a dumbfounded emoji. It's true. The game is over. Xianxia won. And Zhang Mingyu ran away shamelessly. Believe it or not, I've been talking to you before. I didn't record the video, but others have. Maybe someone will upload the video later. Just wait and see. Half an hour later, someone posted on the campus forum, Xianxia slaps Zhang Mingyu in the face again. Zhang Mingyu covers his face and runs away. Shameless. There was a 23-minute video in the post. The moderator pinned it to the top. Within 10 minutes, the number of clicks exceeded 10,000. Replies, 999 plus. While the campus forum was in an uproar, Xianxia, one of the people involved, changed into clean clothes in the dormitory and hurried into the office. He was 10 minutes late. Professor Li said unhappily, Where did you go? I'm sorry. I was playing basketball with my classmates. I'm late. Xianxia apologized. Professor Li looked unhappy, but he didn't say much. He asked Xianxia to return to his seat. Yang Chen, who was expecting him to be angry, was disappointed. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, Professor Li clapped his hands before dismissing the meeting and motioned for everyone to listen to him. Before I get off work, I want to announce something. After a pause, Professor Li looked at Xianxia. Xianxia, from now on, you'll be in charge of your group. Yang Chen will assist you. Any questions? Xianxia was stunned. Just as he was about to speak, Yang Chen became anxious and stood up. Professor Li, Xianxia just came here. He's not familiar with our business. How can he be in charge? I think he did a good job. Professor Li added in his heart, his father did it. How can it not be good? Yang Chen said loudly, yesterday's homework was not difficult except for too much information. It's not surprising that he could do it well. He's in charge of the risk assessment of my group. With his level and breadth of knowledge, I'm afraid it'll be difficult for him to do it. It'll be really troublesome if the progress of our project is delayed. Xianxia immediately stood up and said loudly, Professor Li, don't worry. I'll work hard. Professor Li ignored Yang Chen and nodded. Then I'll explain today's task. In addition to the risk assessment model your group has been building, there's also the completion of the portfolio analysis model in the fund's return rate, which is the investor's preference. Try to summarize the data image at a glance. Go back and check more information. Also, ask the relevant people. When it came to the words relevant people, he emphasized. Xianxia said, understood. After that, he glanced at Yang Chen. The other party's eyes couldn't wait to swallow him alive. Xianxia could understand the anger in the little red guy's heart. A newcomer who had just arrived 2 days ago actually squeezed him out and became the team leader. This was directly related to the final bonus share. It was a real benefit. Xianxia vaguely threw him a look to show off his power. The east wind blows and the war drums beat. Who's afraid of who? I have a system that I'm proud of. Chapter 23. At 6:30 p.m., Li Liang invited Old Wang and the others from dormitory 304 to a grilled fish restaurant near the school. There were 8 people in 2 dormitories. They ordered 2 big snakeheads weighing 8 caddies, 6 or 7 side dishes, and a beer. This grilled fish restaurant was not far from the school. It was a 15-minute walk away. It was one of the cafeterias in dormitory 303 because the grilled fish here was very authentic. Qin Zhe and Li Liang were from Shanghai, Lu Ziqiang lived in the neighboring JS, and Zhao Baliang was from the northeast. They couldn't tell if it was authentic or not, but it was definitely delicious. Half an hour later, 2 grilled trays were served. The waiter lit the alcohol in the grill and put down the trays. The 80% cooked snakeheads were lying in the boiling red oil soup. They were covered with red peppers, coriander, tofu skin, mushrooms, onions, and other vegetables. Under them was a layer of bean sprouts, luncheon meat, lotus root slices. The steam was rising and the smell of the fish was strong. The guys were very hungry. Wait! Li Liang pressed his hand to stop Zhao Baliang and the others who were about to eat. He took a breath and said, "Today, I want to say thank you to all of you. Zhang Mingyu is a wicked bastard. It doesn't matter if he really came for Qin Zhe or not. In any case, the one who was hit was me. You guys can just swallow your anger. I was hit for nothing. When he said that he wanted to bet with a basketball, even I thought that we had no chance of winning. However, you guys didn't back down. In the end, you guys actually won. But I still don't want to thank you for that. I want to thank you for not accepting the money. I won't say too much. We were brothers in the past and we will still be brothers in the future. If you have any trouble, just call me. I won't hesitate to do anything for my brothers." "You don't have to do anything for me," Old Wang said faintly. "I don't have money to go on a date with a girl. It's a big loss." Li Liang shook his butt and pinched his thumb and middle finger. He said softly, "I'll be waiting for you at any time." Qin Zhe and Zhao Baliang shuddered. They looked at each other and roared in unison, "2nd Battalion Commander, where is your Italian cannon?" Lu Ziqiang rolled his eyes and said, "Even my Italian cannon would go out of commission if I were to encounter such a monster." Qin Zhe ate until 7:30 p.m. and left early. He did not drink. His roommates knew that he had participated in the work, so they did not force him to drink. Otherwise, with such a hero standing there, they would not stop until he was drunk. Qin Zhe took the time to send a message to Qin Baobao. "I won't be coming back for dinner tonight." Qin Baobao replied concisely. Qin Zhe strolled slowly to the subway station. As soon as he stepped into the platform, he received a message from her. "You eat your food. I'm waiting for my brother to come back and cook." He could smell the strong resentment and anger through the screen. Qin Zhe cursed. He swiped his card and went out of the station. He bought a strawberry butter cake, a tuna sandwich, 2 egg tarts, and a box of yogurt from a nearby Parisian bouillabaisse. He arrived home before 8 o'clock p.m. because it was only a 10-minute walk. He opened the door and entered the nearly 90-square-meter house. The porch light was not turned on, and the room light was not turned on. There was only a glass chandelier in the living room, and the sonorous music echoed in the empty and dim space. It was Qin Baobao watching a certain anti-Japanese drama. She sat cross-legged on the sofa, wearing casual shorts and a white vest. Her hair was tied up in a bun, and her forehead was smooth and clean. Her snow-white slender neck, round and white shoulders were exposed, and her slender waist was suddenly tightened. She glanced sideways at Qin Zhe and continued to watch her anti-Japanese drama without saying a word. Qin Zhe put the cake, egg tarts, and yogurt on the glass coffee table in front of her. "You didn't eat dinner? I brought you cake." Qin Baobao snorted. Qin Zhe said helplessly, "I played a game this afternoon and won. My roommates are treating me tonight, so I can't refuse." Qin Baobao said disdainfully, "What does it have to do with me?" Qin Zhe said, "Oh." He took out some information, draft paper, and pen from his bag and ran to his room to take out his notebook. He listened to the noise of artillery shells and bullets and focused on his work. He did not pay any attention to her. Qin Baobao glared at her brother when she saw his indifference. She gritted her teeth and said, "I'm learning how to tear the Japanese apart with my bare hands." You want to tear me apart, right? Qin Zhe muttered in his heart and continued to look for information. The siblings had a cold war for a few minutes. Qin Baobao could not hold it in anymore. She kicked him lightly with her white and tender foot. I'm hungry. Qin Zhe pointed to the things on the glass coffee table. Qin Baobao said angrily, I want to eat hot food. It's up to you to eat or not. Qin Baobao was furious. She rushed over and strangled his neck. Watch me tear you apart, you shameless Japanese. I don't have any opinion if you say that, but you have to ask the Japanese if they agree. Qin Zhe leaned back and pressed Qin Baobao under his body. No matter how hard she struggled, she could not break free from the suppression of his 5 fingers. Qin Baobao's martial arts skills had deteriorated over the years. A few minutes later, Qin Baobao, who had lost the martial arts competition, curled up on the sofa with her arms around her knees. She was eating cake and drinking yogurt. Mathematical modeling was not that difficult, but it was not easy either. It depended on the scale of the model. It was definitely rigorous. It was like building blocks. Each building block had its own specific position. When matched properly, it would form a palace. Where did something go wrong? With a crash, everything collapsed, and everything was for naught. Qin Zhe's employees were modelers. Professor Li was also involved. However, what he did most of the time was checking and modifying to ensure that the mathematical models submitted by the students were flawless. After all, modeling and building blocks were not the same thing. It involved a lot of extended knowledge and formulas, as well as other information. There was no need to worry about the core information. Professor Li had it. As for the general information, Qin Zhe had to look it up on the internet. Time passed, and the anti-Japanese drama entered the commercial break. Qin Baobao stretched and rubbed her well-proportioned and strong calves. She could not hide her tiredness. Qin Zhe ran to the kitchen and poured himself a glass of water. He found a cleaned chicken and a bag of mushrooms in the fridge. He suddenly understood why Qin Baobao was so angry just now. She bought the ingredients and was ready to eat her favorite chicken stewed with mushrooms. When she got home, she found that her brother had gone out to drink and did not come back. He had quit. Qin Zhe shook his head and laughed. Why was she still like a child? It was her parents who spoiled her too much. When he returned to the living room, he saw her lying on the sofa. The straps of her vest were slightly loose. She was drowsy. Are you tired from today's training? Go and rest early. Qin Zhe sat down beside her. Qin Baobao was obviously still angry. She ignored him and changed the channel. Qin Zhe asked for a snub. He was used to it. How could he not know his sister's bad temper? When she was good, she hugged and kissed him. She would call him good brother and little sweetheart all the time. When she was angry, she could ignore you for half a month. Marrying this kind of woman was like marrying a Buddha statue. He had to treat her well. Her parents probably knew their daughter's bad temper. Therefore, they asked Qin Zhe to stay here and keep an eye on her sister. They were afraid that she would be cheated by some guy who coveted her beauty. At the same time, they were trying to find a good husband. Could be said that they were worried sick. Qin Zhe felt that his parents were worrying for nothing. Qin Baobao was a fool in life. She had a bad temper, but don't forget that her IQ was much higher than her brother's. She also knew how to act cute. She could play the role of an enchanting vixen. She could pretend to be pure and innocent. Obviously, her EQ was not low. The men who wanted to pursue her could line up from Hongqiao to Pudong. It had been 25 years. Have you seen any man who was favored by her? At 8:30 in the evening, Qin Zhe remembered that there were still some clothes in the room that had not been washed. He put down the work at hand and rushed to the bathroom with the clothes. He threw them into the washing machine and set the time, 30 minutes. One of the siblings worked without any distractions, while the other focused on studying the magic of tear the devil with bare hands. It was not until the beep of the washing machine that Qin Zhe came back to his senses. He ran to the bathroom to dry the clothes. Walking from the balcony to the living room, he heard Qin Baobao's soft and charming voice. Qin Zhe, help me wash the clothes. Qin Zhe knew that his sister was being kind and giving him a way to mend their bad relationship. He hurriedly said, where are your clothes? In the basket in the bathroom. Remember to wash the underwear and pants separately. Oh. Qin Zhe quickly left the 2 sets of purple underwear in the basket and washed the clothes and pants first. Anyway, it was just a matter of pouring the detergent. It was not difficult. Half an hour later, the clothes were washed. It was 9:30. Qin Baobao should take a shower and go to the room. She would go to bed on time before 11 o'clock. Qin Baobao rubbed her sore buttocks and ordered Qin Zhe to dry the clothes. Qin Zhe was angry. Qin Baobao, do you have no hands or feet? I'm not your slave. If you want to go, go by yourself. I am busy. Qin Baobao curled her lips and stepped into the bathroom in her slippers. A few seconds later, she screamed, Qin Zhe, did you put the napkin in your pocket again? Qin Baobao jumped out like a tiger, one hand on her waist and the other holding her pleated skirt. Qin Zhe took a closer look and found that the pleated skirt was covered with fine white paper foam. He had forgotten to take out the napkin in his pocket before putting it in the washing machine. As a result, it mixed with the clothes and rolled into the paper foam. It was all stuck to the clothes and could not be patted away. Qin Zhe felt guilty and felt that something was wrong. He got up in a daze and ran to the balcony to check his clothes. They were clean and there was no paper foam. He suddenly understood and glared at Qin Baobao. Bullshit, come here and look at my clothes. There is no paper foam. So it is my napkin. Qin Baobao stood on the balcony and glanced at it suspiciously. She trotted back to the bathroom and soon found the crumpled napkin in her pocket. Qin Zhe followed behind her and snorted, See? It's your own fault. I'm not going to take the blame. Qin Baobao said angrily, You washed the clothes. You didn't check the pockets. You should take the blame. Qin Zhe naturally would not argue with his sister. Never pester women endlessly. They were always more experienced than you. Qin Baobao found a chance to take revenge. She pinched Qin Zhe for a long time and angrily went to dry the clothes. At 22:15, Qin Baobao came out wrapped in a bath towel and sat on the sofa in the living room to dry her hair. The rumbling noise made Qin Zhe very annoyed. He said impatiently, Dry your hair, go inside. Qin Baobao made a face at him, moved her butt to his side, and deliberately turned the hairdryer to the maximum power. Qin Zhe rolled his eyes and sang to amuse himself. In turn, he resisted his sister's noise attack. Only because in the crowd, looking at you more can't forget your face anymore, dream of meeting you one day by chance. Since then, I have been lonely when I miss you, you are on the horizon when I miss you, you are in front of me when I miss you, you are in my mind when I miss you, you are in my heart. I would rather believe that we had a promise in our previous life. The love story of this life will not change. The noise of the hairdryer disappeared without him noticing. Qin Zhe turned his head to look. His sister's seductive face, which was covered in messy hair, was full of intoxication. He didn't know if it was an illusion, but her watery red phoenix eyes seemed to be covered with a layer of misty rain. What song is this? Qin Baobao asked softly. Qin Zhe's heart skipped a beat. He knew that he was exposed. But he lied without changing his expression. I wrote it myself. I just sang it randomly. You wrote it? Qin Baobao's red lips were slightly open. Invisible pretentiousness was the most fatal. Qin Zhe was about to look up at the ceiling at a 45-degree angle. Unexpectedly, baby Qin, who had been quiet, well-behaved, and intoxicated by the song, suddenly pounced on Qin Zhe like a hungry tiger. She pressed Qin Zhe under the sofa and screamed, Ah! Are you King epilepsy? Are you crazy? Get up! Qin Zhe's face was stuffed in his sister's arms, and he almost fainted. After a long time, Qin Baobao calmed down. She unhurriedly adjusted her bath towel, raised her head, and looked very gentle. No, good brother, did you really write this song? Sort of. Sort of. I haven't finished writing it yet. Qin Baobao said pitifully, Then when will you finish writing it? Depends on my mood. It's none of your business. I'm going to debut as a singer. These days, the company has been asking me if I have any more works. I don't know how to answer, so I can only pretend to be dead. Qin Baobao pretended to be pitiful. Yesterday, a top agent told me that there will be a singing variety show during the summer vacation. If I can produce an original work to participate, it will be the fastest and best way to fame, and he will consider being my agent. Not bad, she was recognized so quickly. It seemed that Qin Baobao was one of the best among the backup artists. The further his sister went on this path, the more advantageous it would be for his future plans. But Qin Zhe couldn't agree to her so easily. This woman was giving him a dirty look just now. He needed to let her know what it meant to have a father as the leader of the son, a husband as the leader of the wife, no, a brother as the leader of the sister. So, Qin Zhe was unperturbed. Teach me. Qin Baobao shook his arm with all her might, acting like a spoiled child. Qin Zhe twisted his neck. Ayaya, playing basketball today was really tiring. My shoulders are a little sore. I'll help you massage. Qin Baobao immediately understood. My legs are sore too. Qin Zhe enjoyed the massage from his sister's soft hands. I'll do it. Qin Baobao endured the humiliation. The soles of my feet are also very sore. Qin Zhe took an inch and wanted a mile. Qin Baobao's flattering smile froze, and the corner of her mouth twitched. The soles of my feet also need to be massaged? Qin Zhe shrugged. It's fine if you don't want to. I'm not forcing you. It's just that inspiration can't be seen or touched. I can't say for sure. Of course I'll do it. Today, I'm going all out. You're the young mistress of our family. You're precious. You can't do this. Qin Baobao secretly gritted her teeth and said coquettishly, you're the only male in our family. In ancient times, you're the only child to carry on the family line. It's only right for an elder sister to serve her younger brother. As she said that, she lowered her head and took off Qin Zhe's socks. Qin Zhe rolled his eyes and pushed her hand away. That's enough. Stop being so sarcastic. I'm sick of you. He would not really let Qin Baobao massage his feet. He was reluctant and did not dare to do so. Women are all creatures who hold grudges, especially Qin Baobao, who is a highly intelligent person who holds grudges. Obviously, Qin Baobao misunderstood him and thought that he was unmoved by force or persuasion. She shouted angrily, Qin Zhe, don't go too far. If I can't survive in the entertainment industry, don't think that you can stay out of it. Be careful or I'll tell my father that you encouraged me to resign and become a star. Why don't you say that I asked you to film a Japanese film? Qin Baobao's eyes turned red. She was so angry that she reached out to pinch him. Come on, let's hurt each other. Qin Zhe sighed and said helplessly, okay, I'll be your personal composer in the future. Really? Qin Baobao raised her eyebrows. You can lie to anyone, but you can't lie to your elder sister. Good brother, I really didn't dote on you in vain. Qin Baobao changed her attitude faster than flipping a book. She was about to pounce on him and kiss his cheek. Get lost. Qin Zhe reached out and pressed his hand against her forehead, pushing her far away. Qin Baobao went to sleep in the room. Before she left, she turned off the LCD TV. Only Qin Zhe was left in the living room. He lit a cigarette and blew out smoke. He closed his eyes, leaned back on the sofa, and exhaled a puff of smoke. He thought of the widely used chicken soup for the soul. The road is long, but I will explore it from top to bottom.